And before I forget, let's make sure that I actually set the date correctly. Schedule, day 22, yes. Hooray. Okay. Today, we are going to be working on the pre-beta features. And I need to start my bots. We will be modifying these bots today. Alright, that loaded, and that did not load. I need that. I'm assuming most of you are watching an ad right now, which is why I'm not being too talkative yet. That's why I'm also responding via chat to you guys saying, hey. Okay, this loaded. We're all good on that front. So I'll wait for some people to start entering. They'll start trickling in, and I'll kind of plan things out. Hey, Orange Ray. I'll kind of plan things out for today. So what we're going to work on is, and you know what, I should really write this down somewhere for people who end up joining later. Okay, yeah, we don't have anything. So today is going to be all about supporting pre-beta. Now, here I guess I should make like a details for viewers. Today, supporting most work. How about this? Working on supporting the pre-beta program at first. May take all day. I don't expect it to. Chucky Toast says, I'll try to follow up on the latest changes. Didn't even get the pleasure of an ad today. Straight into you. Well. Okay, so yeah, working on supporting the pre-beta program first may take all day. So here's what that entails. And let me just make sure I did this correctly. Respond publicly with a link to botland.net/play with a short description telling what that link is. So viewers will eventually go to bot.land/play or play.bot.land, playbotland. Anyway, something like that. Viewers will eventually go to there, and there will be a login page, username/password. Username will be your Twitch name. Password. Okay, Roman guy. Yes, thank you. Password will be a randomly generated, probably just a GUID. I don't really plan on making this super secure or anything like that. So a randomly generated GUID that you obtain by typing, what should you type for this? So I said Bang Game here. Botland bot will respond publicly with a link to play. The way you actually access it is no. So all right, you'll do this eventually. Game. No, do not type this yet. I haven't coded it, and I won't even see the whispers. Okay, so you'll whisper saying that you want game access, basically. Then, after doing this, you will be charged loyalty points based on the day. And let's just write out my tentative system. Monday is 100 points. Tuesday is 90 points. Wednesday is 80 points. Thursday I don't stream, so NA. And Friday is 50 points. Then 50 points. Then your password will expire on the Sunday on the next Sunday. On the Sunday after you obtain it. Exotic Gaming in HD says, are you programming and staying? I am not totally sure what you mean to ask. Alright, so yeah, you get a password, and that's pretty much it. So I guess I'll just put some loyalty point info for people here. You get 15 points for following. Hey, Pally. You get 15 points for following, and you get 1 point every 10 minutes that you're in the channel. This equates to roughly 50 points a day, meaning 200 a week if you just stay in my channel. And so I'm asking you to spend like half those points if you want to get a link on Monday. Standing. Okay. Sorry, I didn't understand. Thank you, Radu. Yeah, so I'm standing right now, but I will eventually switch to sitting probably in about like 30 minutes or something. Okay, so we're gonna code this system, and this is just for you guys to know about. So details for viewers on what's happening, about what's happening. Yeah. And yeah, you guys should have more than enough points. In fact, the people who have been here for a while, you could just pop in on Monday and get a link to this whenever. Hey, William. And then I guess I should say this too. So you won't be able to obtain a password when I'm offline, but you can still play the game. Oh my god, play the game. If you already got one. And then, what else? There's one other thing I wanted to say. Like a EULA's coming up. Oh yeah. The whole expectation setting thing. I wrote this somewhere. Where did I write it? Disclosures and expectation. Let's put this up here too, although I eventually need to put this in a more prominent location. So for right now, we're just kind of setting the tone for all of this. So disclosures and expectations. Feedback, very good, give lots of it, but keep in mind that we already have a lot of direction, and feedback is taken as suggestions. Sometimes 100% of the player base might request something, and I may respond with just wait and see. Features, this is not, features and quality. This is not a release game. I'll need to work on features that do not change how the game appears. For example, the authentication server, improving, I'll write authentication out for the people who don't know. Authentication server, improving performance, refactoring, etc. Thus, I do not guarantee uptime, funness, new features. The only guarantee is that Botland will eventually be released. Schedule, this is named pre-beta despite technically being a pre-alpha because there won't be a distinct alpha phase. And hey everybody, Spurtman, Voice of Grog. So what I'm doing today and what I'm going to be working on for another few hours sometime this month is all for you guys. Like, this is not for the game at this point. And so I'm going to put these details on Pastebin and probably just respond to people throughout the day with it. Hey Adam and Ms. Visser. And Walter. Hey. So do I have everything that we need for this Pastebin? Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll put this on botland.net. That way I can update it. Yeah. And I'll just put a timestamp here for when I wrote this. So 9:01 a.m. Let's cram this all into a text file. And I'll say, note some info below may be subject to change. Now remember, none of this is like legally binding. I'll just leave it at that. I think you guys kind of understand what I'm getting at here. So we're gonna call this pre-beta. Let's make this a quick web page. Let's just do this. HTML index. Here we go. I'm just gonna throw this all into here. I'm not gonna worry about formatting or anything like that. And we're not even gonna comment in this script. Okay, what does this look like now? Desktop pre-beta index.html. Okay, let's see what this looks like. We're not going to focus a lot on this. I guess I could put this all on a pre-tag. The point, again, is not to make like a nice looking web page. This is just to give you guys my my thoughts. Well, I guess one thing we can do here, instead of using a pre-tag, let's just very quickly turn all these bullet points into a list items. So, li Alright, now I just gotta tab these in further. How do you... Oh my god, I don't even really care. Alright, no, we're just gonna stick with the pre-list. I just wanted this to be something easy for you guys to go read. Yeah, you can always just scroll to the side. I don't really care. We're not gonna spend time on this. This is just the like advisory for you guys. So let's go into FileZilla and upload this to botland.net. Wouter says, added you to the spreadsheet before we made yesterday in case you haven't read the mails. I just read the mails. And I think the only real comment I have right now on the whole suggestion thing, because I looked at one of the suggestions, and maybe it was just for the sake of showing people sort of, I don't know who put these suggestions here basically, but the landmines, add scan to the bot API. The problem with some of these suggestions is they're planned already, or they're not going to be that meaningful. So try to run these things by me before suggesting them, and that's why I'm not going to post the suggestion link yet, I think, or make a command for it, but perhaps eventually we will get to that point. Okay, so let's just put this, in bot.land / pre-beta. Let's do that, pre-beta. And then I just need to upload this. So, whoops, that was the wrong button. I wanted that one. Good. Oops. Oh, I almost overwrote something that I did not want to overwrite. Okay, let's just make sure that works. Bot.land / pre-beta. Okay, good. So I'm going to use this link. Wait, what? How did Bang Suggest become? Oh, I already did that. Okay, well, anyway, I really should put an advisory around that at some point. Here's a link for you guys to know what's going on today. Like I said, this is a terribly crafted web page. I just wanted to throw some text up here so you guys are aware of what's happening. So your title, I should really change that to pre-beta information. Best looking page on the web. You bet. Alright, let's re-upload this. So now if we refresh this page, your title turns into good pre-beta information. So we're going to need to tell people about this every once in a while. Just make a disclaimer in the form or dictate me one right now. Yeah, actually I could, I think, here, how about this? I'll type it out. Disclaimer, keep in mind that some suggestions may already be planned or may be rejected outright based on information that hasn't been revealed yet. I guess the other thing, this is kind of just an attribution disclaimer, is that let's say you gave a suggestion like landmines, and then that was already on, anyway, I'm not even, no, whatever. You guys kind of understand how suggestions work. I don't need to say too much about that. Okay, so let's start working on this. The way we said that people are going to do this, and I really should copy that text back in here. Let me see. So the way that I said people are going to do this is they will whisper botland bot with game. So I think the first thing is when you whisper botland bot with game, make sure they have enough points based on the day, and then, well, actually making sure they have enough points. Yeah, I'll do that. And then whisper them back if they don't have enough. If they do have enough, then whisper Adam13531 with something like game username. Yeah. Hey Crayhorde. I'll put a link to the spreadsheet so people can check if, yeah, that's a good idea too. Is that anything? Client side library. Spurtman, if you want any help, just let me know. I just use the built-in import-export system. But yeah, you could use something like System.js, or you could use the Clojure library, really any number of different things. Alright, so let's code this first. So when you whisper the botland bot, we need to go into downloads, phantom bot, and then Somewhere in here I'd done this. And I don't remember totally where. I probably put it in the light command. Does this whisper Adam13531 at any point? Yeah, this does. Okay, so we're gonna do something sort of like this. We're gonna say pre-beta command. Oops, pre-beta command. Okay, and the way this is gonna work is when you type, no, there's no command for it actually. It's when you whisper, so never mind. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanna look at where I registered an on-whisper listener. And I think I did this somewhere, but why would I have done this? I would have done it for removing points from someone. But then where did I put it? I probably would have put it in like system. Let's just open up all these. I'm just gonna take a quick look. I am pretty sure it would have been something that was otherwise commented out. Wait, I made something called like Atom system or Atom command or Atom handler. Here it is. Aha. Atom Sandler. Alright, let's take this. This has something that, yeah, handle subtract points. Good, so here's what we're going to want to do. I don't know anything about game developing. Is it hard? What I actually mean is that it's not hard to develop a game. Okay. So, yeah, here's what we'll do. When we get a message from anyone, else handle like viewer message. So here's what we'll do. Function handle viewer message. We need to actually get their chat name as well. Chat name message. So we take in the chat name and the message. And if message dot equals ignore case game, just game with nothing else. If that's the case, then let me just do print line got game. Alright, we'll do that for right now. Then over here, I'll just try whispering botland bot with game. And what we should see over here is, am I covering that with my face? No. Okay. What we should see is, oh, it's me who's whispering, so it's not gonna. Okay, can someone very quickly, actually I'll just change this so that it handles it no matter what. Okay, now I can whisper too. That way I don't need to involve you guys for this yet. So yeah, got game. Alright, good. So now botland bot knows when you whisper it game. And now we need to check to see if you've got a certain number of points. Alright, see you, Walter. Okay, so now we check how many points you have. And the way we've done that before is with this stuff. So we do user to lowercase. Then we do get points for the user. Oh, alright, Walter. Yeah. Catch you later. Alright, so function give pre-beta access, chat name, yeah. Let's do this. So give pre-beta access to chat name. And for now, let's just do this. We're gonna keep doing this step by step. Chat name plus has plus points plus points. Would the chat name be botland bot? No, so the chat name is the sender of the message. It's username.resolve sender. So when I whisper botland bot again, you should see, Adam has 9 points. Okay, we gotta fix that. I think what we did earlier here is we took the lowercase name, and then from that we subtracted points. So let's do that, I suppose. Chat name dot to lowercase. Is that all that I need? Yeah, now it actually has my point total. And yeah, when you guys whisper, you'll see your number of points here too. Eventually this will start taking points from you, so just be careful. Actually, no, I can turn that off for now. And yeah, for anyone who's new to the stream, what I'm working on right now is getting you guys pre-beta access for this game. So if anyone ends up asking about this today, like, oh, what are you working on? Feel free to paste that link in for today. because this shouldn't take longer than a day, I expect, but this is a necessary step. The other necessary steps are the lawyer needs to send me the EULA for you guys, and then I need to actually get a hosting platform. But I have guaranteed that even if I don't get the hosting platform I want, I'll just spend money out of pocket and get it for you guys by the end of this month. So you guys, by the end of this month, will be able to play what you see here. Let me load this up. Alright, localhost 3000. So this is the state of the game right now. Yesterday we put in names above bots. We got hardware configurations. You can now actually customize your bot, and we put in names. I guess I already said that kind of, but you can name your bots too. So yeah, this is what you guys get access to. What have you done in school, university, college, game developing, or what? No, I did computer science in school. Yeah, so let's just leave that for now. Okay, so we check to see if they have enough points, and the number of points required, their points required is based on the day. So we need some way to get the current day in JavaScript. JavaScript get current day. There's ways to format the date, so we're just going to do that, I think. Get day. Oh, I didn't know this existed. Well, that's super easy. I don't usually do a lot of time manipulation stuff, so we can just do this. Yeah, new date, get day. Now it's 3, so that means it indexes Sunday as 0. Okay, yeah. So their current day equals this. If current day equals 0. You know what I should... I wonder if I should make this interface tell you how many points it's going to take first. I guess the bot only really runs when I'm online. So how about I just don't have it give points out on Sunday, because I don't want to screw something up for right now. So we'll just set this to like 1E9. No one will ever get this many points. So points, how about this? On Monday, points required is 100. Oh, we could just do it this way, I guess. Var points required equals, let's say 1E9. Then 100, 90, 80, and then I guess, see, I don't stream on Thursday, but if I ever did, you should still be able to buy points. So I guess let's set it to 65, and then 50, and then I don't stream on the weekends either. So I guess let's set it to 40 on Saturday, or maybe 30, and then I don't know what to do. Oh, that's it. That's 7 days, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, okay, so points required. We're gonna say point requirements. This is sort of a constant, and then var points required equals point requirements per day. Okay. What have you done so far today? I've only been streaming for about 15 minutes, so nothing really. But what I'm working on today is this. So you can click that link and find out. This is all for you guys, like I said. So now we have the points required. Now, if you don't have enough points, if points is less than points required, then we'll just whisper the person. $./w chat name plus you do not have, you have points, but you need points required. Okay, then let's return. So let's set this to some ridiculously high number. Let's see, 0, 1, 2, 3. So we're gonna change this to like, yeah, that. And now when I message the bot, it should say that I don't even have enough points. Well, what's this? Evaluator exception? That's weird. Huh. Okay, let's try this out. So I whisper them the game. You have this many points, but you need that many points. Yep, so that's exactly correct. I wonder... When BotlandBot whispers me, I will end up seeing all of this in chat. I'm trying to think of what's best to do here. What I could do is make a third bot. I might need to do that at some point. It would be another modified Phantom bot. Well, I'll have to consider that. For now, we can just keep doing this. So, if you have enough points, then what we're going to do is whisper Adam13531 with game plus chat name. Now, I believe we did something kind of similar here for this. Yeah. So, yeah, what happens if I run giveaway right now? What does this do? Yeah, okay. That does whisper me. We're probably gonna have to stop that. No, maybe we don't. We'll look into that later. Okay, so for right now, we get game and then chat name, which means I need to modify my bot to do, let's go into token interface. This is currently where everything's running, and it's kind of not the best interface for this. When we get a whisper, so Adam13531 is the sender. Where do we do this? There should be somewhere where I'm handling lights. Oh, Botland bot is who we want the whisper to be. So when we get a whisper from Botland bot, we need to actually handle this. So if the command is game, then we get the user and we say grant pre-beta access to command user. And the other thing we could do is have this take in a number of points that it should cost. Yeah, let's do that too, actually. Hacking Botland bot. Okay, let's do this. Chat name plus space plus points required. So now we'll get two things in here. We'll points required equals split message 2, and we'll parse that as an int. So now, and unfortunately these changes don't take place immediately, so I'm going to need to code all this and then test it. So let's do this. Function grant pre-beta access to username. Is this all lowercase? Message.split, no. So let's just do, what's the JavaScript to lowercase again? A dot to lowercase. Yeah, let's do that. So username and points required. So we need to do a couple things. One is check if they already have access. If so, whisper them their password. Yeah. Then 2, if they don't have access, then grant access, and if that worked, subtract points. Okay. So checking if they already have access means we're going to need a database for this. I think I'm just going to use Mongo because I think it'd be easy to set up. Oh no, then I'm going to need... Man, if I do that, then I would need to have a Mongo daemon running all the time. Which is just one more thing that's going to be running on my system. I spelled grant pre-beta access wrong. Oh, thank you. Alright, see, that's exactly the kind of thing that gives you guys small amounts of points. Okay. So what database do I want here? Well, whatever, I could just use JSON files again. I just don't want this to get out of hand. This is something I can pretty much never show on stream either. The database itself. Like I can show you guys me coding it on stream. Yeah, is there a Node.js SQLite? What is this? There's quite a few modules out there you can use to manage it. I mean, all this really is a better wrapper around the file system than JSON is. Test.db. I don't think I'm gonna use this right now. I I could change this. Let's see, what do they even need in the database? Let's think of what we're going to store. We're going to store their username, their password, their current password. I don't care about storing a set of passwords. And this is just going to be a randomly generated quick. Then there's an expiration time. There isn't even an expiration time, really. I'm wiping out the whole database every Sunday. I guess time created we could put. Not that it really matters. And then points spent if we felt like it. So we really could just put all this into a JSON file. I don't think we're going to need indexes or queries. I think if this channel somehow shot up in popularity and got like 300 viewers every day, we'd probably still be fine with a JSON file. And if that ever changed, then we could just update the database at that point. Because seriously, I think this only needs to save these things. And really, these two, time created and points spent, aren't even needed. You wouldn't have versions. Yeah. JSON wouldn't have versions. Recovery. Yeah, and I'm not actually too concerned about that stuff. Because this is a system just to let you guys have access to the game. See, the reason I don't want to go with SQLite necessarily, well, alright, fine. Let's just go with it. I was going to say I'll be like figuring it out on stream in front of you guys. I've used SQL databases before, but I haven't used them in Node. So I guess what we could do is follow this. Let's look at SQLite 3. Asynchronous non-blocking SQLite 3 bindings. We don't actually really mind if it's synchronous. Oh, we can make an in-memory database. And then what? I guess we need to make one that saves to the file system. Building, testing. Alright, well, let's try this out. Here's what I'll do. I'll make a new project just on the desktop. No, we'll make it in my JavaScript folder. We'll say make their learning SQLite 3. So let's go into here. And then let's do express here. That way we get a like setup project for us. And then we need to install SQLite 3. So let's do that. And then what else do we need? This article kind of talked about one other thing, I think. No, they just use the file system, which is built into Node. fs.exist sync file. Okay, so first of all, this text is like super tiny, and you guys probably can't read it. So all together they have this. Let's take a look at this. So here's what we'll do. We'll go into public JavaScript. Actually, we could put all this into, yeah, let's do that. Bin www, or even app. cd bin. Yeah, we could put this in here. Or we could even require some other file if we want. Well, I'll just throw this at the bottom for now. I just want to test this out. So they check to see cloud dir. I don't want any of that. Let's just do /testdb. I don't like their silly quotation marks. There. So then they check to see if it exists. If it doesn't exist, then they open it for writing. Then they require SQLite 3. They make a database out of it. And what does this do? If not exist. So if we just created the file, then we create a table. Then we can insert into it, finalize db.each. All right, let me take a look at something really fast. Hang on a sec. So somewhere here I wrote, where is this? I have my schema for, oh, here it is. Okay. So yeah, here's what we'll do. We'll create table beta access, or access, I guess. passwords. Let's say beta access. Beta access. And then we'll do this. So we'll do username is varchar80, not null. We should really put this into like a, anyway, let's keep this here for now. And then let's just do password, varchar80, not null. See ya, Adam. Okay, then we want to actually insert into it. So let me take a look at, I took a bunch of SQL notes at some point. This was in like the month before I started this company. There. Alright, now let's take a look. Let's take a look at all my notes. PostgreSQL notes, and SQL follows pretty much the same format. So insert into, let's search for that. Insert row. Insert into movies, name, values, Good Will Hunting. So we want to say insert into beta access, values. Oh wait, no. We want to say let's see, username, password, and the values are just going to be like Adam and hello. So statement.run thing number. What did this used to say? They put a, wait, what? Thing number, whatever. The question mark, I guess, is, yeah, so I'm not familiar with the syntax. All right, let's look it up. SQLite 3 node. Let's check out their GitHub. Oh, it was the first ping result. All right. So, what is this question mark here for? I wonder if that's just how they, when they end up running, each question mark will get replaced with here, and they'll escape it so that you don't have any injection attacks. Well, let's try that out. Who knows? Because I don't know, and that's the whole reason we're making this test. So let's put values, question mark, comma, question mark. And then when we insert into it, let's just do statement.run Adam, hello. Then finalize, then we'll do select row ID as ID. So let's just do star from beta access. And we get a row, so let's just stringify the row. I am not totally sure if this will work, but let's find out. So now we run this. So let's do node www. Port 3000 is already in use. Set port equals 4000. All right. Unhandled error event. No such table beta access. It should have been created here, right? Console.log creating table beta access. Okay, do we have the test database? Let's just delete that test DB. And let's rerun this and then see, we should at least see that it's creating the, oh wow, that worked. Okay, that wasn't so bad. So then when we rerun this, we should have that, we should have 2 rows in there of Adam. Yes, good, okay. So then this is working. This is exactly what I expect. The only thing I'd kind of want is like a SQLite GUI for Windows. But really, who cares? I don't really need that, do I? So let's copy all this. We pretty much got this working. What else do we want to throw into this? We have username, password, I guess time created and points spent in order to create it. We could put that in there too. Let's just kind of keep it simple for now. And we'll go back into this. This is what needs to handle this. So let's put all of this stuff into that file. And at some point this is going to get, you know what we should do? We should have like some sort of database wrapper. Yeah. So let's say this is like database.js, and then we'll put this here. And then we need to Linux. SQLiteBrowser.org. Do like, oh, I see. Cool. Okay, yeah, thanks for letting me know about this. I may or may not use this. It depends on, yeah, I don't want an executable. I'd either want to build it myself or use some portable, well, no. As long as it's not an installer executable, I guess it'd be fine. Okay, so what did I want to do? I wanted to export, so there's, I never remember how to do this in Node. Module exports, Node.js. There are no points for that, roving eye. Module exports versus exports. Apparently I already looked at this a while ago. Okay. Let's do module.exports equals database wrapper. Okay, then we'll make database wrapper, and we're going to do this in ECMAScript 5, so we don't have class keywords, so we'll do it this way. We'll make a database wrapper that just initializes this. So here we'll do, what do we want here? We have the database accessible to us. We could put all this into this file. Yeah, let's do that. Or into this class, I'm saying. So this .db equals new, yep, and this .db.serialize. Now, what is the serialize function exactly? I guess it just, I wonder if this runs it as a transaction. Is there even a begin here? Prepare, then run the statement. What does finalize do? See, I don't know what a lot of this means, and we're not really going to use this database for the game, just for this, so I don't totally need to understand it yet. I just want to be able to use it. Normally I'd say, you know what, roving eye? There's 0 points. Okay, so we have this. We need to do, I guess let's say something like database wrapper.prototype.initialize database equals function. So we need to create this table if it doesn't exist. In fact, how do I want to do this? Hey, coffee kills. And then we need a close function to at some point. So let's put semicolons here. Close database. We'll say this.db.close. Then we can get rid of this line. And I want to create the database if it didn't exist. So let's put this here. I don't want to do the actual insert into yet. Let's take this out. Just put that here for now. Comment it out. Non-followers should accrue less points. I actually wanted it to be that way. I just haven't gotten around to figuring out how to make those options. Like acquire. Oh, hey, Darkstorm. Hey, check it out, Darkstorm. Look at this. So I coded your suggestion. Let me show you. So let me remove this. Come on. Okay, delete. Alright. Oh, whoops. Okay, hang on. Here's what we can do. Alright, cool. So check this out. If I do giveaway 2, it'll print all of the people in chat onto here. And then I can paste that in to the browser window, debug main.giveaway function, and then, oh, what happened? No, I accidentally copied Roving Eye's text. Alright, there we go. So, watch this. This is the new giveaway function. Wait. Oh, it didn't copy the text correctly. Okay, well anyway, there we go. So there, it created a bot for everybody who's in the Twitch chat right now, and it's making them all fight each other. So yeah, you can see them all fight. Are you there? Are you there, Darkstorm? You probably already died. But yeah, that's the new giveaway function. So let's speed this up a bit. What, I died immediately, rigged. Alright, so it's down to Japanese spider crab and Arjun. But they have to go find each other now. They only have a sensor range of 5. Alright, so let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so we just gotta wait. Well, anyway, one of them will win eventually. Let's take a look again at here. I'll put this at the upper right corner so that my face doesn't block it. There we go. 100 coin bet. This turns into like salty bet or whatever that Twitch channel is, just with bots. Okay, so we have the initialize database call, and we can actually do that right when we, let's do that. So this just creates the database if it didn't already exist. And we could have a create table if not exist, so I'm not totally sure why we need to do this even, but that's fine. So then we need to do, we'll expose a couple of other functions. Let's do get username, get user info. Let's do that, get user info, and we get it by username. And so we want to, we don't actually need to query the database every time. What we could do is keep an in-memory version of the entire database. So we could just turn this into like a set user info. Oh nice, Japanese spider crab wins. Token Japanese spider crab. Look at that. That's what victory looks like. You see that? He's happily dancing across the tiles over the blood of his enemies. Not harvesting any of the resources. Who cares about resources? I'm a winner. Arjun says I didn't shoot. You probably died before you could shoot. Alright, Arjun, I don't talk to losers, so you'll have to get permission from Japanese spider crab if you want me to say something to you. So yeah, let's keep this whole thing in memory. So the first thing that we'll do is we will do this, and do we need this inside the serialize function? So we get everything back as rows that we could add into some object. Let's do that. This dot in memory copy equals, God, I'm not happy with this, and I'm spending too long working on it. So in memory copy equals, or dot row dot username equals row, and then let's just return that. Return in memory copy. Now this is probably asynchronous, so I don't think this is gonna work, but let's just try this out. So back here in, oh, I'm gonna need to turn off my bot. Oh, that's gonna screw everything up. Alright, then we gotta test this from a different file entirely. Let's go back into here and let's test it. So we've got to make database wrapper.js. So we need to require where database wrapper equals require dot slash database wrapper. Good. Better luck next year. Anyway, Darkstorm, thank you for the suggestion. Later, Voice of Grog actually suggested exactly the same thing. So you two, great minds think alike. So we have the database wrapper. We need to actually create it, and then we need to close it at some point. So I suppose let's do var database wrapper equals, whoops, new database wrapper. What this should do, this calls initialize, we need to call initialize actually. We need to say something like test output equals database wrapper dot initialize database. I don't think this is going to actually print anything. Test output JSON.stringify test output. This will probably be undefined. So let's run it. No www. DB is not defined. We forgot to write this.db. Let's do that. That equals this. Okay, let's try that now. Test output is nothing. Yeah, so this function needs to be passed in. So let's do that. Callback. And we'll do callback in memory copy. That doesn't make any sense. Well, let's try it. And then we can do this here. I don't know if this is going to return all rows or not, but we can test it. So initialize database, we're going to take in our got database rows function, which we need to write as this in memory copy, let's say. So now we can print out the whole output of the database here. So got database rows prints out this, and then we run that, and we did not get that to work. All right, so what did we screw up here? What is in memory copy at this point? In memory copy. Let's try that out. Yeah, so that's nothing either. When does this get... Yeah, so I guess this is what's returning these rows. We need to... So this is the asynchronous function. That.db.each. And what is the .each here? See, this is what I didn't want to struggle with. I could spend the time like learning this database and doing things correctly. And what I'm trying to avoid is doing exactly that. So I'm doing things like in the hackiest, fastest way possible. And because I haven't read any of the documentation, I don't know what these functions do. So I guess let's take a look. What is the .each function? Where's the API? Here we go. And let's take a look at how this works. So there's a .each function and runs the SQL query with the specified parameters and calls a callback with for each result row. The function returns the database object to allow for function chaining. The signature of the callback is this. So this is returned for every single row. If you know that a query only returns a very limited number of rows, it might be more convenient to use all to retrieve them all at once. And how do we know when this is done? Oh, there's a complete callback. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. So then here's what we could do. We could say this dot in memory copy equals that. So then we also want a complete callback, which is going to be like this dot on complete dot find this. And then we do that there, and then in on complete we can do database wrapper dot prototype dot on complete equals function. I don't know what it even takes in, but at this point at least, oh wait, here's what we can do. We can bind the callback to it also. This callback, so the callback goes here, and now we can do callback with this dot in memory copy. Okay, so if that's all correct, then we can get rid of this, and this should work. Cannot read property bind of undefined. Oh, it's that. Whoops. Where is that? There we go. What? Void Dreamer just pasted something. What? curl-h accept. This is how to get if a user is a follower of a channel. I might not have gotten that whole thing, but out of curiosity, Void Dreamer, why are you sending that to me? Okay, hang on. I'm reading chat right now. Tested your. And yeah, I need to outsource the actual bot stuff. The problem. So this was not me necessarily working on. So the normal chatbot stuff was. That's fine. I actually probably should have outsourced that more than I did, and I should continue to do that. But this is for the pre-beta access stuff, and yeah, let me paste that in chat again. Actually, this is what I'm working on and why. Okay, so we finally got this. This is our entire in-memory copy of all this stuff. We have Adam as username, Adam, and has a password. Okay, good. So at this point, we know for sure that it's got initialized correctly. So we want this same database wrapper to be in the other file. Now we just need to do one other thing. Database wrapper dot prototype dot save user or add user equals function. We take in a username, a password, and that's it for right now. And we're going to do the same thing that we did before. So we had a serialize, and we have this. And we don't really care if this worked or not. So this is going to be username, and this is going to be password, and that's it. Yeah. Okay, so let's try this out. We're going to say, oh, and we also probably need a clear database function. How do we do that? Oh, yeah, we just delete the database. Okay. So here's what we'll do. We, at this point, actually have all of the database rows, so we can do something like database wrapper dot add user Adam2 password and Adam3, and we need to write our own add user function. So var in memory copy equals null. We set our in memory copy to the one that was passed in. Database rows. Good. Then we wrap that by doing this, username and password. We say in memory copy username equals, and we want to keep this same sort of thing here, user underscore name and password. So username, and password. And then we want to persist it to the database. Add user, username, password. Okay, so then instead of calling this, we call it this, and let's try that out. So at that point, we can verify if we were to do this again. In-memory copy should contain the new users, and then the database should contain them the next time around. DB is not defined. That's because I meant to write this.db. What's going on in chat? Oh, spam deleted. Oh, Void Dreamer. Oh, I see why you sent me that. Okay. No, what I meant by I didn't know how to do this is PhantomBot I think already has that functionality in it, and I just didn't look at the command to enable it. And this red light looks like it's really distracting, but it's not so bad. I guess it is kind of when you think about it, but I just don't think about it. All right, and then we have what else? That should be that. Okay. All right, so we added 2 users, and we got those here and here. Good. And now the next time we run this, we'll have an extra 2 users. Yeah, so we got the database rows that we had before, and then we didn't add 2 more. Got database rows. Is here. Adam2, Adam3. That's strange. So it was... Oh, right, because I only allow there to be one of each kind of user. So I can add someone as many times as I want. But it won't update them in the database, actually. So if I did want to modify that, which I don't right now, but let's try it out. So if I change these passwords to something like just foo, then the in-memory copy will have it modified, but then, oh no, that will work? Yeah, okay, fine, cool. But that's because the database now has just multiple rows, and the last ones are ones that are getting accepted. So I do want to make this update at some point, but I'm going to write that for now. Here's what we do. This should update the user if it already exists. Is there red light equals angry typing or angry Adam? Okay, is there an upsert? Like, can I update the user if it exists? But let's see, SQLite upsert. Does this exist? This will update 2 of the columns. Insert or replace into employee. Yeah, I don't think this is important for right now. Right, as long as the newest password is always what's respected. You know what we could do? We could just run a remove from database first. Yeah, what if we did that? Is it remove or is it delete? It's delete from beta access where username equals question mark. And then we want to run it there. And then we want to, okay, so this is going to be the delete statement. Okay, so now when we rerun this, we get all of the different copies the first time around, but when we re-added them, it should have deleted all of them except for one. Okay, that worked. Yep, okay, cool. So good, this actually updates ghetto upsert. Is SQLite any different in syntax from what? Okay, yeah, so, and we just needed to wrap this add user so that our copy is kept intact. In MySQL, you can use update table, set password value equals. So you could do that here too, but if that fails because there's no existing row, then you need to call insert after, right? Anyway, I'm not too concerned with this stuff. I feel like this is fine. This is our database wrapper. Sure, it's not great, but we'll have loaded everyone in. So now let's just try something really quickly. What if we added a whole bunch of different users? So for I equals 0, I is less than 10,000. We won't ever have that many because this is not like a game database or something. So when we add in 10,000, yeah, I guess it works. Now it should got database rows. It was returning nothing. Where is that printing from 2 places? No, why did that happen? Del test database. Let's try one more thing here. Let's just try adding 5 users, I guess. If we run this, database rows are nothing. Yeah, that's getting hit twice. Why is that getting hit twice? Or, yeah, that is strange. In-memory copy, and then we do it a second time. Am I accidentally calling a function twice? Initialize database. This calls the callback, and it only does it. Oh, whoops. That's why. Okay, yeah, we were accidentally calling it twice. Okay, there we go. What's my CPU? It is this, i7, 2.67 gigahertz. And what's my CPU usage? It's non-trivial. Do you use one of those bar stool type seats? No, I have a normal computer chair. Hang on, let me see if I can show you guys this. I have a normal computer chair. It's just, I'm not, when I'm standing, I don't tend to use it. Sorry, that was the dumbest statement I've ever said in my life. What I meant is, when I have my desk raised, I don't tend to use like a stool or something like that. When I'm standing, I don't tend to be sitting. Haha, guys. Haha. I love tautologies. Okay, I think this is good. So we keep it in memory copy and we have this. So then this is what we need to put into our Atom handler. Let's do that here. Or rather, where did? Oh, I see. Okay, so we need this here. And then we need, well, we can put this down here so that it's obvious where this code's coming from. But this is going to be a different file name. So let's call this database wrapper.js and let's get rid of database. And then let's make use of it. Good. So paste all this into app.js. And we can throw this up here. So our in-memory database. And when we add a user, all right, good. And this is not needed any longer. So the only thing we need to do is make sure that we get the database rows before we carry on. Which, here's how we can kind of hack this. It's not the smartest thing I've ever done. We can say num IRC connections needs to be 3. So this is now not just IRC connections. When we get the database, we're going to treat it as though we just connected to something. And we're not going to print out the rows in the database. Actually, no, we should do that. But eventually we should stop doing it. So then num IRC connections needs to be defined before we do this. So let's put this up here. Cool. See ya, Miss Visser. So profound. Okay, so if we rerun this now, we should have this in-memory copy of the database. Let's change this to in-memory. Excuse me. I wonder if I sneeze at the same time every day. I should plot sneezes per minute. See if there's a spike at each time. So we have the in-memory database. Now when we go to add a user, so here's where Botlandbot has some game function pre-beta access. What do I call this? There it is. So pre-beta access. So check if they already have access. So if in-memory db, oh, and every time we add a user, we got to make sure that we're doing this. Let's do username equals username.to lowercase. So all of our users will always be lowercase. Yeah. So what was I doing this from? Pre-beta access. So if in-memory db username, then we can say something like user info equals this. Yeah. So if user info, then just whisper them the password. So we'll do, how do I whisper here? wclient whisper, here we go. So let's whisper username and we'll say you already have a password. You already have access. Your password is Now for all of you who are wondering, why are you saving passwords in plain text? Why are you whispering passwords? This is just for the pre-beta access. Your password is just a random number basically, and your password gets deleted every week. And if this got shared out, guess what? You lose nothing. So it's not a big deal. Sinoi says, hey Adam, why are you red? So I'm red because someone set my lights to red on a submarine today, that's why. Let's do this. Let's do another giveaway. We'll check this out. So our giveaways are super awesome now. except for I want to see why does sometimes this pace as a single line and sometimes it pace as many lines. I don't really know why. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to run this through debug main dot giveaway. Boop. So here are all of you from chat. You're now in the arena, and actually 2 of you died already because you were unlucky. And you're being run through botland. Let's see. Oh, Darkstorm is an island, but No Man is an island. You got Chucky Toe, you got Roving Eye, Arjun. Arjun and Tenbroya for some reason are always very lucky in that regard. Okay, also I just realized Laser 1 is shot from far away, but is not the killing blow. Laser 2 is the killing blow and is shot from closer. Alright, who do we have left? Darkstorm, Roving Eye, and Queb. Well, let's speed it up. There. Oh, they were very close to seeing each other. Is there going to be an API to allow me to do the opposite of pursue? So there was an API for that in the prototype, but it wasn't very good because there are always so many things going on in the arena where retreating is not necessarily something you want. I don't know. Anyway, yes, there might be. Okay, so it's Roving Eye versus Darkstorm. Here it is. The final battle. Darkstorm wins. Token Darkstorm. Congratulations. You've joined the Winners Club. Right there with Japanese Spider Crab. Unable to connect. Alright, let's just let that. Okay, so your password is userinfo.password, and then we can return here. And if you don't, then we can do generate a new password. So the way we're going to do this is the same way that I generate tokens in the light control server. Here. So somewhere here I have a generate token function. Where do I do that? Where do I do that? Was that in the token server? No. Token interface? I don't remember where I put this. Oh, here it is. Yeah, and here's where we use crypto too. So let's see. Get token. So this attempted to get 8 bytes of pure randomness, cryptographically random numbers, and if we didn't have enough entropy for that, then we just did a pseudo random. So we're gonna do the same sort of thing here. Let's just take this function, and we'll write a here it is. So we'll call this generate password. Oh man, I got there. Okay, so password equals this, and we're gonna make them, let's say, 12 characters long. Return password. Remember, if you guys ever guessed this or you lost your password, it's fine. This is not like losing a password to a normal account. This is like a temporary account. Yeah, Tyron, you could totally write one. And I do plan on providing one eventually, but it's just hard to do right, I think. Because what if you run into this situation, the whole out of the frying pan into the fire thing. Let's say I'm going to draw tiles as just circles. So these are tiles. Okay, and you have an enemy here, and an enemy here, and you are here. So the problem with this is, if you say retreat, you're going to retreat so that you're in the exact same position you were in before, 2 spaces away from an enemy. So that's why I don't know, like, I don't want to give this function and then people use it and they're like, yeah, it doesn't do what I want it to do. So I'm not totally sure what to do. Wait, fill grid click? Is there... What? Coffee kills. What are you talking about? Is there some way to do this that I don't know about? Yeah, Tyrant, then go up or down. But I guess what I was getting at is, okay, so what if there are enemies like all around you? And I suppose that might only happen in a free-for-all. In a team-based battle, you might be close enough to your team where you'd be able to retreat easily. Okay, so crypto is being used. Good. Then we have generate password. So here's what we'll do. We will say var new password equals generate password. Then we'll do add user, username, new password. Now, that's kind of all we need to do. So to do, tell the cloud, the game server about this new user. Get an ACK. But we don't have a game server yet, so we can't do that. But now we can whisper wclient.whisper botland bot, and we want to say points plus points required. Okay. Janibal says, why didn't you check for duplicate random passwords? Are those passwords bound to your username? You never check for duplicated password? Wait, what? Like, what are you guys trying to protect against here? So these passwords, if they're ever duplicated, like let's say we generated the same random string 2 times, if we ever did that and 2 users got the same password, that's totally fine. Wait, what? Why have pursue and retreat APIs, but rather have an API that lets me detect a bot and direction, then let me use the results of that to decide which way to move? Yeah, so there will be, what you're asking for will probably be in the game, like almost definitely. It's planned. I just need to make sure there's no like weird issues with it. Oh, I thought it was just a token and no username at all. Oh, I see, okay. Yeah. Yeah, duplicated usernames shouldn't be an issue because Twitch, they're your Twitch username. So I just take your Twitch username, and if you have the same Twitch username as someone else, then that's a problem with Twitch, I think. So, alright, for me to test this, I gotta keep restarting this server, which is gonna be very obnoxious. Okay, well, let's restart it. Let's try this out. How is my light changing color? So that's a system that, can't find SQLite 3. npm install, I gotta do this fast, SQLite 3, save. My lights are changing color, they're Philips Hue bulbs, and then I spent a few days writing a whole bunch of software on top so that when people follow me, they get a link to control my lights for 45 seconds. And so my lights are changing color because people are changing them. I don't actually know who's doing that right now. I could check. So let's run this. Alright, we gotta have all of this stuff connect. It's gonna hopefully say created a database. In-memory DB, yeah, there we go. Unfortunately, we just need to keep restarting this until everything connects. You need to make a bang lights command we can use to explain it to people. Yeah, I wanted to put like a whole architecture of how I did it online. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Okay, here we go. So IRC clients have connected. So now, if I modify, where did I do this? Yeah, here. So if I modify the points required so that, who has the most points? Tyron does with 781. So then I'll set this to 1500 for now. That way you guys don't accidentally like waste all your points. And here's what we'll do. We will do /w botland bot game. And what we should see, did I lose points? I should have lost points. Oh no, this is bad, because now everyone who tries to follow me, I think this is going to screw up. Anyway, we got an error, no such table beta access. The database wrapper should have created it. Did I never call initialize database? No, I did initialize database. And it should have tried creating it. Creating table beta access. Did that never happen? That's weird. That is weird. Well, let's try this again. And this time, let's delete the test database, I suppose. Test DB. Okay, so hopefully this actually connects because it has, okay, good, it did. So what I'm gonna do is, yeah, I'll write this down. Add information about my lights to the stream somewhere. I can't type today. So I'll say architecture drawing and perhaps how people control them, giveaways, and following. Okay, so we've connected. Now let's try this one more time. Okay, cool. So if I do bang points, I have the last three numbers are 844. So when I whisper the bot, I should have 1,500 points fewer. I don't. Okay, let's see what happened. So botland bot, well, pre-beta access. I whisper botland bot with points required. Oh, I forgot a username. Whoops. Okay, so it's user is the first arg and then points to subtract is the second arg. So points plus username plus space plus points required. Okay. So that should be it for now. And I should have a password, which actually should have been whispered to me. Oh no, I never whispered it. Oops. Oops. Okay. So let's also whisper the username. Let's whisper them with, also, is this always lowercase? Yeah, good. Okay. So let's whisper the user with your password is, and then we'll say password, new password. And then how do I differentiate? I guess I just put a hyphen, play the game at http bot.land.play. No, .play/play. Which this URL doesn't exist yet, so don't bother going there. I'll show you guys. There's nothing there. If you just go to bot.land, there will eventually be something here. But do I use TMI for my bot? Yes, I do. And this is something that CloudRaiser and Metsudo helped write the original version of. Actually, you know what? I'm going to sit down. Hang on, let me lower my desk. Yeah, I did get the domain. Okay, so let's restart this, and then let's run this again. And now we should have this kind of working. So it should generate a password, and let's try it out. So I'll whisper botland bot with game, and I get that I wanted to spend on the game, and then it says you can't whisper to yourself. But that's fine. It won't work for me, but then it says you already have access, your password is 61AA2 blah 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 blah. Which, by the way, that looks like more than 12 characters, doesn't it? It is. What is this doing? Generate password. Random bytes 12. Yeah, something's definitely wrong there. You already have access. Your password is... How did it generate... How many characters is that? That's 24 characters. Did I accidentally generate one twice? Password is buff.toString hex. I wonder if it's just in converting it to hex that it... Well, let's try this out. So let's run node, and we'll do var crypto equals require crypto. And now let's do crypto dot random bytes 12, and we'll say buff equals that. Buff dot toString hex. Oh, it's just okay. Because each byte is really 2 hex characters. All right, so then we only want this to be 6, so that it generates. Each byte is 2 hex characters in a string, so this will generate passwords of length x times 2. Okay, there we go. Now we'll have them chat. Yeah, it's because it's hex. Okay, yeah. And hey, Wanakus. Okay. So, yeah, that's good. So if this were not me doing this and other people were doing this, then they would be able to get links. Now, we need to make sure that no one ever accidentally does this before I actually have something up and running. So first, we need to change all these things. So this should be 80, but what we're going to do is we're going to set all of them to 1E9. Doesn't matter if I added too many, but I think I added 7. Okay, good. So now, no matter what, even I won't have enough. So if I do this, it says you have, oh, that's actually a problem. It says I have, okay, yeah, here's the problem. You have a certain number of points, but you need a certain higher number. I need some way for it to tell me my password if I already got one. Fine. So I suppose I could make a function like else if message dot equals ignore case password. This will just be like a password reminder, I guess. Then we'll just say password to Adam13531. Password chat name. Okay. And then when we get this on the other side, we just need to handle it correctly. So there was grant pre-beta access when we got game, but when we get password, oh, and we also need this to be 2, I think. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so command user. So remind user of password. And this is going to be a relatively simple function because we've already kind of written it here. We can just say this. Remind user of password username. So we check to see if they're there. You already have access. Your password is this. Otherwise, whisper them. You do not actually have access. You lose access each week. Obtain it by whispering. Let's just do this with, and we'll say /w botland bot game. Okay. Good. Now we just need to restart this one more time. And then this should be pretty much ready. The only other thing we'd have to do is call out to the actual server running the game with the password database. So let's try this out. I can now whisper botland bot with password, and it says you already have access and your password is blah. Okay, so one of you guys should try whispering botland bot with password. Just do this. And you literally type password. And I should see something printed in my console here that says you don't have access. Get it by typing /w botland bot game. Okay, yeah. You do not actually have access. You lose access each week. Obtain it with /w botland bot game. And by the way, thank you everyone who did that. It's funny. This is the whole reason I did this, is so that it wouldn't spam chat every time people wanted to manage their accounts. But you can see it is spamming me, so I'm going to need to make a new user for this. But yeah, cool. All right, nice. So yeah, that was the first step. What was the other step here? So code the Bang Botland system. When you whisper Botland bot with game, make sure they have enough points. If they do have enough, then whisper me with game username. Use good coding practices. Adam should be the one to send it out. Actually, so I should, at some point, I should write this after. I'll do this tonight, I think. I'll make a new username. Yeah, so make new username, Botlad, who is responsible for running my light control server. I don't know. I gotta figure that out. Can the bot not reply? So here's the issue that I have with PhantomBot. PhantomBot is running some like it's running in a Java environment, and then JavaScript is just the scripting language they used into the Java environment. No, I think what, oh man, I got an eyelash in my eye or something. I think what Hayanar is saying is why can't I just use one single bot to do all of this? And the problem is that I need database access, and from that Java environment I can't just use random node modules, and I don't want to modify all the Java code in the bot. I'm not totally happy with PhantomBot. I really should have written my own. Can we move the token bot into the PhantomBot? So we could. Yeah, we could. We will, but again, I think part of the issue is the PhantomBot stuff is not running in Node, so we don't have requires. We can't call out to random APIs. We have to modify the Java side of this. Okay, anyway, I think that's good. TMI.js is the Twitch API node thing. Yeah, and you know what, maybe I will eventually give this to you guys. I think Botland, there's no real reason to use PhantomBot. I could make it all in Botland. I could make my own system. Think of offloading this responsibility to Chad. Who wants support PhantomBot to Node? Yeah, so TMI.js is already in use for the token bot. The thing is, PhantomBot does a couple of things now that I would need to that would need to be coded. So one of them is the point system. There's that, and then there's also some moderating features. So, and yeah, I don't ever know what happened to CloudRaiser. He just disappeared. So what else do we have here? And again, for anyone new coming in, I am currently working on the pre-beta features, so that by the end of this month, you guys will have access to the pre-beta of Botland. Botland's not coming out for like a year and a half, so pre-beta makes it sound like, oh, he's practically a beta. No, I'm nowhere near beta. I'm like a year away from beta. That's why this is called pre-beta. So, alright, we've got that. Need a database for this. Done. Let people know that they need whispers enabled. If you don't have whispers enabled, can you send out whispers on Twitch? Because, yeah, weird. Huh. Yeah, I don't know about that. Okay, but anyway, once we get that, you've sent out. So where is this? Adam Handler. Once we have this pre-beta access, we can do this. We can do $.say chat name has been granted, has purchased. Should I say purchased? It makes it sound like you're spending real money. Pre-beta access. Find out more by typing. No, I shouldn't say find out more. I should just tell you what the more is. It's purchase pre-beta access using, I'll say, points required, loyalty points. If you want access to whisper, type this, /w botland bot game. If we wrote our own bot, we could also move the points into the database or something with a Twitch login API business so that you can request the game time and then just use your Twitch login info to access it. Can you get us into PM? I'll just say bot. Has bot access using this many loyalty points? If you want access, to type this /w botland bot game. Okay, so good. So we can't actually implement this system until we have a hosting platform. So we're kind of just done with that for right now. Let them know the point breakdown. Oh, I should say, this should be in quotes, and I should say, for more information, type, go to http bot.land/pre-beta. Okay, so let's I don't like this. It's only when they actually purchase it that I should do this. So here's what I really should do. Let's do this. Botland bot, advertise, username, points required. Or we could just check to see if the last word is advertise. Advertise. There we go. Let's do that. Now we'll get an advertise message when you actually spend the points. So let's go into the handler, and when we get handle subtract points, we can also get an optional reason. Opt reason equals args2. So in that case, we can do this. If opt reason equals advertise, then we can say that you bought loyalty, or you bought this. So user is this, and points to subtract is this. Okay, good. Now I just need to restart this. What is this? You could probably get people in the stream to fund a decent VPS for a few months for the pre-beta. So that's my fallback plan. My primary plan is that Microsoft accepts me into the BizSpark program, and then I would have a bunch of free credit. If I don't, then I'll just spend the $10 a month and get like a DigitalOcean or Linode or something like that. Wait, what? Orange posted Node Phantom bot? Node and Phantom Twitter bot. Wait, this is for Twitter though, right? Maybe it's this way. Yeah, Phantom bot had a lot of issues. I had to really like shut it down, which is why making a new bot would make sense, so that I get exactly the functionality that I want in the way that I want it. So I've got to think about this. And today is one of the few days that I haven't started by coding Botland stuff. This is the stuff that I'm doing for Botland, which I'll just paste this in another time. Like that explains what I'm doing today, but I just pasted it in the chat. So okay, let's test this out. What we're gonna do is we'll close the token bot down, we'll delete the test database, and then we'll restart this. And what should happen is I should be able to buy access to the game. So let's change all these to 1500 and put that there. I should really make this much better. See, I haven't been focusing my efforts at all on, oh man, can't start both the clients, and the reconnect logic is so flaky. I just gotta wait for this to work. Oh, there it goes. Okay, that's fine. So now I can do /w botland bot game, and it should advertise it to me. It did not, but I did whisper points Adam13531 1500 advertise. So what did I screw up here? Handle subtract points, and then it should have print line. No, it didn't even. points, Adam13531. Where did this happen? Oh, sub points. Oh man, I've been whispering the wrong thing. Okay, let's do this. So it's sub points. Yeah, now we can restart this and try one more time. And then I don't care, I'm moving on because I wanna get past this. So let's see, don't let them spend anything if they already have a password. That is done. Let them get their password if they forgot. That's done. Alright, let's try this one more time. Ah, oh, darn it. It already gave me access. So I need to do this from another account that actually has 1,500 points. Okay, hang on. Let's do this. Points give Tyrandaz 1,500. So can you type /w botland bot game, please? You're about to spend those 1,500 points. Alright, so that apparently didn't work. You got the password, but your points are... Oh no, it did subtract your points. What? What happened? It has advertise right here, but advertise apparently didn't do anything. Reason 2. If it's oh, whoops, that's right, because this has to be dot equals lowercase, or ignores case. Okay, that's the problem. Alright, let's try this one more time then. So I'll just delete the test database so that I don't need to do this. This is part of the reason why I think PhantomBot is annoying to use. This is not a JavaScript string necessarily. It's like a Java string that you're making use of through JavaScript. So you can't just check to see if it's equal to advertise because it's not even of type string, it's of type object. Okay, let's fix this up. I'll move on. So what else do we have here to do? Let them know the point breakdown. That's something that should eventually be on pre-beta. So the last thing we're going to need to do today is modify pre-beta to include all details of the pre-beta program, including commands like /w bot and bot password. Okay, so now I should be able to whisper this thing bot game, and it should advertise to everybody now. Good. Adam13531 has bought pre-beta access using 1,500 loyalty points. If you want access to, type this. For more information, go to pre-beta. Alright, that's perfect. And then we'll set the amount of points needed back up to like basically infinite because there's no game yet to play. So where did I put this? It should be in Adam Handler. Yeah, here we go. So we'll just put this here. And then I should have gotten a whisper with the password. Yes, your password is this. Play the game at. Alright, cool. And if I try whispering again, then it should say, it says I don't have enough points, but if I try whispering it with password, then you have access and there's your password. Great. Alright, that's all done and good. So point breakdown is done. Needs to be able to update passwords on a VM somewhere in the cloud. That still needs to be done. Make sure to uglify the code. We're about to do that. That'll actually be our first botland task for the day. And then we'll get to some of these other things too. So let's start this out. So uglifying the code. Let's get gulp uglify. I've never used this before, so we're going to kind of learn this together, and then we'll test this out. So gulp uglify. Uglify, by the way, is a minifier. So we want to get gulp uglify. And what do we need to do this on? The client. So let's go into Botland client. Let's install gulp uglify. You changed DB? Roving, I'm not sure what you're asking exactly. I'm using SQLite, but yeah, I'm using SQLite. And hey, Pizza Ninja Juice. Welcome to the channel. Alright, so we're actually getting to normal stuff you'd watch on this stream. So anyone new to the channel who started watching what I just did, I don't typically do that. I don't typically mess around with chat bots on stream. I did for the first 2 days of the stream, and then I stopped. But this is to give you guys pre-beta access. And hey, Dapsido. Okay. What are we gonna do? We have gulp uglify. Next we need to just make use of it. So how does this work? We require it, and then we have a task called compress. So let's do that exact same thing, because that sounds pretty reasonable to me. Shared gulp file. We require this, and then we'll just add a new task. Gulp.task compress function. And what does it look like? It looks like this. Now what we explicitly want here is for it to do dist/bundle.js and not give you guys the source map. That would be horrendously bad. And where we pipe it to is dist, I suppose. I don't know, let's just try this. I don't know what's gonna happen. Gulp compress. And let's take a look at botland client dist. Does it turn into like compressed.js or dist.js or what? Cannot find module gulp uglify. I just installed it, didn't I? npm install save dev gulp uglify. What? npm list gulp uglify. This should be able to locate it. Yeah, there it is. What? Can't find gulp uglify. Wait, what? What's going on? Did I accidentally name this the wrong thing? No, it's uglify. What? Does this need to be in the shared folder? Botland shared? No, there's no. Okay, let's just look through node modules. Maybe for some reason this doesn't exist. Node modules. Gulp. Oh, it doesn't exist. How's that possible though? I did save dev, didn't I? What? There's gulp uglify. What do I need to do? npm install or something? I don't understand what save dev does if it doesn't actually install it. Should be installed with -g. That's JS hint. What? Okay, I'm very confused right now. Hey, IMONs. What's happening here? We're working on pre-beta stuff. I will show you right now sort of what the game is about though. Botland is a strategy game that focuses on automation. So the game's actually playing itself right now, but if you want to interact with it, you can do so by making a bot. So you can, well, when I say you, I mean you will eventually be able to. You can't actually do it yet. So you can make a bot. You specify what kind of hardware you want, so lasers and missiles and harvesting. I don't have more yet, but there will eventually be things like artillery and cloaking. So first you customize what you want, and then you actually write code for that bot and you deploy it into the arena. So here I can deploy a bunch of bots if I want. Now if you don't know how to code, you can use something called Blockly, which is here. So this will let you just visually, you could just drag snippets of code onto the canvas here, and as long as pieces connect, then you've pretty much written valid code. So here's a script that will find the closest enemy and then try shooting them with lasers, and if you can't because they're too far away, it'll move closer to them, and if you can't because there's no enemy, then it'll just move randomly. And that's it. And you deploy them into the arena and you let them kind of just run themselves, and yeah, that's the game in a nutshell. It could be installed globally. What installing it globally does, puts it into your C/program files /node. It puts it in, whoops, Node.js. It puts it into here. So gulp uglify would end up going into this folder, which I don't actually want because it's not a requirement for everything. It's just a requirement for this project. So somehow this got into a dev dependent. You know what we should do? Let's just. Or, oh, I see. Maybe what you guys are saying is that it needs to be installed globally for save dev to be able to use it? No, that wouldn't make any sense though. Is there like an install dev npm help? It wouldn't make sense for that to even exist. Let's look up npm save dev. I've used this a bunch of times, and the way I always thought it worked was it puts it, where is it? Yeah, so it puts the file into your package.json, the descriptor I mean, and it did, and then it installs it into Node modules. But I don't see that happening, which I find strange. Save dev. Package will appear in your dev dependencies. If someone's planning on downloading and using your module in their program, then they probably don't need to download and build the external. Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh. So how do you install the dev dependencies? Dev dependencies? If npm install is run in your project, all dev dependencies in package.json will be installed. But if you package your project as a new npm package and publish it, so yeah, npm install should have. It should have put Gulp Uglify in here. Wait, it should have put it in here, right? And it's not. Did it put it into here? Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah. Hang on a second. That's happened one too many times. You're gonna tape this, and it'll never happen again. It's reversed for some reason. All right, this is a mess of tape. Hang on a second. All right, I can't find the real tape, so we're not gonna tape this. Sorry, this desk just like slammed backwards, or the chair I mean. Okay, so I made a stupid mistake here. This actually did work how I expected it to, but what I meant to do is install it here. So let's do npm install save dev gulp uglify. We put this, what happened is there's a pin on the side of this chair. I don't know if you guys can even see it. And when that tiny little pin gets pulled out, then now the chair will actually like go all the way back. And so when you don't expect that to happen, your knee slams up against the bottom of the desk. No, Dirk, what I did, I accidentally installed it to the wrong folder. So that was just me being stupid. So we need to go into client now, and we need to uninstall it from here. So let's open up package, and we'll just get rid of that. And then I'll just manually uninstall it, because I don't need this in this. So gulp uglify. There. Delete. Cool. Okay, then we can run gulp compress. And let's see what happens, because like I said, I've never run Uglify before. Okay, so now it's actually working. You can find the require, and it should be taking bundle and then minifying it. Bundle is unfortunately 3 megabytes, because it's the transpiled code from Babel, but it contains all of our code. So if this can compress, oh, it worked, okay. But it didn't save it as a new file, so we need to save it as a different file, I think. Where's compress? Here. So let's do dist / bundle compressed.js. And in the meantime, no, actually, let's do, darn it. All right, well, we gotta run gulp watch then. So let's close out of some of these things. Gulp watch is gonna take a while. And we can close out of this stuff too. And that. And where's the client running? Here's where it's running, so let's put this here. Yeah, from 3 megabytes down to 800 kilobytes. Yeah, and then this file will look very different from what it used to be. So now it'll be a bunch of like single letter variable names. Bundle.min.js. Yeah, that actually makes more sense than bundle compressed. Okay, this is not gonna load. Let's just close that. And yeah, we will change it to. Okay, so that worked. Let's go into botland client, and we'll do gulp compress, and we will change that actually to bundle.min.js. Thanks, Wanakis. All right, this will compress it, and it'll store it as a new file, hopefully, assuming I got the syntax correct. So what we're going to eventually do, yeah, so that worked. Oh, it saved it in a folder. Oh, man. How do you just save it as a file? Gulp dest. I guess it'll always treat this as... Oh, actually, you know what? There's something I did here a while ago. Yeah, base. I think if I did this, I could... No, I don't know, whatever. It's fine if it gets saved into a folder or not. I'll just do this. I'll do dist/compressed. And this will save it in the compressed folder. So when we rerun this, we'll get... Well, let's just let that run. I don't really care. And then there's a way to rename a file. And I think there's something called gulp util. But anyway, let's see. Gulp rename file. Gulp rename. Let's see. Do I even want to do this? Gulp util. Do I have gulp util? Gulp-util. Oh, I'm already using it. So then, if this does have a way to rename files, I thought this had a way. New file, no-op buffer. Apparently it does not. Well, I don't really care right now. This is fine. So now we have, in compressed, we have bundle. Let's take a look at this just to see what it is. Oh, you know what? This may never load. This may have that same syntax highlighting issue that we had before. So let's load it as... Alright, here's what we're going to do for a second. We're going to say syntax highlighting is going to be set to JavaScript next for a second, and then we'll try loading this. Nope, it's not that. I guess the other one crashed Sublime. This is just hanging it. Maybe we should just turn syntax highlighting off. I don't know if it's a syntax highlighter or not. Where's plain text? Plain text, here we go. Let's try that. We should just be able to open this file now. We still cannot. That's weird. Okay, well, there's one other thing we can do. So let's load it in just Notepad. I just want to take a look at this. Oh, Notepad is choking on this too. Why is that? It's not like this is... I mean, sure, this is probably 852 kilobytes of just pure data, as opposed to a whole bunch of... Okay. I wonder if the browser is going to have any issues with this. Oh, goodness. Okay. Next, what we need to do is we need to try serving this up. So let's go into index.jade, and where we see bundle, let's change this to dist/compressed/bundle. And now when I load up Botland, so right now we have source, and we can go into the arena and everything. We're about to lose all of this when I refresh, and that's what we expect to happen. So let's do Control O. We just have JavaScript compressed. No, that's not right. Pixie. So if I try typing arena, we don't have it. Okay, good. So all we have is bundle.js, which is compressed. And hopefully Chrome can show us this. All right, good, it did. So yeah, here's our new code. 800 kilobytes is huge. Remember, this is transpiled code, so there's going to be a whole lot of like boilerplate stuff that just keeps showing up, but it also contains a whole bunch of vendor libraries like Pixie, which is like 20,000 lines of code, I think, or maybe even more. Blockly, which is a lot of code. 2.8 megabytes down to 800 kilobytes. And let's just take a look. Oh, and then it also contains all of our node module code. So this is just how Browserify and Babel works. I don't think this is like my code necessarily being silly here. So let's take a look. If we go into JavaScript, our vendor code is all 2.4 megabytes. So the vendor code alone is like crazy. And Blockly compressed, the compressed code is 600 kilobytes because they're using the Clojure library, and the way that it compresses the Clojure library is by putting in all of the different Clojure modules that you actually included. And then Pixie is 800 kilobytes. So yeah, in the submarine again. Who is doing that? LM or IM? That's an L? Oh, LM ons? I thought it was an I. Huh. Yeah, definitely different from 2.8K. Yeah, so here's Blockly compressed. Blockly compressed has all of the Google APIs defined here. And unfortunately, because of how ECMAScript 5 modules work, they needed to just change the global namespace. So this, once you're using ECMAScript 6, could get much more compressed. But they can't use it yet. Okay, so we uglified it. That's fine. That's great. Now we need to put licenses into the code. Oh, no, don't worry. LMONs, that's the whole reason. When people follow, like you just followed, you get control over my lights, feel free to change them to red. That's why I let you guys do that. Now you can't tell what color my shirt actually is. Okay, so put licenses in. This is kind of tedious, and we just have to do it. So somewhere in here, I have, let me look at my to-do list. I have something about licenses in here. It is here, license. Make sure any licenses still appear in the source code. So we need to do this. And then is there anywhere else that I mentioned licenses? No. Links should suffice instead of the entire license text. Note that the closure library requires a notice.txt somewhere if I don't want to go the route of putting the license into each file. I might be able to use some sort of header function in the minification step or whatever build tool. Apache says I need to state changes. Oh boy. Okay, so Tyron says, Adam, when someone's time runs out, could you make the lights reset back to a more normal color? I was thinking of doing something sort of like that, where if after 5 hours of just being idle, it reset to being normal. Maybe we'll make some of those changes today. So, make lights go back to normal after, let's say, 2 to 5 minutes of idleness. I think it's more interesting when they don't reset. Cat license, txt, minified JS, minified with license. Yeah, so that would, if I had license.txt, the point is, like, first I need to generate license.txt. And unfortunately, I'm using a lot of different things that require just different, just have different requirements, I guess. So like Apache 2.0 says I need to state what changes I made. So we're about to form license.txt. So let's start by looking through our code base. We know we're using Blockly, so let's go take a look at their license. I think this was Apache 2. License, yeah, code samples are Apache 2. Where's the GitHub for Blockly? Blockly GitHub. Yeah, here. Here's where they had their license. I thought, what? Come on, I could have sworn this was copying. What is this? Yeah, Apache version 2. Here we go. Okay, and then we use DRDL legal. And we take a look at Apache 2. This one. And I read through this before. So, must include copyright describes whether the original copyright must be retained. So the original copyright was Google's, and it should be up here somewhere. Wait, do they have a copyright? Work shall mean, it's indicated in the contribution, grant a copyright license. You must retain, in the source form of any derivative works that you distribute, all copyright, patent, trademark, and attribution notices from the source form of work, excluding those notices that do not pertain to any part of the derivative works. But where is their copyright then? Like, where do I find? Yeah, it's BRB lunch, I think. Token says, how can I change the light? If you've already followed me, Token, then the only way to do it is to win a giveaway. And hey, Angelo Sky. So I need to find their copyright, which maybe they didn't include one. It doesn't look like they included one. And I don't see a license file here. So when it says you must retain all copyright, patent, and trademarks, do they trademark anything on here either? Can I search for the trademark symbol? Oh, that's interesting. When you search for the trademark symbol, it actually searches for the text TM, so it finds it in HTML. Huh, interesting. Alright, well then I don't know what to do about that exactly, so there's that. Include license. Include the full text of license in modified software. So it says full text of the license. Now, I think there was also something about notice.txt. If the library has a notice file with attribution nodes, you must include that notice when you redistribute. You may append to this notice file. So does it have a notice file? No, it does not. And then what was it? State changes. State significant changes made to software. Okay, so then we need to include the Apache license, which was this. So let's get this in raw text. So let's put this here, and we're gonna make a folder here just called like license, and we'll say Apache 2.0.txt. So there's this. This is for Blockly, and let's keep track of our sort of license.txt. So Blockly is Apache 2.0, and we didn't make any changes to Blockly, right? No, we kind of did. Changes made, extended with custom blocks, that's kind of it. So then Blockly's covered. What about Pixie? And I already, just for people curious, I already checked to make sure that these licenses were permissive back when I used them, but now I need to actually abide by their terms. So where is their GitHub? Forking in GitHub, here we go. Okay, they have a license file, the MIT license. So MIT license, I don't even think you need attribution in that. What is it? This. It must include copyright notice. Do they have any copyright notice? Yes, they do. So let's put that in, and then include license. You must include the license notice in all copies. Okay, so let's take this. This is Pixie license.txt. Let me put that in there. Would it work if you unfollow and refollow? No. Only if you followed on like the very first day. But I can just run another giveaway. Didn't you also put Blockly into React? I did, but I don't know if that's not a significant change to Blockly, right? Like this is me actually. I guess I'll just include that. No, I don't know. I don't think I should say that. Also, I don't know when this actually matters. At the last company I worked at, I'm pretty sure there was no license included with one of the libraries that we used, and they're making lots of money. So I'm doing my best to make sure I'm not violating any licenses, and if I end up screwing up, then hopefully they just send like a, hey, could you please include the license, and not, hey, could you please send $2 million to me? I have no money. So MIT license, so we're gonna have to include that, good. So these are, what other things are we using as far as vendor code goes? JavaScript vendor. So Blockly and Pixie, good, that's done. Next, React and Redux. Let's take a look at that. So React.js, and that's on GitHub also, I believe. And what is their license? BSD license. So redistribution with or without modification are permitted provided that you retain the above copyright notice, or you need that, this list of conditions and the following disclaimer. Redistribution in binary form must reproduce the copyright notice. Okay, and neither the name Facebook nor the names can be used to promote the product. Okay, good. So then we need the same thing. This is for React. Alright, so we save this as React license.txt. Good. And then we'll put here, React.js is the BSD license. Okay, next. Let's look for Redux, which is here. They are using the MIT license, I'm pretty sure. Yes, good. So let's take that too. Redux MIT license. So we'll save this as Redux license.txt. There we go. All right, what other things are we using as far as code that the user gets on their machine? So this is all client stuff we needed to focus on. So we have Blockly, we have React and Redux, we have Blockly and Pixie, good. So then we need to look through our node modules. What node modules do we have? Babel is not actually being used on the client's machine. It's used to produce the code. Same thing, Babelify. But then this is, anything I require is going to exist on there. So CodeMirror, that's one of them. React CodeMirror is another one. And Winston, no, Winston's not used on the client. CodeMirror, React CodeMirror, CodeMirror, React CodeMirror. I guess Jade is being used, the NPM Jade. I don't know if we need to include a license for that. That's not really source code. Yeah, and then maybe Browserify. So I'll look up these. Can you merge all the licenses into a single license file? Yes, so I should be able to. But again, all we're focusing on right now is just, can we form license.txt? So first I need to get all the licenses. So that's what I'm doing now. Let's see if we need to do these two. I'll close this out. So CodeMirror. CodeMirror, is that on GitHub? Yes, it is. What is their license? License, what is this? Permissions hereby granted free of charge to any person to deal in software without restriction, including without limitation, the rights to use, copy, blah, 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 and to permit persons to whom the software is furnished to do so, subject to the following condition. The above copyright notice must be included. So we need to include this. All right, so CodeMirror is MIT license. And we put that here, CodeMirror license. Okay, next is React CodeMirror. This is something that's good to be doing now because later when we modify this, we can just add to it. So yep, this is the MIT license again. So we just put this in. React CodeMirror is the MIT license. So we can save this as React CodeMirror license.txt. Done. Next is Jade. Jade GitHub. Whatever's produced by DevTools is not a derivative work. Jade is the only questionable thing because it's produced by Node. Okay. Yeah, and this is where I'm not technically using this. If this is the MIT license, all right, fine. I'll just include this too, though, because I think this is a little questionable whether this one should be used or not. Jade license.txt. And then what was left? Browserify. Browserify is our tool, so I don't think we need to include that. So then here are all of our licenses, and we need to combine them all into one sort of like super license, and our build tool should really do that. But then the question is, do we need to put this license at the top of our file? Or can we just put like a notice.txt or license.txt somewhere on the server? That way people don't necessarily have to have it. Because if I were to include all of these licenses, I can't compress them or anything. And how much space do they take up? They are all of these except for this, which is 16 kilobytes. I guess it's not so bad. Okay, so let's put the license into here. We'll put it into the client code. So where does it make sense to save this? I guess at the top level maybe? We just put something like licenses. And what should I call this file? Because this is like license tracker. These are really just for my notes, I suppose. Oh, I need to include what changes I made, which means I need to put this. Yeah, let's just put all these files together, starting with this. So I'll just name this AAA license stuff. That way it goes to the top. So as long as we append all these files in alphabetical order to just some output, and then we put it at the top of our compressed file here, we should be fine. All right, so next up, goal. concat all license files in alphabetical order, and then prepend that string to compress slash bundle.js. Gulp must have a way to do this. Gulp concat files. Oh, awesome. Gulp concat. Okay, great. Let's include this. Let's make sure to include it from the correct directory. So npm install save dev gulp concat. And for those who are new to the channel right now, what I'm working on is still getting you guys to be able to have pre-beta access. I still need a hosting platform, I still need a EULA, but we're going through all of the things that are actually on my end that I can do for you. So now we have gulp concat. We need to, when we build, let's go into the shared gulp file, we will incorporate this. So let's take this into here. There's gulp concat. Next, we want to build the license. So let's put this here. We're going to say license. And what this is going to do is it's going to go through everything in licenses / star.txt and concat them. Pipe concat. I guess this is what it's going to concat into. License.txt and then put it in dist. Let's just find out if that works. Gulp license. I'd expect this to take next to no time at all. So we should see a license.txt in here. Good. And excellent. There's all of our licenses. However, you don't know which one corresponds to which library. So perhaps inside of these we should say Blockly license follows, and then we'll say Jade license follows, and whatever else we modified. So we had Blockly and Jade are done so far. This shouldn't be called Apache 2.0. It should be called Blockly license.txt. And then let's delete Apache. Okay, good. So Blockly, Jade, let's open up these four now. Pixie license follows. React code mirror. This is just React. And this is Redux. All right. So now when we do that same thing, the license that we end up getting as a result should be sort of annotated. We just gotta wait for this to finish. Oh, it did finish. Dist license. This didn't get updated though, did it? What happened here? What did happen here? Did I modify the wrong files? Oh man, I think I modified the wrong files. AAA license, yeah, darn it, I did. Okay, well, thankfully this doesn't take too long to do, so let's reopen these and just retype them out. So Blockly license follows, and we're gonna paste this in correctly this time. So code mirror. This is Jade. This is Pixie. This is React code mirror. This is React, and this is Redux. Another space. Okay, so now when we do gulp license, we should have the annotated versions here. So good. Blockly license follows. Code mirror license follows. Good. Hey Java. All right. Then we just need to put this. We need to put this at the top of the compressed file. So let's open up the shared gulp file again, and in license. So now, in order for compressed to run, we need to have license, and then let's make a gulp dot like pre-beta, and this is going to need to run compress, and then it'll. Oops, we need a comma there. And then it'll take a function that does return gulp.source dist slash. How do we do this? We wanna do dist slash license.txt. Whoops. We want to concatenate the license with the compressed bundle and then pipe it to, why can't I tab here? Oh, there we go. Then pipe it to concat, and we do dist bundle.min.js. Then we pipe that to gulp.dest dist. Okay. So if that works, then we can now run pre-beta, and what we should end up with is that, oh, I screwed up. What did I screw up? This parenthesis doesn't go anywhere, apparently. That's what I screwed up. Okay. I could update the FAQ. I don't mind doing that. Just let me know if you want me to do that. So now, what should happen, we'll end up with, we need to modify index.jade again. So now instead of dist compressed, we have dist bundle.min.js. Now when we run this in Chrome, what should happen is, come on, bundle min.js not found. All right, well that was not what I expected to happen. Let's go into dist. Darn it. That was the same problem we ran into the first time. Wait, no, is it? Yeah, what happened here? In here, I concatenated it into license.txt. Oh, I don't say dist. Is that what I have to do? Also, how long does this take to complete? Like 250 milliseconds? Okay, let's try that now. Do we have bundle.min.js here? Wait a second, what? It said finished compress after, 14 seconds. Oh, I read that as 14 milliseconds. The ever hopeful me. Error, E is dir. Oh darn it, I gotta delete this now. I gotta wait another 15 seconds. Erg. I'm using Git for source control. So yeah, if this worked, then we should be covered from a license standpoint because we have all of our licenses prepended to the minified code. So we just gotta have this. Good, there it is. So now when we rerun this, we'll just verify that it worked by loading it in Chrome. Where did Chrome go? And then let's open up bundle.min.js. Do we have licenses at the top? No, we do not. So what did this do? I have license.txt here, and then the compressed bundle. I don't understand. Also, what I should have done, I need to comment out the entire license. Or rather, put it in like just a dot star. But that's weird. It didn't concatenate them the way I would have expected. All right, let's test this by just doing something much simpler. Let's do new text file fake bundle.js, and in here we'll just say console.log hello. Okay, so that's our fake bundle. Now we're going to make a new pre-beta task that doesn't run compress. That way it doesn't take a bunch of time and it just uses fake bundle. All this should do is concatenate the license and the fake bundle. And I think this isn't working, I guess, so we gotta figure out why it's not working. So this should now go from 852 kilobytes down to like 1, yes, good. But yeah, the license is not there. So let's take a look at concat and figure out how that's working. Files will be concatenated in the order they're specified. So this is what they do. Dist license.txt. Do I not have a license.txt? No, there it is. Maybe this needs to be a dot. I think I accidentally screwed up paths. Let's try that out. Did it work? Yes, nice. Okay, cool. That worked. Angelos guy says, is this the first time you're programming a game? No, this isn't the first time. And Metsuro linked a game that I made. That wasn't my first. Okay, he actually said that too. Mine is the garbage at the end. Sorry. Minify will remove comments, right? Yeah, Minify will remove the comments. So the comments are all gone from the compressed file that I have, but I need to just put all of the license inside of a... how am I going to do this? I want to just comment all of the license out. I wonder how I... So first of all, does this ever exist? / Good, it doesn't. So if I can figure out how to concatenate just block comments around this, we'd be totally fine. I wonder if you could just pass in strings. Oh, new line. Oh, cool. To change new line, you can pass in a new argument. Oh, but that's just the one thing they decided to support, and this only concatenates files. So what I could do, this is really stupid. All right, Gulpack. We're just gonna do it. We're not gonna question things. So, comment. We need to come up with a word for open that comes before. Well, let's just do this. A comment open, and then B comment close. All right, get rid of the copy here. So open comment is just going to be /*, and close comment is going to be //. I know that's really dumb. Now we're gonna do this. This sounds so stupid. /license /gulpack /a open comment.txt. Goodness, this is stupid. And then we need the close comment here. Okay. Also, it was B comment close, I think. Yeah. So let's get rid of this and put that here. Open. And open reverses to close. No, it doesn't. I'm making a file just for that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this is great, but it works, and it's an extra 2 files on my system. It's not like you guys get extra files. So we should be fine. All right, let's take a look now. What do we have? This did not work. Or it didn't even... But yeah, what happened here? A comment open, B comment close. Actually, I guess I didn't even need the A and the B on here. But is this in the right file? License, Gulpack. Why did this not work? Time to update your reverse plugin, yeah. Couldn't you just include the comment open close in the original file? No, the original file is a dynamic file. It's formed from all of the other licenses that I pass in. So I would need to know, well, I guess what I could do is I could have put like an AAA license start and then a ZZZ license end. Actually, that would work. Yeah, maybe I'll just do that. That way there's no Gulpack here. Rather, the Gulpack is just sort of in this code. So stupid. No, I actually prefer this way. License folder or licenses folder. It's the license folder. And it should be, yeah, oh, it is licenses. Oh wait, no, you're right. Oops, my bad. All right, you get points for that. Points is Metsuro. Okay, let's take a look at that. Nice. So now our minified bundle has all of this commented out. That looks good. All right. So now when we run the real one, so let's take bundle instead of fake bundle. When we run this, and let's modify these to be, whoops. Let's modify this to be just comment open and comment close. We can get rid of these things. Orange Ray says, I think Gulp Uglify has a license annotation. Oh, well, that would have helped before I did all this. Let's take a look. Oh wait, we can't take a look because that'll take forever for Sublime to load. So let's take a look at it in Chrome. And if this all works, then it works. Yeah, okay, cool. So here are our licenses. So when you try looking at the code, the very first thing you'll see is that I am following the law. And then you'll see code. And if you want, you can click the Prettify button. And then Chrome will take forever. And here's the prettified code. Cool. Alright, good. So that worked. We're going to just stop it there. Like, this doesn't need to be anything majorly correct or important. So we have comment open, comment close. Where's the gulp file? So let's just take a look at what we did. Oh, gulp file needs to run compress. Yeah, that's right. Pre-beta needs to run compress. Okay, so Orange Ray suggests looking at Uglify for a license option. Alright, this is what to do. The thing that cannot be gifted. You just put Metsudo into the top one. Excellent. Alright, let's write some comments for this. Concatenates all license files. And then we'll say here, wait, compress relies on license? That's not actually true. It doesn't. Pre-beta that relies on both these things. So let's do that. So compresses the bundled code. Just, yeah, that's it. Well, it minifies it. And in fact, I should call this minify. Oops. Yeah, let's change this to minify. And then minify ED needs to change to this. Wait, no, whoops. Oh, okay. So minify is going to take this and uglify it. Good. Then this will compress the code and add the license to it. Really, minify should probably just do that, but whatever. This will compress the code and add the licenses to it. Yeah, and then eventually what this would do is it would deploy it to my web server, but I don't have a web server yet. Okay. So let's try this one more time. Let's do gulp pre-beta, but let's delete our entire dist folder. No, we can't do that. We can delete everything except for that. Okay, and let's just take a look. We shouldn't have anything weird going on here. Also in gulp hack, I could put a comment here for why I did this, but I don't think it's that important. So let's look at dist again. We should end up with a compressed folder, and then license.txt, and then bundle.min.js. So I expect 3 artifacts to be put here. And if we have those 3 artifacts, then I'm happy. If we have more than that, then we'll just figure out how to delete them. So let's see, we have the min, we have license, and we have minified. Yep, here we go. Okay, cool. And then when I rerun this, we should have this working. Unexpected number. I don't know why this happens from time to time. Like, what is the unexpected number? Okay, and then when you hit the play button and just refresh. Oh, no, this actually is broken. What happened here? Yeah, what? It didn't put our, oh right, comment open and comment close. Okay, let's try that again. So yeah, we have our open comment, our license, our closed comment, and the actual bundle itself. And at that point, we'll end up with bundle.min.js. Yep. Well, this is why we tested things. Then the only other thing we need to do is, when we serve this to people, we need to make sure that we're serving it with bundle.min.js always. But that's not something I have to do yet. And this is something I would test before even giving you guys an IP address. Okay. Yeah, this looks good. Are you in Amsterdam? Me? Oh, the red light district. Is that what you're getting at? Oh boy. Also, hey Mug Coffee. I don't think I've seen you in a while. Okay, so this looks like it's working fine. And if we go to bundle min, we should have all the license text. We do. Yeah, so I think this is good. Let's check in. We don't want to check this in. Let's revert that entirely. We do want this. We added uglify and concat. We modified that, so we got some new tasks. And now we check all those in. So, added the gulp task pre-beta, which will uglify the code and prepend all license files. Obviously, well, as part of this task, I also compiled all of the license files. By compiled, I mean consolidated or fetched. Yep, looks good. All right, cool. Let's run a giveaway because that was all obnoxious and you guys shouldn't have had to watch that. Shouldn't have had to watch that, yes. All right, so we're going to take all these people and we're going to paste them into here. I should really make the arena center itself. Yeah, all right, let's do that. Make the arena center itself if the canvas is too big. Let's just write that. I'll know what it means. I don't need to focus on my wording for that. Okay, you ready? You ready for the giveaway? Delete, delete. And now it begins. Darn it. No, it doesn't, because I screwed that up. And now you can't close this. No, man. Yeah, this is why I should really make it so that I can just like hide this much easier. Alright, delete, delete. Now we do debug main.giveaway function. Blam! There are all the Twitch viewers in here. Now we just wait. Oh, there's Adam McAdamson. Is the only red bot in the arena. Ooh, nice. Oh, that Zoro killed him. Okay, Lulong is in the middle of nowhere, so I think Lulong is gonna win. Yeah, I'm calling it. Metsuro has like one hit left, so unless he can manage to get the first shot on Lulong, that's over. Come on, Metsuro bot. Alright, they need to be within 5 tiles of each other. Yet again, something I should probably change. In fact, maybe I should write an API that lets you detect far away. I don't know. Lulong hasn't won yet. Want to buy health regen? You'd both benefit from it. Come on, move over there. You can do it. Come on. Where did Metsuro go? They're never gonna find each other. Chinese hacks. I shouldn't be laughing at that. That's Hyanar. Hyanar said that, not me. I repeated it. They're not my original words. Alright. Yeah, let's just leave that open over here then. So, make my lights go back to normal after 2 to 5 minutes of idleness. The only way for me to do that would be the light control server when you do that. So light control server needs to do this. Oh, it's happening. Oh, yeah, Lulong wins. Token Lulong 1998. Two men enter, one bot leaves. 2 bots enter. Hey, Memeron. Memeron. Oh man, this can't even connect. Alright. And then we'll write the light thing, I think. Except for that'll destroy everyone's tokens. No, maybe we'll do that at lunchtime. Wow, that was fast. Alright, so make the arena center itself if the canvas is too big. Basically, we have this. I want the arena to be in the center. So how do we do that? Well, let's go look at the camera and find out. Actually, let's put a breakpoint in the camera itself. Oops. Adam, does your last name start with a G? I'm pretty sure my last name is in the Twitch info section, like right down below. Or if you're on mobile, just go to info. And the answer is no, it doesn't start with a G. It starts with a 1. Alright, let's go to the camera. And we should have a render function here. I'm going to get this just so that I can say C equals this. There. Now we have the camera in a global variable. Now let's also set the logger to shut up. Debug main.logger. Do we have a logger there? We don't. Oh, I never actually captured this anywhere. Log interface? Yeah, I can't do this. Alright, well, whatever. Let's do c.panx equals, so let's zoom out. And then let's say the pan x equals what, negative 20? Did that do anything? 50? Ah, yes, there we go. So we want to set it to like negative 500. Yeah, so the pan values will have to be negative, and then when you try panning the camera, it'll like slam them back. So what we got to do is in here, clamp pan values. Where do we do clamp? Where is the fourth light? The fourth light is over there. So you guys can't see it. If you set the fourth light, well, no, those are 3 and 4. I don't remember the ones behind me, so those that you see. 1 and 2, I don't remember which one's which, but the one that's off camera, if you set bright enough, you'd actually be able to see it like on this side of my face. All right, so when we have change pan here, we clamp numbers, but if you can't view the whole arena at once, then we need to center it. So we don't actually let you change your pan value at all. So let's do that. Let's make a this dot. No, we shouldn't do that. We should just do it down here because there might be only one dimension where you can clamp it. So how do we do this? We know the size of the arena width in pixels, and we know that what our zoom is. So we can do c dot arena width in pixels is 960, and we know that our. Do we keep track of what's our view width? Our view width is 1660. So when our view width is greater than our arena width plus our padding, so if this dot view width is greater than this dot arena width in pixels plus find constants dot camera padding times 2. So when this is the case, then we set pan x equal to something. Let's figure out what. I think it should just be c dot pan x equals c dot view w divided by 2 minus c dot arena width divided by 2. No, I didn't mean to do that. View minus. Okay, yeah. Okay, so time to actually think about this. What do we want this number to be? Well, what is the current value? It's negative 130. So let's set it to negative 260. No, so we want this to be roughly negative 380. So we want it to be roughly, target is that c dot view width is 1660, view width is 1660, and then arena width, is 960. So that's roughly the difference between the two divided by 2 and then negative, of course. So let's try that. Let's do c dot view width minus c dot arena width. Or no, it's the arena minus the view. C dot view width. And then we divide that by 2. Is that centered? I think it might be 20 pixels off, in which case we also need to add in the padding, which I think we set to 20. No, subtract the padding. Yeah, now I think that's perfect. Okay. So how do we do this? C dot arena. We want to add 20 in here. laughing at Metsudo. Never had wontons before. These things are amazing. I actually had a friend come up to me when I worked at Microsoft, and he's from India, and he'd been living in the U.S. only for, I don't know, 3-5 years, something like that. He said, I've never eaten cookies and milk before. He's like, what's so special about it? And I said, why don't we just go buy cookies and milk? And so we did, and he had it. He's like, yeah, this is pretty good. I mean, he wasn't blown away or anything, but I was surprised he went his entire life without having cookies and milk. I don't know, I guess it's not a common thing in other countries, or at least not in India. So let's do this, and then we'd say this. Okay, so this should put the pan X and pan Y correctly. So we need to change this to height. We need to change these things to height. We need to change this to height, and then this to that. And then let's also, there were a couple of things I wanted to add to this. One was, I have X in here somewhere. Here we go. So we want to change width and height. Those are close enough to each other where I want to change those. So width and height, and then close and open. So close and open. And that way, when I have a file like this, W open X before, and I put cursors on all of these, I can reverse them all into their opposites. Neat. And if you want to know more, go to blog.botland.net, and you'll find out all the Sublime plugins I use. Wait until you find someone who's never tried peanut butter. The people who haven't tried peanut butter, though, don't like peanut butter when they try it. At least that's been my experience. And peanut butter and jelly is like an abomination to the rest of the world. So we have height, Y. Yep, okay, good. So let's try this out. This should center the arena. Let's see. Yeah, I think that worked. So, yep, this is centered, and no matter how we move the camera around, it's still centered. And when you try panning the camera, it's locked. Now, let's do something really, really nitpicky. What happens if we shrink the browser down so that we don't have any pan? Oh, man. Okay, good. We can still pan around here. And what happens if we put it to, like, right there? Yeah, so this is the issue. Well, this is kind of an issue. You see how now it's not centered in the browser because you made it just big enough to be able to see like one set of padding there? So what I really should do is fix that, I suppose. But it's not really an issue. Also, what happens if you do that again? Can you still... Yeah, it's because you can pan back and forth. So I'm not too concerned with that. Yeah, I think this is fine. Because for the majority of the time now, at least this is centered in your browser window. And then you can zoom in and... Yeah. Okay. I'm pretty happy with that. I must lie. Do you like to pronounce Dutch words? Oh, what? That's not something people typically ask. Like, oh, hey, yeah, I play basketball. Oh, I pronounce Dutch words for fun. Yeah, just Dutch dictionary, peaceful weekend. That's my ideal time. So if the arena is small enough where the camera can see all of it, then center the arena in the camera. I know what that word means now. Alright, we can commit this. I don't think there's anything else to test here, right? I guess if this is smaller than the arena, yeah, this looks fine, right? There are only really like 3 cases. 1, the browser is smaller than the arena. 2, it's just big enough to handle the arena. And 3, it's larger than the arena. And we've got all of those cases covered. So yeah, we should probably make zooming a little bit smoother. Yeah, so let's check that in. Let's put this here and do this. So if the arena is small enough where the camera can see all of it, then we now center the arena in the camera. Good. We repurposed a comment. I think that looks good. Angelo says, I never tried peanut butter. :P. Alright, make lights go back to normal after 2 to 3 minutes of idleness. Since no one's followed in the last little bit, I think it's safe to do this now and we won't be screwing anybody over. So let's try that out. Coffee Kills got purged for typing hiss. We don't allow snakes in this chat, Coffee Kills. Get you parcel tongues out of here. Also, you might not want to anger the anti-spam filter. It might ban you. I don't know. Okay, light control server. Let's open that up. Resume CD light control server. Let's open up app.js. No, it's not that. It's sourcelights.js. So what we're going to need is, this is called every time someone sends a command, which actually there are a couple things I want to change in here. One is if you set, where's random color? Here it is. State equals random color, random color, random color. That's not what we want to do. Alright. Well, here's what we'll do. Whenever you send a command that works, we'll say their time of last input command, time of last command equals date.now. This is on my hard drive, so it's got to spin up. There we go. Every time you input a command, we set this back equal to date.now. Then we need an interval function running, so let's do that. We will do set interval, and I never remember the order of this argument. So set interval takes in what? A function and then a time? Function time? Yes. Because if I had tried with a number in the beginning, oh no, that was, nope. I won't actually call it for however many. So let's just look it up, set interval. What does it take in? It takes in, where is set interval? Expression and then interval. Good, so yeah, it's the function first. So let's do set interval, idle check. And we'll run this every 60 seconds, I guess. So function idle check. If, so var current time equals date.now. If current time minus time of last command is greater than, so what do we want to set this idle timeout to? 5 minutes? 5 times 60 times 1000. So if this is greater than the idle timeout, then just say time of last command equals date.now. That way this doesn't, well, it doesn't really matter, I guess. Well, let's do that anyway. And then let's set the state of all of our lights. So we set the state of the first one. So we need to do this combined with some other code here. So we do this. Function set all lights to normal. And then we need a state, and we need to actually set it. So we'll set it all to white at the lowest brightness. So we want that, and we want color lights white. Okay, good. So now we put this into state. Alright, so state equals state.brightness.on.rgb, and we can get rid of that on. Good. Then we do set living room lights 1, and then set the rest of these API light state bind API living room lights I state. Good. Okay. Yeah, so this should be good. We don't need to actually format it that way. What happens if I type in lunch BRB? Yeah, so lunch BRB if I type points help, you guys can see the only thing you can spend your points on right now is lunch BRB. This puts your name into Adam's BRB screen at lunchtime. We're gonna actually change that, so don't run that right now. Hang on, I'll change that really fast. If I go into, let's do this. Lunch BRB, yeah, so it currently doesn't have anybody, so here's what we'll do. Thanks, Walker. Let's go into PhantomBot. We have a script command and light command. So where did we set lunch command? Here we go. So we're gonna set the lunch cost to 25. Yeah. And then there should be points help somewhere. I think we put that in the help command. Yeah, 25 points. Okay, there we go. So yeah, if I run points help, you should see if you want to spend 25 points on lunch BRB, you can spend that. Okay, however, we were reverting our lights back to normal. So let's try this out. I want to be able to test this, so our light server doesn't have a command line input reader, does it? No, it doesn't. See, if I restart this server, anyone who has a token who hasn't used it yet will just lose the token, which is unfortunate. And there's no way for me to see who has tokens right now. So, alright, well, I'm just going to do this. So anyone who just followed me, who did just follow me? Someone did, right? I can't see. I think someone did. Let's go to T-Notifier. Demonic. And Wasabi Bones. Wasabi Bones is a new follower. So, yeah, Wasabi Bones. I am going to give you a token after this. So let's test something out for right now. Here's what we'll do. We'll terminate that program, and then, oops. I think I just, okay, no, that's fine. Okay, then we need to go into light control server, and we're gonna run this. But first thing we're gonna do is, we need to, so nobody follow me in the next 5 minutes. We're gonna set the lights to pink in here. Come on, change to pink. Oh, they're on color loop, so this won't even work. No. Oh wait, I can turn them off, and then I can turn them back on, and the color loop will be off. Okay, good. So now we can set them to pink, and we'll set them to the max brightness. So it's gonna be very pink in this room. And then when we start this program, let's have it call set all lights to normal as soon as it's done. Here, set all lights to normal. Let's try that out. So now when I call run, it should change these to white and dim. Good. Okay, cool. So I'm pretty happy with that. Let's not have it do that at startup because I have a light in the other room. Okay, so now you guys can follow me if you wanted to follow. And Wasabi Bones, I will grant you a token manually, and you guys can kind of help test this system out. That white looks bluish. I think it's that white that looks bluish, right? That one? Because that looks white to me. That looks a little bit blue. Okay, so Wasabi Bones, there's your token. You might get a second token. And so that we can test out this system a little bit more, let's run one other giveaway using Botland. So let's get rid of this component. Why make bots, dude? It ruins so many games. What methodology? Okay, so this is Botland right now. We are going to run this through. We're going to run this in our giveaway program. So let's get all the people in chat, and let's run them into this. All right, you ready? Debug main dot giveaway function. There. All you Twitch viewers are now in here. Who will win? Also, who kept winning before? Arjun? Is Arjun still here? Good, Arjun's dead. Ha 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 ha. Alright, who's winning? Demonic, Token, William, and Queb. Now William's dead. No, I mean Demonic's dead. I need to speed this up again. And I need to make giveaways not last so long. Where is my speed up function? There we go. Alright, one of these two is going to die now. Alright, so it's Token versus Queb. Oh, it's going to happen. Oh, Queb wins. Queb 64. Token, Queb 64. Very nice. So, okay, we fixed the light thing. There we go. Lights now go back to a normal color. So congrats, Queb. You win control over my lights. Let's put this back over here. So I think we're kind of done with all this stuff now. So we uglified the code, we put licenses in. Bang game, Botland bot will respond public with a link and short description. The way you actually get it is by doing this. Yeah. So that's fine, and then make Botland bot advertise http bot.land/pre-beta occasionally throughout the day. Alright, after this, the only commands where people can spend points that I haven't done are, I forgot to paste a line in. Oh well, whatever. Okay, good. So I think that's good. So then make it so that people use their points to get game time. Write a deploy script to the VPS. We still need to do that, but I've done the license stuff. Talk to the lawyer about license or warranty. Maybe I unveil in the stream hits 1,000. Make sure the print function is not accessible to users. So yeah, here's the remaining sections of the VPS stuff. And this is really supposed to be pre-beta. So let's just consolidate this here. So modify that and make it advertise that. We'll write a deploy script. And make sure username/passwords are on the VPS, are sent to the VPS. Okay, good. So that was part of our, who just did that? Okay, good. That's an actual person doing that. Just had to make sure. Tuganazi says, how do you add those starts to a file? I'm not totally sure what you're asking about. And then methodology says, what VPS provider are you using? I don't actually have a VPS set up yet. So once I do, then I can share the pre-beta out with you guys. And remember, this is something I've been spamming this link all day. These are sort of the expectations of the pre-beta. I just put it in the chat again. But basically, you will get access to Botland as it stands now. This game is like 1.5 years away from being completed. So all you'll have access to is the stuff that you've seen me code the last however often. So you would have JavaScript coding. You could combine lasers, missiles, and harvesting in some way, and missiles and harvesting don't even really do anything yet. So like, it's a very incomplete game. But once you've done this, then yeah, you can deploy bots. I could call this, lasers bot, and deploy a bunch of these. And I could also have written this in Blockly if I wanted. So yeah, here's the same thing. I could just say like fire lasers. So yeah, let's close this. And then yeah, all of you would be in here, and maybe I'd force it so that your bot names are all named after your Twitch accounts. I don't know. I'll have to consider what I'm going to do there eventually. But yeah, that's that for now. How do you add the stars at the beginning of lines? Oh, these? I'm just manually typing them. I'm just pressing asterisk. But if you're talking about, I don't know how long you've been watching for, but if I'm ever typing on a JavaScript function and I say like foo a b return a plus b, then these stars are from DocBlocker. So I could, describe adds numbers and then turn these into number and number and number. And if you want information on that, I made a blog post about all of the Sublime extensions that I use. So if you go to this, I will link it to you, blog.botland.net. You can find every extension I use, and then I also recorded a 3-minute video on how I use them. and it goes through all of them except for JS format. I forgot about that one. So what's next today? Let's look at the roadmap for this week. We had bot equipment, which is done in our temporary UI. Then we have these quality of life improvements, and then code botland if I haven't already. So it's quality of life improvement time. Let's get rid of all this and put this down here. Oh, and I had a question to the people on Twitch, and I'm going to form this as a straw poll because I actually want to know about this. How many of you have ever made use of the schedule in my info section on Twitch? Well, no, that's not how many of you. Have you? Have you ever made use of the schedule in my... so yes, no, what schedule? Like, I didn't even know there was one. I didn't even know there was one. Okay. Oh, yeah. It's a different font. It's called the hack font. Demonic learned how to type exactly the right number of S's in hip. Or his. There's no S in hip. I used it once today. Yeah, so the reason I'm curious about this is because for me to update this schedule, I have to update it every day to cross out the last day, and then like every week to add in new days. So if even like, I don't know, 5 to 10 people say yes, then I should probably keep it there. And to show you exactly what I'm referring to, if I go to Twitch, it's one of these panels, the schedule panel down below. And so I've had a very consistent stream schedule of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday for 8 hours on each of those days. And that's been the case for now a month and 6 days. So I don't know how much the schedule is helping people who are already here because they already know the schedule now. Like, I just don't stream on Thursdays, I don't stream on the weekend usually. But yeah, so this is good to know. All right, I'll keep this in mind. I'll still update the schedule, I think. So I'll just put this here. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the bathroom. We're going to tackle maybe 1 or 2 of these items, and then I'm going to go take lunch. So for right now, let's just do BRB bathroom, and yeah, I'll be right back. All right, we're back. All right, so like I said, we're going to take, why is this not closing? Oh, there we go. Okay, we're going to take 1 or 2 tasks off of here and try to fix them. So full screen the game, we actually already did. Mouse controls for the camera. I think getting the scroll wheel to work, oh no, that's actually not going to be that simple. Need to make sure the scroll wheel only works when used on the arena, not on scrollable fields. Just see what days you're on, not really what each day is. Once you get a VPS, make a backend for an up-to-date schedule, while your Twitch should just be a general page, general schedule. I wonder if he washes his hands. Yes, I wash my hands. And I use soap, yes. I'm not saying all these Dutch words, no. That is not what the stream is about. Okay, so when you try connecting and the server isn't online, show a message. Let's start with this. Here's a relatively easy one. And we're not even going to make this like a nice message. We're just going to probably pop up an alert or something like that. So right now, if you try connecting... Wait, what? What just happened? Yeah, it's saying connection refused. So there must be a timeout somewhere that I can make use of. Or maybe that the server's not running? Or is that the timeout? Yeah, that was the timeout. Let's try this out. Yep, there we go. Error connection refused. So let's go into our connect to server and we'll fix this. Let's close these things. You're just smashing your keyboard to make new words. Slang for common cold. Okay. All right. So in connect to server, we have the connect button, which calls props on connect, and in our on connect function, we should have connect to server with name. This calls into the socket interface with connect to server. So in our socket interface, connect to server with name. Here we have connect to server. It's called. So we have all of these. What we want is this .socket.on error, I believe. Let's just try that. Function, let's put a debugger here and see if that works. So this gulp should get rebuilt. After all the things I did for you, you can't say this word. What? I'm not saying Dutch words. Alright, let's try connecting. And we should break into the debugger. And we didn't, so let's take a look at Socket.io's events and see. Get started. No, docs. Yeah, cool. Okay, so there should be, we want the client API, and we want to know which events there are. Here we go, events. Connect error. That's what we want, connect error. Let's try that out. Whoa, what was that UI? Weird. Okay. So we try connecting, and we get a connect error. Nice. Okay, cool. What are the arguments to this function? Should this be a reason, maybe? Error, xhr pull error. So arguments 0, xhr pull error. Yeah, okay. So I guess this is like the error that goes here. In this case, let's just do something really simple for right now. This dot showed connect error. Because I think this function gets hit multiple times, because we try reconnecting, right? Yeah, this is getting hit multiple times. So let's just say showed connect error equals false, and then here we'll say showed connect error equals true, and we'll just alert for right now, window.alert, the could not connect to the server. Perhaps it is offline. And I actually should also write to change this to a nicer looking UI. At least do another quick game of Botland before I leave. If I get this thing done, then yeah, I will do that. Unexpected token. Where is that coming from? Or did I not? Oh, that's weird. Okay, so we try connecting, and now instead of a debugger, we should see an alert pop up. Could not connect to the server, perhaps it is offline. Yeah, that's totally reasonable. Oh, nope, it said it again. I forgot to check to see if this is true. So if this dot showed connect error, return. There. See you, Walter. Catch you on Friday. Let's try this. We try connecting, and we see one error, and hopefully just one error. Yes, cool. Okay, nice. Also, I forgot to do something. Oh man. Okay, I actually coded the light thing wrong, and I only just realized it now. Whoops. Resume light control. virtual server. So if I open up source/lights, the problem is when I said set all lights to normal, I forgot to turn color loop off. So we need to say effect none. Otherwise this won't actually work. But we're not gonna restart this. So it'll just have to work out next time. Oh well. Okay. Now we have a message when you can't connect. That's fine. Let's check that in. We're not going to make this anything incredibly significant. Let's go into here and we'll say, when you try connecting to the server and you get an error, we only want to show a message once. In fact, you know what we could do? We could let it retry connecting. How about this? Showed connect error equals 0. So we only want to show a message once. However, we'll get the error multiple times if the server is down, because it will attempt to reconnect. So we don't show the error on the first time. So what we'll do is show connect error. We'll call this let's say num times num connect errors. Let's just count that. And then so here we hit 1. When we hit it twice, when we hit this greater than 2 times, no, when we've hit it exactly twice, let's do this. Yeah. So only show the message once, and only show it when we've tried reconnecting once before. Arzen says, I'm watching this, I have no clue what you're typing. What else is going on there? Why split that long line of text into multiple? You mean this one? Why not split this one? Plugin or command? I'm not sure what you're asking about. This one? Oh, this. Oh, yeah. Okay, so that's DocBlocker that's doing that. And again, if you want to find out about any of these things, go to my last blog post on blog.botline.net, which I've linked into the chat, and you'll find out all of the different plugins that I'm using, and you'll see a video of me just using the plugins. I'm not working on Botline code in that. So we have this connect error. So on connect error, let's just do this. Let's say error connecting handler error. And we'll just put this in here. And format this. Good, and then we'll put this dot find there. Okay, let's test that out. So the client should reload. Good. And now we try reconnecting, and we'll see on the console that we'll see one error print out here, and then on the second one that would print out, we'll see an alert. Good. And now a third one might print out also, but it just won't provide an alert for us. All right, good. Awesome. Yeah, cool. And I'm going to change so that, because I know people are file, thank you for following. The people who follow end up getting control over my lights, and this is the UI you get. So I wanted to change it so the color loop was off so that you could actually change this around yourself. So there we go. All right, let's close out of these things. So that's working. I think this was fine. When you can't connect to the server, e.g. because it is offline, you will now see an alert message show up. And actually, something else we really should do here is pre-commit. Did you nerf the following points? Yeah, on days like 1 and 2, I think, it was 100. Now if you follow, you get 15, and that's because the points will actually be used for something. Originally, they weren't used for anything, so it was fine, but now they're going to be used for getting game access, which will happen by the end of this month. So sometime within the next, I have 2 weeks and 3 days. So sometime in the next 2 weeks and 3 days, that system will be coded. I guess actually, I don't stream on Halloween, which is the last day of the month. So I either need to have a Halloween stream or I need to get it done by the 30th. Anyway, that all passed, so we're good. So when you can't connect to the server because it's offline, you'll now see an alert message pop up. Okay, and let's just read through the code one more time. Yup. Okay, just we're gonna write one comment on here, and we're gonna say this is called when the socket can't connect to the server. And this is a string. Whoops, and that's not there. Good, I'm totally happy with that. Let's check this in. All right, that's done. Now, getting the game working on mobile. Take a look at this link. Touch controls, mouse controls. I think the most interesting thing would be getting the game working on mobile. So let me take a look. I have an iPad here. I'll try loading the game right now. And the game loads. It's just bots don't ever get created, I'm pretty sure. So I gotta wait for Chrome to load up, which takes forever. The screen is still, oh, there it goes. Oh, it's gotta load my tabs now. Oh, nice. It already has Botland trying to load up. So let's show you do this on the screen. It takes so long. Oh, just when I hit refresh, I started to see things come up. So fine, I'll just hold this in front of the screen. Let's see. Oh, wait, it is working. It's just when we connect to the server that it's not working. What's the frame rate like? This isn't too bad, actually. I mean, the frame rate's probably like 30. There's a way for me to see that, but it'd be somewhat difficult to enable on iPad. Okay, so when I connect to the server, that's when it's not working. Let's try launching the server. So let's go to Botland game server, and we'll do watch, and then Botland game server run. We need to wait for watch to finish though. And the way we'll do, so at the very least, we know for sure that this part is working. Like we have bots showing up on screen, and we don't have touch controls or anything, so it's not like we can interact with the arena, but we're going to hopefully get to that point today. Okay, so the server is now running. Will you ever add a way to give points to another person? Yeah, that already exists. It's exclamation point gift, I believe. All right, so this is now on the server. So we can connect here as 0, and we're on the server, and then we can connect here as 1, and let's try connecting here as 2. So I can kind of hold this like this. Let's do 2. This is super laggy. Does not like text input. So I'm connected now. You can see here, and when I try creating a bot on the client, so if I deploy a bot, we see it show up on both computers, but not on the iPad. So for some reason, this is not working. Yeah, you can use Blockly on the iPad. There's just no way to open Blockly. So for example, if I whoops, that's not Blockly. If I open up Blockly here, like this would work on the iPad. The problem is, in order for me to open Blockly, I have to press the B key on my keyboard. I still find this very weird though, that like for some reason the network call isn't working. You can't transfer something that's less than negative amount. Oh boy. Oh, whoa. It says could not connect to the server. Oh, it's a good thing I added that alert in. I didn't even know alerts worked on iPad. Could not connect to the server. Perhaps it's offline. What does that mean then? That means that there's never even... I couldn't get past the socket call? That doesn't seem right. Oh, it's trying to connect to localhost. What did I do? 168.110. Okay. So the game was always working on iPad. I'm just a dummy who can't type in the right IP address. So let's try this again. Okay. So I'll open up these and we'll just close the windows that are up on here. So here's the iPad, and now when we try connecting, so we're going to type 3, and then let's see, you should see that pink bot on the iPad also. Oh nice, so this works. So now when I deploy bots over here, let's say with lasers, and I guess I have to actually give it lasers, so I'm just going to tire out holding up this iPad like this. Deploy. Oh, I deployed him for the wrong player. Okay, let's do it here. So yeah, the iPad has this stuff all working already. Good. pretty nice. And like I said, the frame rate's not great. It's not bad. It's just not great. This is an iPad 2. Actually, let me go get my wife's iPad. She has a much nicer iPad. Hang on a second. Okay. Let's try this out. So 192.168.10.300. Okay. So here we go. Here's this. And the frame rate definitely looks much better, but let's connect to the server now. We'll connect as ID2. Okay, so here we go. Yeah, so this does look much better. And we can deploy a bunch of these bots too. You can see it working on the iPad. Deploy. Now let me see. What's the frame rate like? Yeah, this isn't bad at all. Let's deploy it so that we fill up the arena. Yeah, okay. So you can see that this is pretty well saturated with stuff happening, and it still looks like it's working pretty decently. I don't know how well the frame rate comes through because my camera might have a low frame rate. But yeah, I think that's pretty good. I'm liking it. All right, so we fixed mobile. There's nothing really broken with it. Gadget Gaming says, what's that script assembly thing where you just drag and drop code? That's called Blockly, and that's going to be one of the ways that you can interact with the game. Well, you can interact with Botland. So yeah, you can drag. If I get rid of these comment blocks up, this will make it a little less verbose. So let's put that there and get rid of that. So yeah, here we go. Set closest enemy to find closest enemy bot, and then if that exists, and we'll fire lasers, then fire lasers. Otherwise, get closer to the closest enemy. So yeah, when I deploy it, well, let's kill off all the pink bots. That didn't even work. I mean, it kind of worked. Yeah, it worked, I think. Okay, there we go. So now when I deploy over here with this, these will be stationary until they see an enemy, and then they'll just shoot a laser. But they'll never move. And actually, harvesting is working too. So if I wanted, let's kill off the pink bots again. And what if I wanted to, let's code these to go hunt down resources. So we'll do, if there's no closest enemy, then let's do set item to find closest resource. If exists item, then let's see if we'll harvest. If will harvest, then harvest. Otherwise, pursue the resource. Okay, now let's deploy a bunch of these. These will shoot enemies and then seek out resources. So they're gonna clean up the arena. You see that? Nice. That looks pretty good. But then if they can't see any more resources, then they'll just stop there and not do anything. Thankfully, these resources are laid out in sort of a chain, so none of them should stop until they eat all the resources. Oh no, now these all stopped. Yeah, these can't. So they can only see 5 tiles away, which puts it at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they can only see up to here, and then sort of in a diamond going up from there. So, yeah. Arson says, what's the game going to end up like? It's going to be a strategy game. So part of what you'll do is you'll figure out what you want your bot to have on it. So right now I only deployed bots with lasers. But later, you'll have access to these other things. I don't actually have missiles working yet, and harvesting works but doesn't require the hardware for it. So later you can make a machine something like this. And imagine that instead of just 3 categories, there were like 10 categories. And that you can only have 7 different slots maximum. So right now I'm using all 7 because I have 2 plus 2 plus 3. So I did not give myself artillery or cloaking or landmines or any of these other cool abilities. Well, first thing you're going to do is figure out what abilities do you want? What hardware do you want access to? then you'll write the code for it, or you'll use a block-based script. So you could always do something like this if you want to drag this on. And you'll deploy them into the arena. And depending on the game mode, you may want different strategies. So if it's deathmatch, you just want to kill people. If it's capture the flag, now maybe you want to cloak until you get close to a flag, and then, or lay landmines near your own flag, or something like that. So it's all about how do you come up with the best strategy in terms of automation. So you don't necessarily have to write JavaScript if you don't want to, but if you do, then you can, and it works just fine. Oh, and something else I can show you guys really quickly. If you, the different levels of these things, I mean, this is obvious to most gamers, but the different levels of these things will have different powers or range or some extra benefit associated. So lasers 1 can only shoot up to 3 tiles away. So you can see this blue bot is getting blasted by the pink ones before he even gets in range to shoot them. But if all of a sudden I put on lasers 3, then now they can shoot from 5 tiles away, which is their max sensor range. And these numbers are not set in stone, they'll be balanced later. Want to see bot chess? So yeah, Gaiji Gaming, players can write code. I don't think bot chess would ever work. Yeah. Infinite loop? No, so I already wrote a lot of things that stop those, like stop that sort of bad coding. So watch this. Here's an infinite loop. We have update and then move right will never get called. If we deploy a bot like this, it has not crashed the game or anything. So we could try the same thing. Let's say we coded something like for I equals 0, I is less than a very large number, I plus equal 0.1, and then we do the same thing slightly lower here with J. So we try that out, and we close these, and then we deploy this. These bots are still working fine. If you make an absolutely infinite loop by doing something like this, then guess what? It still works fine. So yeah. Bot chess should be easy. How would bot chess work? I mean, how would it work in this game? Like in this game, bots have turns. In chess, the players have turns. And then you move exactly one bot. Or are you just saying like you have pawn bots that only move forward and then fire diagonally, and like a bishop bot that only moves diagonally and then... I don't know. If you guys come up with a bot chess mode, then yeah, we'll consider adding it to the game. I don't know how it would work. Oh wait, you're thinking, okay, you just have like pawns and stuff and then, okay. Well, I think at that point it's not very much like chess anymore. What happens if I set the counting variable to 0 in the loop? So you're saying what happens if you write code like, well, let me connect to the server again. What happens if I write code like this, where you say for I equals 0, I is less than 10, I plus plus, I equals 0. So yeah, this'll be fine. Like you can the green bots now have these infinite loops. Like, it'll slow down the game a little bit, but it doesn't just crash the game. You'd have to have team-based turns versus bot-based turns, yeah. And at that point, I think it'd be a very different game. So yeah, there shouldn't be a way for you to write malicious code in here. Like if I try calling eval hello, it'll say that there's no eval function. If you try writing infinite loops, if you try writing infinite recursion, if you try taking up too much memory, so even if you do things like this, a equals hello, a plus equal a, and then you just duplicate this line a bunch of times, this will only take up like 15 bytes by the end of this, not the 5,000 that you'd expect it to. So there was a lot of work done to get that to the point where hopefully everything's totally fine and only kosher code runs. I say hopefully, and that's why I want to get this into your guys' hands soon, so that you guys help me find any issues, maybe. Okay, let's check in what we just did, which we really should make this a parameter. Socket interface is just hard-coded to be an IP address right now. Let's make this be a real parameter. So we have in www, I believe we have m.port. Yeah, this. So we need to do the same thing. We need to do IP address. IP. There. Let's try that. And then we just need to make sure that our run command, so botland client run, we need to make sure that this set IP equal, oh no, iPad won't be able to run this. Oh man. How do we do this? I could make a DNS entry on my website. Yeah, let's do that. How long is the time check? It caps you at 50 milliseconds. And 50 is a relatively generous number. I'm probably going to lower that at some point. Okay, so let me set up DNS on my server. I've got to do this on my second screen because there's a lot of password information and IP addresses that show up. So where do I set up DNS? Here we go, simple zone editor. And my IP is 192.168.110. So here's what we'll do. We'll select botland. We'll add an A record for game, no, what do I want to call this? Just test server.botland.net, yeah. And the address is that. Okay, good. So now, when I go to testserver.bot.land, this should say, what this should be doing, I think the game server should be hosting some basic web server. Let's put it in the code and see what happens. Whoops. Okay. Oh, whoops, I forgot to put a port on here, that's why, 3003. Ah, there we go. That does work. Okay, cool. So this is here to get iPad to work. So let's test this out again. We'll refresh this page, and when we connect, we should have, good, yeah, we have bots there. So same thing here, when I refresh the iPad, for some reason I picked up my bad iPad. I'm gonna pick up the new iPad and then show you guys. Alright, when I refresh the page now, we should see, well, we shouldn't see anything because I need to type in my username. Wait, what's going on? Okay, good, that works. Now I type in my username and I hit connect, and we should see that pink bot down there, and we do. See it there right off the screen? But if I deploy more bots, we should see those show up. Good, cool, it's working. So theoretically, I could make heaps of bots that reach the timeout limit. Yeah, that's theoretically you could. The way it'll actually work is that you only get to deploy maybe 2 or 3 bots, and if we see users that are hitting the timeout limit repeatedly, we could just kill your bots. And actually, there's something like that that already kind of happened. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So we fixed mobile. Excuse me. Set up a DNS on bot.land called test server, so that the iPad can connect to the game server. This DNS entry points to a local address. Okay, good, so that's done. Get the game to work on mobile. And actually what I came up with here, I thought of an interesting idea. I could write my own sort of network debugger since I don't own a Mac. And that, oh man, I don't think I need a cough or something. And that way, every time I get to a certain section of code, I can socket.emit a message out and then log it on the other end. So it's something I should still consider. So I'm going to write that here. Consider writing the network debugger for iPad. It could just be this. Need to make sure players can't exploit this. So the server needs a toggle for whether to actually log. Yeah, that's Okay, good. Get the game to work again on mobile. That is done. Touch controls for camera at least. Perhaps other gestures for menus, or maybe detect that you're on an iPad and put some buttons on the screen. Let's see what it would take to get touch controls working. So there's something called Hammer.js, which I think we're going to use. Neat. But first, let's take a look at their license. I'm pretty sure it was the MIT license because I've used this before. Yes, it is. Nice. So what we need to do is this. We're going to look into Hammer.js, look into Hammer.js, and then we need to add the license to our license bundle. All right. So let's see what it would take to incorporate this. Ooh, version 2. Nice. So documentation. Usage. It's easy to use. Just include the library and create a new instance. But then you're supposed to pass in an element. Our element would be, okay, well let's start with this. Let's get the uncompressed code. And let's save this as, let's get rid of this stuff. We don't need set IP in here. Okay. So let's save this in botland, client, public JavaScript, vendor, and we'll make a new folder called Hammer or Hammer.js. What is this called? How do they brand it? Hammer.js, I think. But now I need to know their stylization of it. Is it all capitalized? Let's just call it Hammer.js. So client, public, JavaScript vendor, Hammer.js. I meant to hit F2 and I accidentally hit F1. Okay, so there it is. Let's save this as Hammer.js, right? Yeah. Adam, how do you reckon I get rid of this mouse input lag on this game? I tried running compatibility mode and anything. Wait, mouse input lag in what game? OSU? I don't know what OSU is. Mimran, I'm not totally sure how to answer your question. I'm not totally sure how to interpret your question, actually. So I don't know how to answer it. So we have Hammer.js now. Next, we need to include it on the page. So just like how we're including Blockly, we need to include Hammer.js and then take Hammer.js. Then we should actually take a look at their API. So usage, it's easy to use. Let's just copy paste this into our code. And an element, we're going to take, really we need to take the canvas, which can't take focus. So let's go into botland app. No, let's go into Pixie, the Pixie component here. This is the div where we do want this. Let's try this out. I don't know how this is going to work. Mimran, what does OSU mean? And what game are you talking about? So my element, we need to do, we did this before. It's where we set a ref, and I think it's code input where we did this. Refs? No. Let's just search for .refs. Like, what? What just happened? What? That was super weird. Sublime like lagged and then apparently finished my search, but just didn't. Okay, whatever. We need to do this. Find DOM node. What's the difference between find DOM node and get DOM node? Huh. Interesting. But this looks like a much better way to do things. Get DOM node. So let's try that out. We'll go and do Pixie here, and we'll say var Pixie ref Pixie DOM Pixie div equals this. And instead of injective, we'll say Pixie div. And then down here, we need to put ref equals Pixie div. And we put that in here. Now, there are options you can pass in, apparently. I don't actually know what these are. By default, adds a set of tap, double tap, press, horizontal pan, and swipe, and the multi-touch pinch and rotate recognizers. You can enable them by calling them. I don't have any options, so let's just get rid of the options for right now. Okay, looks good. Let's see if that finished building. All right, good. And let's try using it. Pixie div does not exist. That's because I'm doing this in the constructor, I suppose, before this has even been rendered. Yeah, so we need components did mount, and we need to do this in here. Yeah, let's try that. This is what the game is. Don't know if you want to sidetrack or this. It's a rhythm clicking game. I probably won't, since I've never heard of the game, and because I'm not the writer of the game. Okay, so do we have input now? Yes, we do. Cool. So that means that we should have input. Well, wait, let's try something else too. What happens if we click and drag here? Good. So this is only on here. Nice. Okay, this might be a little bit easier to get working than I might have thought originally. We need to shut the simulation server up. So let's look for equals 0 and change this to our good old 1E9. And then we can examine the events that we get. All right, the simulation server should stop now. Good, excellent. So here's our events. We have delta X and delta Y in here. Okay. See ya, demonic. All right, so in order to get this to work, let's go back into here. This is eventually going to need to get tied into the camera, which means I should just do this now. But I don't want to do it now, so we're not going to do it now. What we're going to do is the hacky way of this. We'll say global.c equals this, and that way down here, when we get a pan event, we can say global.c dot, I think there's a change pan, delta x, delta y, so you have change pan, and we got those events that have delta x and delta y. So let's just pass those in and see if this works, because if this works, then we can go take lunch. And I want to eat food, so let's try that out. Alright, good. And if this does work, that means that we'd be able to pan on iPad. Hey, cool, it's working. So let's try it on an iPad now. And it should be that simple to add touch controls. Oh man, I can't type in a password. Done. Okay, so we refresh the page. And Spammy the Pig, that is called Blockly. And I'll show that in just a second. Is this not refreshing? Why is this taking so long? There we go. Okay, so let's see if we can drag now. Oh, you see that? I think it's actually moving. It's just not super obvious because there's like 10 pixels of space for it to move. Whoa, what? What's that? Oh, that's a Chrome on iPad kind of thing. Okay, cool. That's working. Red coder needs food. Yeah, this is Blockly. So this is what I'm using for one of the interfaces in this game for you to be able to code, and it just lets you drag these blocks on. Actually gives you some kind of nice features too in here. So if I want to disable this if statement, I can just right click it and go to disable. And then when I click edit as JS, there's no if statement in here anymore. That's actually pretty cool. I like that a lot. What's it gonna do? Yeah. So then you can re-enable it if you want. You can also add things like else if and other else blocks in here, so you can make your, wait, no, God, I can't see this over that connect component. Get rid of this. There. Oh, you can only add one else? Else if is what lets you recombine things. So yeah, you can put else if, else if, else if, else. Your blocks can just get arbitrarily complex. You moved left and it moved right. Oh yeah, that's totally fine. I'm gonna fix that. I just wanted to make sure it was easy. Like getting Hammer to work was this many lines of code. Granted, we put this global in here. So all right, here's what I'm gonna do because I need to get lunch, and I hate to do this now because I have like the most viewers I've ever had since the first day that I ever started streaming. So I will say this: I'd appreciate if you guys could follow me, and when you do, you end up getting control over the lights in my room. And I will show you guys really quickly. This is the way that I bribe people, so I'll give it some airtime. You'll get access to this interface, and then you can just go tweaking the lights in my room, which is pretty cool. So there's that. And then also, I'm going to be giving, in sometime in the next 2 weeks and 3 days, I'll be giving pre-beta access to Botland. And this is something that you will spend your loyalty points to get access to. So you'll be able to connect to the central server and just start playing with people. And it'll be really what you see now. So you see how a bunch of bots are just moving around like relatively randomly. It's going to be mostly like that, and that there's not a whole lot coded yet. So if I connect over here, I could actually shoot those other bots. Oh, they don't have lasers equipped, so they're not going to fire. Alright, there we go. There. So it'll be like this. Dorzai, yeah, control my lights. Did you not get control? You're a follower, right? Or, okay. Giveaway 2 before lunch. Oh yeah, you're right. I'll run a giveaway. Giveaway. Yeah, this is a good way to show off Botland also. So let's do this. We have here in our code, we'll take this. We'll close this out like I always have to do. Eventually I should make giveaways a little bit smoother, but yep, let's do this. So debug main.giveaway. Alright, cool. So I created a bot for everyone who's in Twitch chat right now. The last person standing will win the giveaway. So you can kind of see everything going on here. You all have the same script on your bots, by the way, which is to fire lasers. Oh wow, that thinned out pretty quickly. Alright, now these two are going to find each other. These three are going to find each other. Alright, so it's just these two remaining. We have Katudis and Ivesfot. They just need to find each other. Of course, everyone kings up on me. Let's set the tick time lower. See, everyone complained about the giveaway when it was a random number generator, and I literally just chose a name from a list. And now everyone complains about the giveaway when it's a more complex random number generator. Not fair, my bot has latency because I ruined your arm. Oh yeah, so it's possible that when bots get created in Botland, they automatically run their update function. So if I create, let's say 10 people, and then I create another 10 people, the 10 people who get created last have a chance to shoot the first 10 people. So it's possible that you die before you even get to see your name, but that's fine because it's a giveaway, and you guys shouldn't totally care about that. I'm voting green will win. Alright, they're not even finding each other. Their sensor range is set to 5. I should really just give them infinite sensor range. Because, there they go. Oh, okay, so Ivesfot, or is that an L? It's an L. Elvesfot. Okay, so we give a token to that person. Alright, and with that said, how do you join the game? So yeah, you just be in chat. You can't actually play this game yet. I'm going to make that the reality in about like 2-ish weeks, and that depends on the lawyer and everything. Mimran says, yeah, I know, but like, is there a link? What? Is there a link to be able to like play this game? Yeah, so there isn't a link. I just take people from chat. Eventually there will be a link. But yeah, so I'm gonna go grab lunch. I hope to see you guys after lunch, where I'll be streaming for another like 3.5 hours, and then I'll be streaming again on Friday. So yeah, I will say BRB lunch, and we'll say 35 minutes. That worked pretty well yesterday. Okay, cool. Yep, I'll be back later. See you guys soon. Hello. Alright, I gotta read chat now. Apparently I already read all of that. You should give them like a big laser thing that shoots a random way, and if it hits, they win. Yeah, I want to do something about the last bits of the dueling part of that. Dorzai didn't get the link? Okay, I'll send Dorzai a link, I think. Dorzai, are you there? Actually, it doesn't matter if you're there or not, I'll just send you one anyway. Oops, no. Typed your name wrong. Okay, cool. So we left off trying to get touch controls working, and we are still going to get touch controls working. And actually mouse controls in the process, because this does not differentiate. Whoa. Okay, yeah. So what do I expect to happen? Okay, so I did reverse this. Negative and negative. Okay, let's find this. So now this is going to be relatively sensitive. Yeah, it's like way too sensitive. I'm like hardly dragging at all. Let's say const damper equals 0.9. I don't know what's going to be considered to be too much. So let's just multiply this by damper and try that out. Actually, you know what I could have done? I could have made that a global variable. That way I don't need to keep rebuilding. Alright. So now we'll zoom in. What? Did that not work? Oh, whoops. Yeah, okay, let's make this a global variable. We'll say global.damper, and then we'll multiply these by that. Now we can just change it. Well, Dorzai, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Did you set him a color loop at the end? No. Most people end up doing that. Okay, let's refresh, and then over here, we can set damper equals 0.4, let's say. Let's try that out. That's still way too fast. 4.1. Am I even modifying this correctly? Oh, I think delta x is since the event started. So this just keeps getting, oh yeah, okay. So that's not what we want. We want to know just how much it changed in the last, yeah, there's velocity x maybe. I think that's what we want. Velocity x, velocity y. Well, let's try that out. Let's set the damper to 1. And then instead of using delta, let's use velocity. And let's try that. And the damper probably does need to be based on the zoom. But for now, I just want to get this working. Let's see. Okay, yeah, that's much more reasonable. And when we zoom out, that's still not too bad. Okay, but yeah. It's also going in the wrong direction. Although some people, there's that whole natural scrolling, which Mac tried pushing as a default, I don't know, like 2-3 years ago. I do not like that, but some people might, so we're going to have to accommodate that in an option setting or something. Okay. So now we have a way of panning. It should probably be a little bit more than what I have now. Let's try 1.2. Or maybe, let me think about this. So I'm just trying to drag the mouse around and see if it feels like how I expect. Man, what's happening in my voice. So I guess what I want is that when you move a point, it looks like you're dragging that point somewhere. And for that to be the case, let's hit damper. What's our zoom right now? Oh, we do have a global camera. Yeah, because I put a global camera. So our zoom is set to 2, and our damper is set to 1.2. So when our zoom was 4, that made sense. So let's set our damper to 2.4 now. Maybe we just multiply it by the zoom. Yeah, that works reasonably well. Let's try 2. I'm not sure exactly how I want to do this. Like, the velocity should be the number of pixels you moved. So the damper really should just be the zoom all the time. In fact, let's do that. Let's just say, let's set damper back to, yeah, it's already 1. And instead of just multiplying by that, let's also multiply by global.c.zoom. And let's see how that works. Don't you need to convert the event coordinates from screen space into world space? For panning, I don't think we should have to. We just pick some values that look good. But yeah, eventually we'll need to do that. Okay. I guess we need the browser to be a little bit smaller for this. Or we can make the arena gigantic. Let's just make the arena gigantic. Can't you just convert from screen to world space? It should be, let me think about this. It should be the camera. Well, all right, yeah. Let me increase the arena size, then I'll devote some more thought to this. Arena width equals. So we're gonna change these to be like 25 by 25, and then same thing here too, 25 by 25. Okay, so now we have a very large arena, and yeah, this is moving very slowly. So okay, what do we want this to be at? Because we could just, we have what, the velocity. Let me think about this. So if we drag, let's get it to the point where, yeah, so that red one's visible. So can we get off center here? Yeah, I don't think velocity is exactly what I want. It's very hard to tell. Yeah, velocity is not what I want. Okay, yeah, it's just not velocity. I'm using the wrong variable. Because you can see I'm dragging the mouse. I would not expect that to happen in a game where I just drag the mouse from the bottom right to the upper left. What other parameters do we have here? The other thing we can do is when you start dragging, we can keep track of what your coordinates were on the last time. Changed pointers. Client X, client Y. So, I want to get how far it traveled since we last checked. And it looks like you can use Pixie to draw some debug lines if you need to visualize vectors. Yeah, that's a good idea too. Delta X is from the very beginning. So do we have any sense of, like, what is offset X? What is client X? Let's look at offset X, I guess. Let's just do a very fast drag. Now, is the last one of these things changed pointers? If we go into this, yeah, now offset X. Okay, so I think we want to use one of these values. I just don't know what these represent. Yeah, I guess let's look in there. Puka2best. That's probably not how you pronounce your name. Bro, I have graphics for 2D game with a maximum of 50 pixels. How many hours is it going to take me to put the basics of the game? I already take the game maker from Yo-Yo Games. I do not know how to answer that question. I'm not totally sure I understand the question either. Hey, again, Adam. So let's do this. We're going to get the event change pointers. We're going to get the first one, and we're going to take offset X. I mean, all of these things are the same. Client Y, offset X, offset Y, page X, page Y. Presumably, these all have very subtle differences. So usually it's like based on the top of the window or something like that, or and yeah, maybe it's because I have the window all the way up there. So let's try this, I suppose. And now in the very last instance of this, maybe they'll look different. Change pointers. So now client X, no, they're all still just negative 335. All right, well let's just take the offset X. The other thing is these might not all exist in every browser, but I'd expect Hammer to do some normalization there. So let's go into Pixie and we'll say their change pointer equal event dot change pointers 0. And now in the change pointer, we can, instead of getting velocity here, we can say change pointer dot offset X. Let's try that. And again, I don't know if this is correct. I think we'll look at the Hammer documentation after this point if this doesn't work how we expect it to. Okay, that is what's going on. I can't even make use of this now. Did I type something wrong? Change pointer offset X offset Y. Okay, let's try something a little bit simpler. Let's just drag that much. What did that do? Change pointer. No, this isn't right. Yeah, I'm not sure what to use. Let's look at the Hammer documentation. Let me just take another look at this. Yep. No clue. Okay, Hammer docs. So let's look at pan. Pointers 1, required pointers, 0 for all pointers. Events, pan, pan start, pan move. This is something that was true. If I recall a while ago when I used Hammer, I remember the documentation was very minimal and they had weird choices of, like, what does this mean? Events, pan together with all of below. I don't know what that bullet point means. Then there's pan start, pan move. Pan move is probably what I want. But no matter what, I guess it just takes in the event. Hammer input event. Oh, thank you, Tyrant. Oh, wow, interesting. Okay. So, change pointers. Array with all new, moved, and lost pointers. The delta X. You know, we could just store this into the event itself, I suppose. And just keep track of how much it changed. Yeah. Oh wait, pointers. Including the ended pointers? What is that? It's a mouse event. See, movement X and movement Y, I'd expect to have... Are those defined anywhere? Movement X? What is movement X and why is it always 0? Okay, let's just store this into the event. So we have the delta X and the delta Y each frame. We can figure out what the original position was. Actually, do we have? Or no, the last position is what I guess we want. No, we don't even need that, do we? Yeah, we do. We either need to save the camera coordinates or we need to save the last deltas. So let's do that. If so, delta X equals event dot delta X minus event dot last delta X. It does have is first. What is first? True when the first input? Wait. So is first here is going to be false. And then is first on, let's try this. So I don't even know if I just dragged. In fact, let's clear the console so that I can tell. There. So this, no, is first is always false for these. See, what does is first mean then? True when the first input. Why, Hammer? Why do you do this? Okay, so let's set this. Event equals that or event.delta x. And same thing with the y here. So let's change all that and let's do this here. So now we have an actual delta x and delta y. Let's use these. And let's see if that works any better. Whoop. Whoop. Not even moving now. Oh, they're different events each time, so of course that's not going to work. Oh, okay. Then I can just do this. Here's what I'll do. There's pan start. We'll say something like start chords. I'm just going to make this a global. Or it doesn't matter for this actually. Start chords equals x. No, they're just undefined. I don't even care. So when you start panning, we're going to say where are the start coordinates? Center position for multi-touch, or just the single pointer? Okay, what is center set to? Center is an object with x and y. Okay, so let's do that. We'll do start chords dot, well actually we could just say start chords equals ev dot center. Then in here we can say the start chord, wait, no, we already had the start chords in every event. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to just say last deltas. So here we set them equal to x0, y0. And now I can take them from here. Last delta x. How did hammer time get there? Last deltas. Let's try that. And then we need to set them again. Yeah. I don't know, this is just weird. Okay. Let's try that out. This is, whoa, okay. Well, this is, no, this is doing that whole exponential move thing again, I think. Which means I am certainly coding this wrong. Alright, let's print out some of these values. Console.log delta x and y, delta x plus delta y. One continual facepalm, that's programming. I suppose so. Okay, let's see what we got here. So yeah, delta x and delta y are increasing every time. And I don't expect that to happen. So what's going on here? Oh, whoops, this is what's going on. We need to do this here. Yeah, there we go. Otherwise they'll always be very large values. What do we have now? No, wait, I still screwed this up. Oh man. Okay, let me think about what I'm trying to do. So we have a delta x that's ever increasing. So when we move 1 pixel to the right, delta x is going to be 1. When we move another pixel to the right, delta x is going to be 2. But we only want to know that it's 1. So we take in the last delta x, and we store it to this. Oh, that was the problem. We always want to store it to this. Yeah, so let's do that, and then we should see, yeah, so I accidentally inverted this, just like Adam was mentioning. But now if I zoom in, does this move twice as fast? Yeah, so I think I already took zoom into account, so I don't need to do this here. So let's try this now. Let's get rid of all of this nonsense, and just turn this into delta x, delta y, and we'll just negate both of these. Oh no, that doesn't make it true or false in JavaScript. So if you say var x equals undefined and then var y equals x or 5, essentially what you're doing here in JavaScript, you're making this y will be equal to 5 at the end of this. So, but if x was defined to 10, let's say, and you said var y equals x or 5, then now y will be equal to 10. Now the weird thing that comes in here, because we're talking about numbers, is when you set this to 0, this will actually be set to 5 at the end. Because we're comparing like truthiness in JavaScript, and JavaScript has weird rules for that. Alright, let's try this out. So good, this is working a little bit better, and now when we zoom in, yeah, we might want to change how fast we're zooming here. In fact, we probably do. Maybe we could divide by the zoom. Where's the camera? No, where am I doing this? Okay, so divided by global.c.zoom. Let's try that out. And then, so yeah, this documentation is not great. But let's see if we got this a little bit better now. So yeah, this zoom is going to be the same because zoom is 1, so we don't really care. Yeah, this looks a little better. Now when we zoom in, we have better control over this. Maybe we want to change these values a bit, but at the very least, we can zoom around now. Yeah, that's roughly what it equates to. And it's not totally that way because of this case, where this works a little bit differently than the ternary operator there. But yeah, it's roughly. Okay, so this will work. And again, we're just kind of spamming globals everywhere so that we can test this out. Later, we'll hammer this into shape. I'm a comedy streamer now. Alright, let's also look at the gesture for zooming, which they probably call like pinch. Yeah, they have pinch here. Okay, so they have pinch, pinch start, pinch move. What does pinch move? If you go like this and then move your fingers? That seems a little weird. Oh no, maybe pinch move is moving it outward or inward. Yeah, that's probably what it is. No, but then what's pinch in and pinch out? Why are there there's no explanation. Yeah, I think monetic bind is correct. Okay, I'm not totally sure how pinch would work here. And part of the issue is, okay, so I think Chrome has some emulator mode for touch controls somehow. Is there some way to do this? Chrome test multi-touch. I could have sworn I did this before. How to enable multi-touch screen support? Enable touch screen support. No, I don't want that. Or even simulate multi-touch at all. Device mode mobile emulation. Here we go, multi-touch. You can simulate multi-touch events on devices that support multi-touch inputs, such as laptops and trackpad. See developer tools section of the multi-touch web development here. What? Multi-touch events. To enable your multi-touch web application to work in browser. I don't have a multi-touch trackpad though. I want to just see if we can test this. I thought there was a way. Maybe. Oh, I know what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of Xcode. When you try out the iPad emulator, you actually can hold shift or something like that, and it acts as though you have two cursors. That's where that UI is that I'm thinking of. It's not to say that you can't do it in Chrome. It's just to say that I don't think I've ever done it in Chrome. And I don't think this is how you would do it. I bet it's in here somewhere. Experiments. Devices. Is there a way to do this? Elements, profiler, console extensions. There's no multi-touch fake out. Okay, so I guess we could just test it on the iPad. I mean, I have it here and it loads up pretty quickly. So let's try that. Hammer time dot on pinch function. So the problem is we won't know what's in this event necessarily. We kind of have an idea. Oh, what? So what I want to get, I think, oh, you know what I think this has? I think this has the whole distance between, where did that page go? I had a page open here that Tyron linked. It must be just the getting started page. No, it's not. All right, let's just go back and chat to where Tyron linked this page. Okay, so here there should be distance moved. I wonder if that'll be distance between the cursors. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to change the game server code. Let's go into Connection Manager, and we're going to listen for debug. And we're gonna listen as soon as the player is done joining. So no, we're gonna listen as soon as they do this. So we're just gonna say debug print, and all this is gonna do is print to the console. We need to make sure we disable this later. So debug print socket text console.log got text from iPad text. Okay, now we have a nice way to debug from the iPad because we don't have an iPad console. So we need to make sure we connect to the game server, which is going to be kind of tedious. We can make it auto connect probably. Is that a good idea? I think that's a good idea. So we'll go to connect to server. When you submit, where do we do this? There's a connect button. On connect name. So name equals this. We'll say this. If name equals an empty string, then name equals 0. Or rather, the string 0, I suppose. That's the input event, which is raw. It's listed as a secret event. And everyone says you might be looking for delta instead of distance. Okay, yeah, and we'll try this out. So now we have a way of sending a message. So we're going to do more hackery here and change in socket interface. We're going to set our socket to a global. Global.socket equals this.socket. And again, this is just to get everything. Name is read only. Where's that coming from? Connect to server. Yeah, let's do let here. So then back here in Pixie, we can do, let's just test this out. Global.socket.emit debug print. Is that even what I called it? Debug space print. And let's just say hello. No, actually, can we stringify the event? We probably can't. Well, let's just try this for now. Then let's start up a new server. Good. Okay, now let's test this out. I gotta type in my password. Oh man, I can't type it in. There we go. Okay, so here we are. I will move this closer to the camera once I've actually done something. Whoops, uh-oh. Okay, so let's refresh the page. You can kind of see that there's a connect thing, and now what we should see print on the console, which you guys see on my screen, when I hit the connect button, we should see it say, actually it's not when I hit the connect button, it's when I try the pinch gesture. That does not seem to be doing anything. We're emitting debug print, and Connection Manager is reading it and then doing got text from iPad on the console. Maybe let's try something else really quickly here. Let's do this. So we might not have set the global socket correctly. There are a whole bunch of things we might have screwed up, but we don't know for sure which yet. So we have the socket here. When we're done connecting to the server, there should be, where is it? Player join server. Let's, where do I get that I've finished connected? Socket connected is here. So when we get that, let's do this right here. So as soon as I connect now, when I refresh this page and then hit the connect button, I should see, come on, there we go. Okay, good, we got text from iPad, hello. So now just the pinch gesture isn't doing anything for us. Noble Tom says, where did you study? That's one of the things I'm not talking about, but it is in the US. I went to college here. So it could just be that pinch is not a gesture that's recognized. It could be that I'm not actually doing it. It's called pinch together with all of below. Yeah, and I did make pinch a gesture, right? Function event. Okay, let's put this inside a pan, and we'll just send out the pan event, and then in here we'll try various things for. Wait a second. Was pinch disabled by default? Did they write something about that? There was some getting started page here. By default, it adds pinch and rotate. They're disabled by default because they would make the element blocking, but you can enable them by calling aha. That is why we read a tiny bit of the documentation. And now we win, dear readers. Do you recommend software engineering or computer science? I think either one's fine. And it depends on, yeah, exactly, Scornaxon said, it depends on your interest. Okay, so we should see a pan message when I drag my finger across the screen, and then a pinch message when I try pinching. But apparently pinching blocks. So we see pan, good, and now we see, well, I said hello. So nice. Okay, cool. So we got like network debugging working via console messages. So now instead of printing this, let's do ev.delta x. Well, let's send an entire message out, I guess. Delta, we'll say x plus ev.delta y. And then what other information should be in this message? We have everything in here. Maybe distance. Let's get distance anyway. And let's get... Is there anything else in here that makes sense? Maybe we just get that for now. Distance, distance. Then we wait for that to finish. And good. Now we can refresh and we can test this out. So now, I'm not going to show you guys what's happening on the iPad because you can see it on my screen essentially. We're going to connect, and I tried just the pinch method. And what's going on? Doesn't look like it's doing anything. Did I screw this up somehow? Oh, ev.distance. So it's giving me an undefined right now. That shouldn't matter though. Why isn't that working? It was still weird. Let's refresh. Try again. Because once we get this working, then there will be some iPad controls at least, and I can make some crazy gesture like this to open up Blockly for all I care, because the UI is not finalized. So, oh, there we go. Okay, cool. So I'm getting some of these values. Now I'm gonna, whoa, that's some elaborate spam. Okay, I'm gonna do this. We're going to pinch outward. And what happens if we rotate? Okay, so distance is increasing. Nope. Distance doesn't ever decrease though. So what, how did, oh man, we gotta like detect this ourselves apparently, because it depends on where we move. I just want to get distance between the 2 points. I guess I could get the cursors and check that myself. Apparently getting the semantics of this to be like what you expect on a device is not that easy. So I wonder if Hammer just gave us events for that. There's pinch start, move, end, in, out. So what do in and out do? Let's look at pinch in, I suppose. And we need to probably set, yeah, that should be it. So let's try that. Okay. Alright, so now we have the pinch in event. So yeah, now when I go like this and move my fingers outward, it doesn't trigger it. So it's just when I pinch inward. And then we can see that the distance increases. But weird things happen with the distance. Like I'd expect distance to be, yeah, distance does some weird stuff here. You go to the same interviews and positions with both degrees from what I've heard, so it's really about what you want. Yeah. It would have been nice if Hammer provided some... Actually, wait a sec. Let's go look at their pinch handler, because they have a threshold here. I wonder how this works. Let's try this. Yeah, they must be doing pretty much what I want here. Let's go take a look. They have recognizers. They should have one for pinch. There it is. And then let's search for threshold in here. Math.abs input.scale. Is there a scale? Oh, there is. Scaling that has been done with multi-touch, one on a single touch. Oh, well, let's try that out. Plus scale, ab.scale. Yeah, distance from the center, I think you guys are right. So then this might be what I want. Let's try this out. Scale is, perfect. Perfect, okay, that's right. There we go. So we can just use the pinch event. And then let's actually have it modify the camera too. Oh, this is gonna be really hard because our zoom is only on like 5 levels right now. Let's just save this and run this one. Okay. So we refresh and connect. Okay, so now I'm going to just not really move my fingers at all, and we can see that scale is somewhere around 1. So we're probably going to want a threshold that's moderately big, like 1.25 or something like that. But as I move out, this zooms in, so scale is going up to 5, and then I can do the same thing and keep doing that, and we can see it go up. Or if I zoom out, we can see scale go down, and then if I get my fingers as close together as I possibly can, it's at like 0.07. No, we got 0.05, but yeah, it doesn't really matter. The whole point is that it got very small. So we can change the camera zoom based on that. Let's do this. Let's just set global.c.zoom equal ev.scale. This is not what we want, definitely, but it'll at least show us how this works. So we connect, we try zooming. Okay, good, you can see it zooming out. And if I zoom in, we should be able to pan the arena. Okay, good, yeah, I think this is working. There's one little issue over there, and that's that I've scrolled all the way as far to the bottom right as I can, and I don't see the red tile down there. Oh, it's because, okay. No, the problem is because I only allowed for certain zoom coordinates. I gotta change that a little bit. Okay, so that's kind of known right now. So yeah, you can zoom out so that you can see the whole thing. Wait, but that doesn't make any sense either, right? Are we scaling the... I probably need to stop propagation on the actual event so that I don't scale the browser. There's no way of knowing if I'm scaling the browser though. Oh yes there is actually. If I do this... Oh weird, this isn't working. Oh, because socket.emit is before that call. Will I be able to play this game on my iPotato? You should be able to. Isn't the scale depending on the distance between the fingers? Yeah, it is. Okay, let's try this now. So now it'll throw an exception after, but we don't really care because we'll have changed the scale. Okay, so the reason I did this is because I wanted to see if I was zooming in the browser elements. I'm not, because the connect button is not actually changing size. So this is just an issue with... Oh, I know what this is. Okay, so let's do this. Here's what we'll do. Depending on the scale, we'll say, what are our camera zoom levels that we actually allow? So there's like a change zoom. We have set zoom, and we do this. Zoom equals clamped number between min zoom and max zoom. So we need to, do we need to do that? Let's just do that actually. I wonder what that'll result in. Let's do C set zoom f.scale. Because what I never planned for when I was writing this was for you to have weird zoom values. So it was supposed to be between it was either going to be 0.5, 1, 2, or 4. I think those are the only ones you can have, and maybe 0.25 is in there also. Never turn the iPad off, or you gotta type your password in again. If you want to lock the browser scale, there's a meta tag for it. Oh, interesting. I don't want to yet because it's still useful for testing. So let's see now. I zoom in all the way, and can I see that thing at the bottom right? Shouldn't have made the arena so big. Yeah, there it is. Okay, and then I zoom out all the way. And good, I can see the whole arena. So yeah, there we have it. And I can zoom in. So let's just keep it this way for now, I think. We should make sure that and yeah, I will want to change how this scales eventually. Because if I set it back, yeah, you're right. If I set it to f.scale, it snaps back to 1. That's fine. I just wanted to get these things kind of basically working. I'll polish it. I'll write that later, actually. So let's say polish zooming. So don't just set to f.scale. And then the other thing is zoom on whatever is in the center of the camera at the time. Yeah, Tyron, no, I'm aware of that, and that's the thing I'm going to end up fixing. Okay, so we need to enable this, but we only want to enable this when it's on iPad, so I think only enable the pinch gesture on touch browsers. Well, it's a bug I didn't try addressing yet, so yeah, I suppose it's a bug, but that's like saying that landmines aren't in the game. Plus, you already have tons of points. Tyron is now plotting my downfall. Okay, so we have pan and pinch. What else do we want here? I wrote touch controls for camera, perhaps other gestures for menu. Okay, let's see how hard it would be to add in a custom gesture here. So, recognizers. Can we make our own? Getting started. Usage. More control. You can set up your own set of recognizers for your instance. This requires a bit more code, but it gives you more control about the gestures that are being recognized. So we can add, quadruple tap. Creates an instance containing a pan and quadruple tap gesture. Do they have a quadruple tap thing built in? Well, they have these other ones like rotate and swipe. Let's just take swipe. We'll make swipe open up Blockly. So swipe left, swipe right, swipe up, and swipe down. What's the difference between swipe and pan, though? Recognize when the pointer is moving fast. Okay, let's try it. Are these enabled by default, though? Swipe. Swipe is enabled by default. Okay. Enable vertical or all directions for the pan and swipe recognizers. What is swipe should already be? Yeah, okay. Let's try this out. Let's try on swipe right. We'll just emit a debug print of swipe right. Swipe right. And on swipe left we'll do the same thing. Okay, let's try running that. The iPad turned itself off again. I'm going to need to go charge this soon. Alright, I will refresh. So, we see a connect component come up. Come on. I don't know why this is taking so long. There we go, connect. Now we swipe right. Okay, so it's pan right up until it becomes swipe right. Well, it's working at least. So yeah, you'll end up panning the... Whatever, that's fine. I don't really care. This is going to be the start of this. Swipe is a gesture, touch, swipe, lift. So I think next, let me lower my desk. Hang on a second. Okay. Also, what's going on with my lights? It's been 5 minutes since DoorDash got control, but they haven't reset themselves. I want to take a quick look at that and just see, did I totally botch that? CD source. I said set interval idle check. Oh, that happens every 60 milliseconds. Whoops. I wanted to be every 60 seconds, but still, we got the current time. We check the time of last command. If it's greater than the idle timeout. Oh, we just never called set all lights to normal in here. Oh my god. All right. All right, we're gonna just restart the light server. There. Okay. So that's fixed. So yeah, you guys wanted swipe up and swipe down. Let's change that because I'm fine with that. Let's also make sure it works. Okay. So, and then if any of you have, let's say, an Android tablet or something, feel free to use that to test out Botland because I don't have access to an Android tablet, or if you have a Microsoft Surface or anything like that. So we have this working now. Let's try to see if our swipe up and swipe down works. So where is that? That is located here. Yeah, so swipe down and swipe up. So they're not working, so we do need to enable that. And this is where we enable it here. So we put our swipe hammer dot direction vertical. Okay. Is that finished building? Okay, and now let's try that out. So if I go into the console, we should see swipe up and swipe down. Good, cool. So yeah, that's working. All right, let's clean up this code, given that it's absolutely horrible. We've put globals everywhere just so that we can get this working, and we don't want to do that. We want this to happen. So this is calling things like socket.emit. Granted, this is just for debug purposes. So this will be removed, but we are calling into the camera code. So what we should do is we should put these handlers on the camera. However, there will also be touch gestures, and we'll want those on individual objects. But for now, yeah, let's put these on the camera. So here's what we'll do. We will go into client main, and we will write handlers for all of these things that we've done. So we have pan, pinch, swipe up, swipe down. So let's do that. Pan handler. Pan handler. We'll just type it without the ha-ha-has. So it takes in an event. Then we also have pinch handler, takes in an event, and swipe up handler, and swipe down handler. Okay. By the way, guys, if you do want to get my attention in chat now, because I'm going to be focusing on code a little bit more, just tag me in a message. I'll see it highlight in bright red, and then I will get back to it. Also, at some point, probably in like 2 minutes or so, we should see my lights automatically revert to white. Yeah. All right, in order to get this into the Pixie component, we need to pass it through root. So let's go into root, and we'll pass in all of these handlers. In fact, let's just pass them in individually, I guess. Oh, should we? What we could do here is we could pass them all in as like camera handler functions. Camera handlers equals, and we could pass in an array of all of these functions. What if we did that? Panhandler, this dot panhandler dot bind this. I don't know what this really gains us. Oh, yes, I do. Then when we pass this from root to Botland app to Pixie, we only need to pass one thing in. Well, let's try it this way. If I don't like this, I can just change it. So swipe up handler. Yeah, so let's do this. Swipe up handler, swipe, that's not gonna work, fine. Swipe down handler, and then, what was the last one? Pinch handler. Okay, so we have all the handlers passed in. Next we go into root.js, and you see that, guys? Do you see that? We hit Control P and then we pressed R and Sublime didn't totally hang. That's because of this. Due to a bug in the Babel syntax highlighter for Sublime Text 2, this tag needs to be on a new line. If we were to hit backspace right now, it would crash Sublime. So we're not going to hit backspace. Let's pass these handlers directly in. This equals that dot props dot camera handlers. Tyron says, I don't think that's going to... yeah. Then let's pass this into... Let's go to Botland app. And pass this into our Pixie component, which is right here. So we'll say camera handlers equals this dot props dot camera handlers. Cool. Oh, nice. The lights changed. All right, cool. So that's totally working. In fact, that's so cool. Let's run a giveaway so that the lights are no longer changed. All right. We'll never get to that touch code. Not if I have anything to say about it. So let's load this up. Let's cut out the emulation there, and then we'll get rid of this, delete, and we will run debug main.giveaway. Oh, this is gonna be a giant arena though. Yeah, this will never finish. You can see you guys killing each other. Alright, well this will just be a long-running giveaway. They'll eventually finish. Okay, I'll speed them up a little bit. But yeah, these guys are never going to end up finding each other. Oreo Panda, Adam McAdamson. Oreo Panda wins. Yep, alright, let's just put this off to the side for now. Okay, so we have the camera handlers. Now in Pixie, every time that we do these things, we need to call into the handlers, which actually, you know what we could have done? We could have had main.js do this. That way Pixie doesn't have to handle this. I think that's a more generic way of doing things. So the problem right now is that Pixie component has the div that's owned. And so we created Hammer on that div. No, wait, we need to do this every time though that we create the div. So no, this is correct, I think. Alright, so hammer time dot on pan start. By the way, is anyone, let's just zoom out, I guess. Yeah. See if they ever find each other. Okay, so pan start, we actually need a handler for that too. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Pan start handler, this dot pan start handler dot find this, which means we need one of these functions as well. And these are all going to call directly into the camera, I guess, which means we don't need to define them there necessarily. Well, by the way, that showed off the benefit of why I did things this way. So this actually does work out pretty well. We defined 5 different handlers inside a single prop, and then we passed that prop in. So that works out nicely. So we can now do this .props.camera handlers. Let's put this here, and let's copy all of this code out to here, because we know that it works. The puns weren't entirely me, by the way. Tyron made one of those. So it's down to Ms. Visser, and who's this other person? Matuli. And they're very far away from each other, so they may never find each other. But one of them will win this giveaway. So we're gonna do this. Hammer time dot on pan start this dot props dot camera handlers. Oops, dot pan start handler. Yeah. we need to do this for everything now. So we need to do it for pan. We need to do it for, what were the other ones? Pinch, swipe, no, pinch, swipe up and swipe down. So pinch, swipe up, and swipe down. And we put these here too. Swipe up and swipe down. MS Visser. Okay. Got it. We'll add that to the pronunciation thing. It's pronounced MS Visser. MS Visser. Got it. Now I'll never mispronounce your name again. So we've got the pan start. So all this stuff is going to need to change. Let's get rid of all these. But then this, we make a new hammer every time we do this, so that sets up all of our events. Good. All right, now we don't need last delta, we don't need a damper, we don't need that stuff. So in component did mount, we're basically setting up hammer. Scornexon mentions that the sudden death mode so that this doesn't happen. Yeah, for the sake of the giveaway, I should do something where this speeds up a bit, but I only just coded this yesterday. I didn't expect to be running it all the time, and I am. Okay, next, in main, we now have these handlers, and these need to call into the camera, almost to the point where there's no reason in having any of these in main, that they should just call into the camera directly. But the camera might not exist at that point, because, yeah, it doesn't exist at that point. So we do need to create, what happens, when does a camera get created? Camera equals, it's in setup camera, which is called with the Pixie wrapper. So Pixie can call your event before the camera exists? That doesn't sound good. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so then until that point, the camera doesn't even exist. So I guess let's do this. In the constructor, we'll say this dot camera equals null. And let's just start with the pan handler one and pan start. We'll say if this dot camera, util dot exists, this dot camera, then this dot camera dot pan start handler. Excuse me. These will all just route to the correct function. And then we can do the same thing over here with pan handler. Let's do that. And then we need util, so let's include that. And in camera.js, we can put functions in for this. So we'll have pan start handler event and pan handler event. Excuse me. So let's do this. We want to copy what we had in here. So let's do this dot last pan last. So this is a hammer pan value equals x0 y0, and then this same thing needs to be done down here, pan start handler. Good. Then in the actual pan handler, we do the same thing that we had done before, which is this code, and let's see what we have. We don't need this. We don't need to ever use global.c anymore. We can change that to just this. We have global.c equals this. That's not needed. And we don't need that line, and we don't need that line. Okay, so let delta x, then we can do, there we go. All right, I think this is a pretty good function. We'll just save this and wait for this to be blue-green. NA Predator says, oh wait, oh there's a winner. Whoops, it's MS Visser. Token MS Visser. Yeah, this game is not open source, Noble Tom. Tyron, I involuntarily laughed at that. Involuntarily. Pan start handler. That doesn't exist in client main. Pan start handler. It does exist, so why is this happening here? It's saying cannot read property bind of undefined, which means yes, that this doesn't exist. That's weird. Hand start handler. Yeah, it's right there. So maybe this doesn't refer to what I think it does? No, this refers to main. And there's the pan start handler. Oh, I typed hander. Okay, well. Yeah. So anyway, NA Predator says, does anyone know how copyright works? If I uploaded my game footage, would someone else be able to just steal that? So it all depends on the license between you and wherever you're uploading it. So for example, if you happen to be a Twitch partner and you stream something on Twitch, Twitch I think owns your content for some amount of time, maybe forever, I don't know. There's some license you enter into. If it's to YouTube, yeah, there could be a Creative Commons license. You could also, I think there's some other license they have on there too. Okay, Last Deltas, I changed the name of that. So Last Deltas should have been Last Pan Deltas there. Let's let that build. Good. Okay, cool. So we can pan the camera around now using just the mouse. You can also, you can also use WASD. That's fine. But it's just, now you have another option. Alright, good. I like this. Alright, good. Let's add in the other handlers. So we have swipe up, swipe down, and pinch. And those are all going to work the same way. We just want to copy paste these. So we copy paste those, and then we take the name from here and call that version in camera. So we're done with that. Next, in camera, we need to put those functions in. So they're these, and we can do this. And then we can copy paste the code from in here that we'd written. So for pinch, we have set zoom to event scale. This dot set zoom ev dot scale. And that's going to need to change eventually. We're aware of that. Now for these, swipe up and swipe down, we actually don't want to call into the camera for that. So I take that back. Let's get rid of these. This is going to do... Oh, we have no event for this, so there's no way to do this right now. Botland app needs to start reading its state from a Redux store. I don't think we're going to be able to code this right now. We would need to... Yeah, we need to change how that works. Okay, so for right now, we'll just say console.log swiped up and swiped down. Alright, let's let that rebuild. And then let's see if swipe up and swipe down works. Alright. So yep, we got swiped up and swiped down. Good, so eventually that'll open up Blockly. That just gives you a way to interact with the code on iPad. But for right now, it doesn't matter. Okay, then let's take a look at the code we've modified. We should be at a point where at least I'm a little happier with this. We still need to comment that these should be different sizes. That other stuff, yeah, we need to comment and go through. This just lets you connect without typing in a name. I think we're going to keep this here. Yeah. And then I also put something in here for debug printing. We will probably want that too, to some extent. This needs to be gotten rid of. In fact, we should have... Oops. Oh man, I don't like it when that happens. Yeah, quit. Let's try this again. Use this text block. Good. And then this socket connected. We don't really need to print anything because we have something on the other side. So now socket interface is not going to get checked in. We are using Hammer now. So we have this debug print. This is something I want, but I want it in properly. So we're just going to get rid of it for now. Let's revert this file. And in main, what's going on here? Yeah, we can revert that file too. And then we checked in Hammer. So we need to, oh, and one other thing I forgot about. So add the license, also add the license for pubsub.js. I forgot about that. Oh, MS Visor stopped controlling the lights a while ago. It's just that color loop is set to true. But take a look at this. I forgot when I sent the token. but it's been, oh wait, there's times here. So yeah, that was 14:12:02, and it is 14:16:22. So in exactly 40 seconds, let's set online stopwatch. Oh god, this takes like 10 seconds just to load the site. So let's set this to just 30 seconds, I guess. Alright, no, you gotta hit start. Alright, this is gonna be a little bit, when it hits like 2 seconds, you should see my lights go down, go to white. And if that works, then we're a-okay. Alright, let's finish looking through this code though. So camera, we've gotta go comment. Let's do that, camera.js. Last hammer pan values. When you start, it's gonna happen maybe? Nothing happened. Oh, the handler is every 60 seconds. So sometime in the next 60 seconds, it's gonna happen. We just don't know when. Alright, well fine. When you start panning using hammer.js, we need to keep track of the starting values for delta x and delta y. We do so here. Oh nice, there it goes. Mimiron says, I never use my time for the lights and I don't have the link. How do I get it? I can send you a link. Mimiron 010. Yeah, so normally, oh wait, did you just refollow? Someone just followed me. I don't actually see those notifications on my screen. I see it on OBS and I didn't catch who that was. Well, I just sent you one, Mimiron. That's why you got it. Alright, so pan start handler. Pan start handler function for a hammer. Event is like a hammer event. Do they actually, I'll just say object. I don't care. Hey, old man. Alright, so pan handler. This is pan handler function for hammer, and that's an object. Then pinch handler. Pinch handler function for hammer. It's an object. Alright, good. So I think the camera class is fully commented now. Good. Yeah, that's good. Main.js, we set the camera to null. We don't really care about that. These are all just router functions which we need to write down. So let's go comment those. Client main. Also, I can't help but laugh. That's some good clicking, Mimiron. Good clicking. I'll have to make sure to watch that later when I watch the VOD. I am so happy I coded that light system. It brings joy to me at least. So this is going to routes to the camera's pan function. See that comment. I don't want to actually put too many comments here because routes to the camera pan handler function. I'll just say this. Routes to the camera's function of the same name. Routes to delegates to the camera. See that class for a comment. Yeah, that's what we're going to do here. So let's do this. Yeah, good. Okay. And swipe up and swipe down are in, but they don't do anything yet. So we'll just leave that right now. Old man, you got a link for the lights yesterday. Pretty sure you did. Okay, next up, connect to server. Here we have simply made it so that if you press connect, it logs you in as person 0. Component did mount is just to set up hammer. I think that's fine. Pixie.js. Yeah, let's just explicitly call this setup hammer.js. And we'll take the contents of this function, we'll say this dot setup hammer, and we'll put it into this function and get rid of that. Cool. Next, Spotlight app. We pass some handlers through, we don't want to check that in, and we include hammer. So yeah, everything looks good. This, do we want to include this? Maybe we want to include the minified version of this. No, it doesn't matter actually. Because when we deploy this, we're eventually going to minify it, so I suppose it doesn't matter. Okay, if you haven't actually used it, I'll give you guys tokens. It's stuck in the most noticeable of lights. No, don't worry about it. After 5 minutes, the lights go back to normal anyway. And that way I don't go for these long stretches of time where people are like, why is your camera set to red? I don't like the flakiness of this program. I should build this into the other program that I have. Let's see if that works. You guys will be fighting with each other for control of the lights though. Come on. Alright, I'll get back to that. So Hammer is included. So added Hammer.js. The pan and pinch functions are working. Now we should just test this one more time on the iPad. So I'm going to show that on stream again. We'll try connecting. So here we go. We should see, come on. Why is this not loading? Oh, there it goes. I don't know why that takes a long time sometimes. So here we go. We have this. Let's try zooming in and then just moving this around. Yeah, looks good. So that's it. That's all we did. And when it's zoomed out all the way, you can see it just there in the center. If we actually wanted to, we could create bots. So here I'll connect to that and I will create some lasers bots. And you should see on the iPad that they get created. So, oh, that's a big bug. Huh. Oh, that's right. You know why this is happening? This is happening because the server thinks that the arena is size 25 by 25. Interesting. At some point I should restart the server then. Okay. Yeah, let's restart the server now so that doesn't get really confusing. Here. There we go. Alright, so added Hammer.js. The pan and pinch functions are working. Done. Good. Oh, nice. Could not connect to the server. Perhaps it's offline. Yeah. That all looks good. Okay. So next up, did we have another commit in there that I just ignored? No. All right, so we've got to fix these things, but the first things first, we're going to add the licenses for the new files that we added. And that's really important because every new thing we add, we want to attribute our code to them. So let's go find their license. I think it's on their GitHub, yeah. Here it is. So we take Hammer.js, we take the license, and we copy paste this. And we put it into Botland, client licenses, and we save this one as Hammer.js license. We paste that in there. Then we also need to include a license for PubSub.js, which is this license. But that's weird. So it says, unless required by applicable law, software distributed as is. Yeah. So let's look at their license for this. Actually, no, let's take it from Closure Library, GitHub. Do they have it on GitHub now? Yes, they do. Okay, we can take the license from here. Oh, this is the same. Is Google even mentioned in here? It's not. So we already have the Apache license in here once. I think we can just include this copyright then. Yeah, let's put this in there. So let's say this is Pub like closure library license.txt. We'll put that there. Add as modifications, we'll say to pubsub.js. And then this does not need to be commented out. Delete, delete. Darn it, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's just do it this way. Whoops. All right, let's do this. Let's set it to JavaScript and then uncomment it that way. There we go. Okay, next, when we do Botland client, if we do gulp pre-beta, what should happen is we should get those new licenses in here. Oh, whoops, we did one other thing in the other license files. So closure library license follows, and then we say the same thing for hammer.js. Hammer.js license follows. Okay, so now we need to rerun pre-beta. If I were the age of 70 and I read Harry Potter all the time, would that be weird? No, not at all. Okay. Then we modify client index.jade and we change bundle to bundle.min.js. Next, we reload the game and we make sure that our new licenses are in. Let's see. Let's open up bundle.min.js. What we should have up here is a hammer.js license. Oh, it's got to search through a lot of code. Did I just crash this? I think it crashed. Oh, there we go. Hammer. Oh man, okay. This has to search through all this insane amount of text. Hammer.js. That's all I wanted to search for. Please work. I just want to see if the license showed up. Thanks for the follow. Who is that? Nikki Misi? Thanks. Okay, it's almost, oh, I typed JS about 20 seconds ago. Is it going to show up in my browser now? Alright, this isn't worth it. Let's just close that. Refresh the page and manually inspect this. Saw me in the gym the other day. That's impossible. The last few times I've been going, no one's been in the gym. It's my apartment gym now. Alright, closure library license, good. And then hammer we should see somewhere down here. Good, there it is. Okay, so we got the license files in. We are protected. Do you have stairs in your house? Because I'm protected. Added licenses for hammer.js and the closure library because I'm using pubsub.js for that library. Alright, good, we got our licenses. Or has it really been no one else? He was there in the corner. I couldn't see him. All I heard was some grunting. I thought another person was working out. Add the license for PubSub, that's done. Mouse controls for the camera, that's technically done already. Scroll wheel to zoom. Yeah, let's do that too. But make sure it only works on the arena. So scroll wheel to zoom. How did I do this in ophog? Let's go take a look at that code base. I'm pretty sure, actually, does ophog even work that way? I think it does. When I use the scroll wheel on here, yes, it zooms in. Okay, so let's go take a look at how I did that. I probably stupidly threw the code into main.js. Where's main.js? I don't even see it here. Lowercase. Scroll wheel? Nope. Nope. Oh, mouse wheel. Here it is. We just add a listener to mouse wheel. But that's because we have jQuery. So we probably need to do something like HTML event. We need to do add event listener on mouse wheel probably. Add event listener. Yeah. So we add it to mouse wheel. Okay. Where do we want to put this then? I feel like Pixie should add it. Let's try that. Pixie.js. We have this div here. Let's do pixie div dot add event listener mouse wheel function event. Let's just do console.log. Hello. Is it me you're looking for? And let's close all these other things about Hammer. We don't need this open. So does this log to the console? Nice. And now if we do something like this, they don't make the scroll wheel work in here, but that's actually good. We only want the scroll wheel to work when we're over that div, and that is currently the case. What happens if we shrink the browser so that you can't see all of this? No, that doesn't do anything because we haven't resized this based on the browser size. So I think we're fine. The only other place where there's a scroll wheel that might show up is in here. If we copy pasted this code a bunch of times, we'd see it. And good, yeah, the scroll wheel is working okay. So then we just need to pass in this. This dot props dot camera handlers dot scroll wheel. I guess we'll call it mouse wheel since that's what they call it, mouse wheel handler. And in client main where we define. Why does this happen? I gotta cut out bundle.min.js now or else it's gonna freeze Sublime. No, I just want to see. No. Okay, we gotta exclude that from our project. That's obnoxious. That's really obnoxious. Let's open up our project file. Open project. No, that's not what I wanted. Edit project. Okay, folder exclude patterns. We want to exclude everything in the dist folder. There, so now when we go to bundle dot, yeah, good, it doesn't exist anymore. Great. So client main, we go here, we go to our panhandle function, and we make a new mouse wheel handler, which does the same code that's in here. So let's put that there, and then we call mouse wheel handler. Good. Then down here, where we start passing these in, we'll put those there, and then go into the camera and add functions for those two. So let's put that there. And here we want to do something, but I don't know what it is, so let's just put a debugger statement there. Wait, what are you guys still talking about this? I was working out, you were lifting heavy. Okay. You know, old man, I was thinking about this, and I'm determined that you must be living in the UK. You have two mannerisms that made me think that. Perhaps I'm wrong. My second guess is Canada. But you live in one of those two places. How do I want to do this? I want to just zoom. So let's press the scroll wheel, and what do we get? We get an event that has, it's a wheel event, and it should have a delta on it. Delta, whoa, there's a whole bunch of stuff on it. Wheel delta, which? What is all this? Wheel delta is 120. Oh, in case there's a horizontal scroll. That's why you could have wheel delta. Actually, my mouse has a horizontal scroll. What happens if I press that? Nope, it's bound to back and forward. I didn't even know that. I wonder how many times I've... Huh. Interesting. Well, the more you know. So we want to look at, what was it called? Delta, wheel delta. Yeah, that's it. But I guess we specifically want wheel delta y. So let's look for wheel delta, and if we don't have it, let's take wheel delta y. So var delta equals f dot wheel delta, and if we don't have that, then we'll get, we want y first, and then we'll get f dot wheel delta. No, that won't work. Well, I guess it will. Okay, cool. Then we zoom in based on that. So this dot set zoom, let's just, we can't just set it to the delta. We can say this dot zoom plus delta. I don't know what that's gonna do. Let's just try it out. Alright, Well, at least we got rid of the debugger in there. So let's try zooming in now. Okay. Well, other than the fact that it only zooms from min to max immediately. What is the delta in there? Mouse wheel handler. Delta is set to 120. Oh yeah, that's way too much. Let's divide by 10. No, let's do the same thing we did before. Global.damper equals 10. And we'll divide by that. That way we can change it at runtime. Adam, I do know you IRL, but not really. I'm a friend of a friend. Can you tell me who our friend is then? Is your name Andy? This is gonna kill me. I'm gonna be up at night thinking, who are these people? Why did they find me on Twitch? Okay, what did I screw up here? The damper set to 10, so I'm dividing by 10. Oh, that's 12 then. Okay, this should be like 100. Alright, let's try now. Nope. Let's try 1,000. Am I doing something totally wrong here? What's going on? I zoom in. Oh, I'm a moron. Let's set this in here. Pen start handler. There. Or let's just get rid of this, I guess. There we go. Come on, old man, tell me, who's our mutual friend? If you say the name of anyone I know, then I'll believe you 10%. And if you say the name of someone I've never heard of before, then yeah, it's all bets are off. Alright, let's do this now. This is still going to be too much, but we can set damper to 1,000, and now when we zoom in, oh, we've already screwed everything up. Whoops. Alright, let's try this again. We'll just refresh, set damper to 1,000 immediately, and then try zooming in. Okay, good. That's much better. It's still not great. Like, we're zooming in at the upper left corner, but that's alright. This is better than it used to be. And now you can have all these zoom values in between, which might screw up. Let's try that. Can we pan all the way to the side? Yeah, we can. Huh, interesting. So I think this is working. Yeah. Okay, that looks good. Alright, so let's just keep dividing by 1,000, I guess. Delta divided by 1,000, and then we'll get rid of this, and we'll get rid of... Oh, we don't even set the damper anymore. Okay, so mouse wheel handler function, and this is an object. It's probably an event. You have shut down chat single-handedly. Alright, nice. Okay, scroll wheel's working. Let's check that in. So that's a pretty straightforward function. We need to put a comment in main, and that's it. Just put a comment in main. Mouse wheel delegates to the camera, save that class for a comment. Good. Okay. Added a mouse wheel handler. Scrolling now zooms in and out. Let's put a semicolon there. Done. Okay, so we got that working. What's next? Polish zooming. So don't just set to ev.scale. I wonder if there's some way that I can test this out. I guess I can pass in... Okay, what if I did this? What if I routed the mouse wheel handler to the pinch handler and I got rid of... Yeah, so what if I did this? I do ev.scale equals delta, ev.delta y, what was it called? Wheel delta. All right, let's do that. So var delta equals that. And then we'll take delta and we'll divide by 1,000. This won't even work. Okay, how about this? Let's just do ev.scale equals 1.5, and then we'll call this.camera.pan, pinch handler with ev. You should zoom to the cursor, not to the center of the screen. Yeah, for the mouse wheel handler, I agree. Actually, that does make sense. This is for pinch handling. Oh, actually, I see what you're saying. Even for pinch handling, you want to zoom to where you've pinched. Okay, yeah, that's good. Zoom in on where you pinched, or where you're scrolling. Does that make sense? No, where your mouse is when you're scrolling. Thanks, Stellar. So first thing, we're going to try this out. We have this set to 1.5. So every time I use scroll up, it's going to set to 1.5. What we wanted to do for the pinch handler is always increase it based on how much you've changed it from when it began. So we might need a pinch start handler. Or do we? It always starts at 1. No, we need a pinch start handler. Because we need to know how much you changed since the last time. Let's think about this. Zoom is 1. You pinch out to 1.5. So we should probably set the zoom to, well, I don't know how much that actually equals. So let's say it's like that. Yeah, probably zoom in like a little bit. And we should probably just make continuous zoom. Yeah. As long as it's a linear scale, then we can do something like that. So let's go back into pixie.js. We'll make a pinch start, and that'll go here. Then in client main, instead of just pinch, we have pinch start. Then we do the same thing we did here, and pinch turns into pinch start, and then we pass that in down here also. And we don't need that trailing comma. Okay. Is that Frank Sinatra? I think you need to subtract 1. Yeah. I think that's what I will probably end up doing. Or rather, I'm gonna save off. Okay, let's just show you what I plan on doing. So I plan on doing this. We get the event and we say last hammer zoom value, last hammer scale value equals av.scale. And then we can set this in, we can set this to 1. Actually, we can always set this to 1, I think. So now we can do the same thing that we had done before. We can do let delta scale equals av.scale minus this dot, yep, and then we set this to av.scale, and then we can set the zoom by the current zoom plus delta scale. Let's try that out. What does this dot whatever do? Like, what is this? This differs in JavaScript depending on, there are actually 4 different thises in JavaScript. So it always refers to sort of whatever scope you're in. Let's say you do this. A equals function, or I'll make this more obvious. Person equals function, this dot x equals 5. So then you say Adam equals new person. This is going to refer to the person object that you're creating. Let's say you did not put new there. Now this will refer to the scope that you came from, which in this case will be the window. And then there are 2 other ways you can do this. You can do person.apply, and you can pass in a this. So you could actually say Adam, or no, person dot, yeah, you actually can do person.apply. And there's also person.bind. So I think there are 4 different ways you can do this in JavaScript, or 4 different things that they could equal. Let's try this out. So we zoom in, and that did not modify. So this is always going to be a new event. Oh, we never send pinch start. I need to test this on an iPad then. So much for faking this out. Alright, let's try this again. Oh, instead of explaining what it is, you explain the quirks. Yeah, that's because in JavaScript it's strange, but actually knowing the programming experience of the person asking the question, you're right, I should have answered in a much different way. So sometimes, by the way, so it's basically just the object that you're in, old man. That's kind of what I should have tried to say. So if you have a function like this, and you pass in a name, and you say this dot name equals name, and then you say Adam equals new person, Adam, then when you call new person, imagine that this always refers to Adam. So you're essentially, in this function, this dot age equals mystery, you're essentially saying in here, Adam dot name equals mystery, or equals Adam, and then Adam dot age equals mystery. And then if you call this again with something like Bob, then the next time this gets invoked, it would be something like this. Bob dot name equals Bob. Bob dot age equals mystery. Stream the iPad so you don't have to hold it to the camera. How would I stream the iPad? Don't I need some like special hardware or something for that? Anyway, that worked. So now we have. Wait, something weird happened at the end there, didn't it? No, maybe not. I think this is just zooming a little too fast, but other than that, I think it's fine. No, maybe it's not even zooming too fast. I think this is pretty much fine, yeah. So this is only used in functions and it refers to the function. So JavaScript is very weird in its use of functions and prototypes and everything. In most object-oriented languages, this refers to a class, but JavaScript doesn't have classes. It has what's called prototypal inheritance. So let's just use something more like Python, which actually has the concept of a class. If you did this in Python, you could say def init self. Self is like this, and in fact, there's no reason. I'll just do it this way for now. I can say this dot name equals. Oops, I forgot to pass in a name. Well, I should say Adam, I guess. So now I can say Adam equals person, and Adam dot name is now Adam. So in this case, this refers to just the instance of the class that you're working on. There's stuff like Air Server and AirParrot, even Annotate. Are those Windows programs that I can use? Air Server? Because I've never... Oh, Mac and PC. Whoa. Is this free? Where's the price? I see a download button, so maybe it's free. Oh, no. I don't want to pay for this stuff. Alright, let's see. What were the other things you suggested? AirParrot. AirParrot pricing. What is this though? This looks like it's a one-time fee. Was the other thing a one-time fee? And Annotate iPad browser. How do you? What is this? iAnnotate. Stellar, do you have a link to Annotate? Well, anyway, I don't want to get anything that... So, first of all, the iPad testing is just for the sake of the touch handlers that we added. All the testing that we do on iPad, other than touch-specific stuff, I should be able to just do on my computer. So, annotate.net, thank you. And by the way, do you know of any of these services that might be free? Oh, they all have pricing sections here. Free. Create clips up to 3 minutes. What is this? Screen mirroring to PC or Mac, 10 minutes per day. Oh, that's actually not too bad. I can show you guys 10 minutes worth of testing. Oh, well, I appreciate you telling me about the services. I'm trying to keep my expenditures down to a minimum. I have a budget for this game, and I don't want to, I know it's only $15, right? But I still don't want to totally blow it out, because I'd rather spend the money on art. Okay, whoops, what did I just close? The camera. All right, so like I said, I think the zooming is working pretty well now. So we did this part, and it looked fine. So now let's just comment this stuff. When you start zooming with Hammer.js, we need to keep track of the starting zoom value. Okay, pan start handler is going to be pinch start. Good. Finally, we have the pinch handler. These should be right next to each other. Let's put pan start. Where's pan start? Pan handler we'll put right beneath pan start, and then pinch handler we'll put right beneath pinch start. There. Okay, good. Adam, where do you work, and what's your current occupation? I don't know if that's a joke question, but I work right where you're watching me. And what's my occupation? I guess most people would probably say software developer. So let's just say that. Like, I'm managing more than just the software development as far as Xtonomus is concerned. But the game is the bulk of the work. So we've done this. We need to check this in. And we should actually, before we do anything else, let's do lint and let's run another giveaway. So we have gotten the camera working. Good. Wait, what was that last one? Pinch start. Yeah, okay. That's just a weird diff right there. So here we want to cut this out completely. This was just here for testing. So that looks exactly the same. And then pinch start handler, we're going to comment to look in the camera, just like we did for everything else. So let's do that too. Done, and then let's take a look at the other functions. Good, and good. So when you pinch to zoom, it now zooms as you might expect. Before, when you started zooming, it would set your zoom level to 1. Now when you start, now it only zooms when you change the zoom level. Whatever. Anyway, this is a stupid way of describing this. I think I'll know what I mean later. And if not, that's okay. So let's check that in. I'll just do the linting in a different commit. So botline client pre-commit. We can go close this now and wait for this to finish. And then what's the next thing we're going to be working on? Oh, the giveaway thing is what I want to do next. So I did expect there to be linting errors. That just kind of goes without saying when you do enough of this code. Unexpected console statement. I'm going to leave those there. What is this? Missing semicolon? That is actually true. Hammer not defined. We just need to define those as globals. So we have somewhere, and I don't remember where. I think it's in shared ESLint. Where do I define the linting rules? There's some folder where oh, it's one above this. I think it needs to be in the root of the project. Do I see? Yep, ESLint RC. There it is. So we need to define another global here. And that global is going to be hammer. And now when we run the linter, which we don't have anymore, so let's run pre-commit here. Can I ask how you're such a genius? Now you're such a nice place. I need to know who you are. No one will just randomly pop into my chat and start asking questions like that. Well, no, actually, that would happen, but they wouldn't have your username. More importantly, you had a second username that you presumably forgot the password to that was roughly the same level of unexpectedness as your current one. Alright, so we fixed some linting issues. We're going to check all of that in except for the simulation server. Fix some linting issues, including adding hammer as a global. Alright, looking good. Now let's run that giveaway that I was talking about. So let's do this, and then let's pull all of the people from here. I didn't forget the password, I got banned. Well, it was probably only a matter of time then. Did they ban you for the username or something you said? we're about to run the giveaway. There. Alright, here's everyone who's in Twitch chat right now. You've all been represented by a bot, and all of your bots are set to kill everything that they see. So we should see this thin out pretty quickly. Nice. Oh, Fanatic bind with the clutch shot. Oh. You better not win. How are we not surprised? Username when I had to use bans, I couldn't access Twitch for 2 weeks. Alright, it's down to 3 people. 3 fighters. And I'll speed it up as much as I can. There we go. I really need to make the arena. I should make the arena just super dense. Like there are 60 people, so I should just make it a 6x10 arena. There we go. Alright, XX Denton versus Old Man. Let's let that run off to the side while I come up with another task. So polish zooming. Zoom in on where you pinched or where your mouse is when you're scrolling. Only enable the pinch gesture on touch browsers. I don't know if that's actually important. I guess it'll be extra processing time on non-touch browsers. But it's not a big deal. And we can zoom out over here too so you guys can see what's going on. Yeah, let's do this one, I think. So let's close this stuff. And in order for this to work, we need to go in the camera. So let's go in the client camera, and let's just get it working for the scroll wheel. Oh, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. You what? Change the speed and size of the arenas, bots get fewer. Yeah, exactly. So I want to do something like that. I just haven't gotten around to it. Alright. The horniest, man. You get a token. Even though I just gave you a token. Fine. And, okay, we'll write something like that down for after. Speed up giveaways toward the end. Maybe just keep increasing sensor range. It's not like touch incapable devices will generate the touch event. No, they won't, but there's a touch recognizer in Hammer. So presumably what happens is you get a gesture and you don't know what it is. So you run it through your list of recognizers, and that means that now there's going to be a small amount of overhead for some extra processor or recognizer that'll just never get used. Yeah, so that's what I'm worried about, but it's not a big deal. Oh man, it's not even giving you a token. It's like it doesn't agree. So what's going on here? I can't zoom out for some reason. What is going on? The scroll wheel just doesn't work anymore. Oh, wait a second. I think it's because... Okay, yeah, it's because I deleted these elements and I think they might have had the focus. I'm not totally sure what happened there. Mouse and touch generate different DOM events. No, Spurtman, I know that. I guess what I'm saying is this. So in Hammer.js, if you look at their... And I haven't even verified this yet. This is my assumption of how their system probably works. But they have a set of recognizers. And the recognizers have... Let's look for pinch. So they have this test. So they call... This returns true if a certain thing... So this recognizer will be called for attribute test every time there's a gesture that's done. And I need to... Anyway, it's a very minor thing. I really should just take that off my to-do list. Okay, so polish zooming. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go into mouse wheel handler, and we're going to do this. We need to... So when we zoom in, it changes the pan values. And we want to make it so that when you zoom in, it's going to change them to where you actually need to be. Let's think of how we do that. We basically just need to figure out the current values and then the new values. So we need to look at how set zoom works. So this changes dimensions modified. What is this? This will clamp our pan value so that if we zoom in, pan all the way to the edge, and zoom out, we'll fix our pan coordinates. Oh yeah, delta. Interesting. So how do I want to do this? Does this take zoom into account? This does not. So right now when we zoom in, pan X is 0. But since the mouse is over here, we want it to be something like, I don't even know what, maybe 64 when we zoom in like that. So we're going to actually change what pan is. Also tween the zoom. Yeah, that's a good idea too. Tween the zooming. So I did something like this a while ago. I want to take a quick look at that. And I did it in, where exactly? I did it in Learning Phaser. So if we open up this, so can this be really useful in terms of getting user input and associating other operations with their input? So I don't know how much you know about object-oriented programming, but this is, well, in JavaScript it's slightly different, but in object-oriented programming, this is useful for any sort of classes and instances of those classes that you have. So there's nothing that you can accomplish in object-oriented programming that you can't accomplish without object-oriented programming. They're just different paradigms. So you don't technically need this to be able to do anything. So yeah, I'd say it's just useful when you have classes, which is what Spiritman is saying too. Okay, so zooming, where did I do this? Camera not follow. So here I figured out what the center X is now. Then I changed the scaling, and then I like unfigured it out. So we want to do something like that. We want to figure out what the center X is, and then make it the center X later. So let's do something like that, then we'll see if we can simplify this. So let center X equals, and let's do another quick test. Here's what let's do this. We'll say, oh no, we don't need to do that. I was going to set a global for the camera so that we had access to it, but we already have access to it because it's been a global for me. So we have the camera here, and we have the current pan X, so it's -20, and we have the view width, which is 619. So that's as much of the screen as we can see, which is roughly 10 tiles. So we should see, let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8. Yes, that's roughly 10. So that's good. So that means the center of our screen is currently pan X plus view width divided by 2. Next, when we zoom in a little bit, our pan X is still the same, but our view width is now changed. So yeah, we need to fix things based on that. So center X is this dot pan X plus this dot view width divided by 2. Then we change our zoom, and we want to make sure that our center X is still the same. So it's our view width that is changed. So we need to figure out how to modify pan X. So if we just rearrange this this equation, we get center X times 2, whoops, ampersand 2, divided by this dot view width, or no, minus. Wait. No. Hello, I am dumb. Minus this dot view width divided by 2. Yeah, so let's do that. This dot pan X equals center X minus this dot view width divided by 2. So we've only done this in the X direction because I just want to test this out. But we'll eventually apply the same thing to the Y direction. So now if I try zooming in over here, yeah, it's zooming in on the center. That's perfect. So we can do the same thing with Y. So let's change this to Y and this to H, and then these to Y and this to H. Oops. Oh, I screwed that last part up, but there. That's what I meant for it to be. So now it'll always zoom in on the center. Now someone gave us I think it was Stellar who said, why don't you zoom in on the cursor, not the center? So that is a good decision. So we're just going to get it to zoom in on the center for now, then we're going to change it in a second. So let's do this, and we should have it zooming on the center at least. All right, good. So no matter where we are, we're zooming in on the center. So next we want it to zoom in on the cursor. That shouldn't be too bad to do, because instead of figuring out the center X, we know the mouse X, and then we just restore it. And by know the mouse X, I don't actually, we don't actually totally know. Let's find out though. Maybe we do. We'll go into mouse wheel handler, and right here we will check to see what's inside of event. So let's open this up. Do we have mouse X or like center X or something like that? We have offset X. Well, I don't remember where it was. So let's put this sort of at the top of the browser. I expect this to be like 5.5 or something. So there's client X and client Y, and let's move the browser down here so that we can just see how far we are from the upper left. So client and offset both look like they're the same. I wonder if that might have to do with scrolling. Like if you, that should never be an issue. I think we'll just use client X and client Y. So we can do that. So we have client X and client Y, but focal point, focus X, I guess, equal ev.clientX, and focus Y is the same way. Now, before it was in world coordinates, now we have it in screen coordinates. Well, let me see what happens when I do this anyway. So pan X equals focus X and focus Y. But it's not view width divided by 2 anymore. We could figure out where this is. Old man says, "Why did you not want me to win the battle royale? If anything, I expected you to cheer me on." It's not just that you spelled favor differently, it's that you used the word cheeky, which is not something an American person would say. So let's see. What we did before is we checked to see, okay, so here's what I think we can do. We can say like what ratio we were, how far over. We could say something like ratio X equals focus X divided by, or no, focus X minus this dot pan X divided by this dot view width. And this is sort of what we want to restore at the end. Yeah, I think this is it. So depending on how far over we are, then we need to restore this at the end. So we do this dot pan X, I keep typing pane X. This dot pan X equals ratio X times this dot view width minus focus X, but then this all needs to be negated. Is that even correct? That doesn't make any sense. I don't know, whatever, let's try it. We might have totally screwed up. Remind me, what do you use to render a tile map? I just write my own custom renderer for that. So in Client Arena, there's render tiles, and this only renders the tiles that are actually visible. So I just call camera.render on each tile. Okay, let's try that out. Oh, that's actually, wow. I did that right the first time. Okay, so now it's zooming in on where I have the mouse. It's just not zooming out where I have the mouse. That's totally borked. But we can change that. We have the power. So we try zooming out and it screws up. Oh, because we're manually setting pan X. We need to change this. This dot change pan 0, 0, I think. So it uses a sprite renderer. Should have used a mesh renderer instead. Yeah, I think it is using the sprite renderer. Should I be using the mesh renderer? Is there a mesh renderer in Pixie? I'm not too familiar with this. Spurman, if you're familiar with Pixie, you should let me know. Yeah, there is a mesh renderer. Interesting. What is this code? Indices is an array of 15,000? What? So what's the difference between the sprite renderer and the mesh renderer? Update the UVs. Mesh renderer says renders the sprite object. Is this used by the sprite renderer somehow? Okay, so there's that. Where is the sprite renderer? Yeah, I don't love that there's a to-do next to that. Oh, just an array of 15,000. I'm not going to explain it. The sprite to render using this sprite patch. Yeah, so maybe I should be using the mesh renderer for everything. I don't know. I would need to look into that. Mesh renderer is rendered with one matrix computation. And what, sprite renderer uses multiple? I am not answering when I was last in college. Despite that doesn't necessarily give my age. It actually doesn't give my age at all. Because I was a bit, well, yeah, kind of just stop there. So you could attach it to a node. All right, I'll need to look into that. Look into using a mesh renderer instead of a sprite renderer. It only does one matrix calculation. Sprite renderer once per sprite. Oh, I see what you're saying. Mesh renderer does one matrix calculation per batch. Sprite renderer does one per sprite. Something like that. Spurtman suggests it. Alright, that's actually a really good suggestion. I should try that out. So matrix renderer does one. So yeah, just transform the node and it won't kill performance. Yeah, I'll have to try that. My favorite childhood game had to be something on, I don't know. There were a lot of good ones. Favorite food and drink. Are you guys forming like the answers to any possible security questions I might have? Are you trying to become me? Favorite food, I don't even know. Favorite drink? I gave up all my favorite drinks. I don't think I've had coffee in like 4 or 5 years, but I love coffee. And I haven't had soda in a while. Dr. Pepper's probably my favorite drink, and I haven't had it in forever. So this is, I think this is working. It's really hard to tell though. So if I try zooming over here, yeah, I think it's working. So, well, it's working well enough where I don't think users would be upset at how this is happening. That's a little weird. Like it's moving to the left right now. Yeah, that's not possibly correct. Yeah, I don't like that. Why is that happening? I zoom out and my X is at the edge of the screen. Oh, it's got to be X in terms of the screen. Ratio X is not based on this, it's based on the screen coordinate. And then I try to make it so the mouse shows up there again. Do I have browser width and height? What's the name of my first pet? What's your mother's maiden name? What's your cat's mother's maiden name? Are you editing in Sublime and then running it in Eclipse? No, I'm editing in Sublime and then running it through a transpiler on my command line using Gulp and then running it in the browser. Favorite film? As long as it feels good, it's working. Yeah, that's true. However, I don't like the zoom out. That actually feels bad. Feels bad, man. Get those rare memes in here. How do we fix this? So I think instead of this, which this is, so let's copy let's copy this code out. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take this out of here completely. This is the code to zoom based on center of camera. That's that code. Next, here's the code that only kind of works. Kind of working code for zooming in. Well, I'd say this code working when zooming in, but not when zooming out. So what we could do is have special logic when we're zooming in, and then change it if we're zooming out. But even then, I don't know if the zooming in code is really that correct. Let's base this on the window size. So we'll do this. Ratio x equals focus x divided by this dot. No, I don't think that's right. Okay, I just change it when I'm zooming out. Oh yeah, maybe zooming out shouldn't change the pen. It's a good suggestion. Let's see. So, if delta is greater than 0, let's just do this here. Okay. Oh, I see. Good job, Shpert, man. And hey, Mimron. Okay, let's try this now. Okay, I think I like that. I think that's working better now. Yeah, so now it doesn't matter where the mouse is. When you zoom out, it's not going to change the pan values. Right? Is that kind of what I'd expect to happen? Yeah, I think so. I think that looks good. So we can pan over here, and then when we zoom out, we'll still be looking at the right side. Yeah, okay. I am going to give Rappenstein a point. Yeah, I think zooming works pretty well now. Let's get it to work for pinch zooming also. So we don't need to change the pan values. How did this get to be vars everywhere? It should be just let. All right, here's what we'll do. Let zooming is zooming in equals delta greater than 0. I don't really know what to do if delta is 0. I guess it won't do anything, huh? But I don't know how you'd get here if delta is 0. I don't really, it doesn't matter. So yeah, let's do this. If delta is greater than 0, then now these actually have to be vars. That would be really silly looking. Yeah, I don't like this. I wanted to see, yeah, this is what I wanted to do. I only wanted to compute these if you're actually zooming in, but what do I care about an extra couple of calls? Let's just change them back into lets. And we'll put this here. Alright, bye old man. Have fun without me, it probably won't happen. Are you leaving too, Lulon? If so, take care. Hey, Squid Ink. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna grab some water. It'll be like 10 seconds. There. Okay, we gotta do the same thing for the pinch handler. So let's go into there and let's copy this code and then see what we want to change. So we're just gonna use this as a reference for right now. We have the delta scale and we set zoom. So we wanna do something similar. The problem is that I don't remember what's in EV. So we again need to look at where's Tyron's link from before? You'd think I would just write it down or possibly remember how to find it, but I don't. So we gotta search it again, Hammer.js. Alright, old man. See you, Adam. Everyone's leaving me. I've actually been really happy with the view count today, so I must be doing something right. Alright, let's find where's where this was. Ah, here it is. Okay, good. We can refine this page. So what do we have here? We should have a center. Yes, here. Center position for multi-touch or just a single pointer. That is exactly what we want. So we're going to do let focus x equal ev.center.x, and focus y is the same way. Good. Then we can compute the same things we computed before. So we do that, and we do this, and then after we're done with this, we can refactor these functions so that they can reuse the code that's being duplicated right now. So let's save that, and does this make sense? We get the center of this, yeah. We just don't have zooming in, so we gotta do delta scale is greater than 0. Okay, now let's save that, and then take out the iPad. I can never type the password in. You know, in movies where they're defusing a bomb, they've got to cut exactly the right wire, or whatever it is that movies have these days. Not cutting wires. I don't know. I would be terrible at that. Okay, so when I zoom in on a point over here, let me see if I can't even see where my camera is. It's like off screen for me. Okay, so when I zoom in over here, yeah, we see it zooming over there. Zooming out is a little bit strange. Like it's moving in an unusual way, but I think it's fine enough for right now. No, maybe when we... I'll write myself a note to fix that later. Aw, Spurt, man. I think most of us watch because of personality and a chance to control the lights. Stellar says, no, I do it for the points. And Squidding says, that was fun while it lasted, controlling the lights. Yeah, so I only just today coded it so that after 5 minutes of no one controlling these lights, they go back to white. So because people kept asking me, like, why is your camera blue? And why did you set it to pink or red? And I have to tell them that no, when people follow, then they get control over the lights in my room. So that's not me doing that. So now let's have these code points converge. And like I said, this isn't perfect, but it feels good enough where I don't think anyone would be actively mad if it worked this way. So code mostly working. We're gonna write a to-do item for later. Fix zooming out a bit. I think, yeah. All right, next. So these two functions should be able to converge in one spot. The problem is we need to get focus and ratio so that later we can undo it. Excuse me. So that means there needs to be a function before set zoom and then a function after setting zoom. I don't actually know if that's worth combining these functions for. I have to make 2 extra functions. I need to return 4 values from the function and then take in 2 values into the new function. Let's see what it would look like if I were to code it. Does it make this function better? We do something like this. Let pre-zoom values equal this dot pre-zoom. We can't even do that. Yeah, no, I don't want to do this. I don't think it makes sense. I guess you could take in a point and just return a point. So if I was using points for all these things, it wouldn't be so obnoxious. But let's just leave it as is for now. Now, how did pinch handler get duplicated? Oh, that's how you can tell you've been looking at code for too long. I just duplicated it, and then I wondered, how did it get duplicated? I have a small script ready for some lights fun, not sure if it works. Hey Zores, yeah, everything's going well. I don't feel like I've made a whole lot of progress today. I feel like the last, 3 weeks I made really, really good progress every single day. And now today I feel like, we got some stuff done. So, polished how zooming in and zooming out works. I'm not totally, and let's just try that one more time. So when we zoom out when we're over here, yeah, it doesn't take the mouse cursor into account at all. Zooming out actually works fine with the mouse, I think. Like, this isn't working that different. I'll also write this. Polish how zooming in and zooming out works. I'm not totally happy with the zooming out part. Okay, let's check that in. All right, so what's next? Fix zooming out. Yeah, we'll do that in a bit. This I don't want to do. Tween the zooming. So in order for that to work, there needs to be some sort of tween manager. I actually kind of want to see how Phaser.js does this, because their tween system was pretty good. They took in, where's their code? Here it is. How do you just get to their, yeah, here we go. So let's go into their source. They have this tween right now, tween manager. This probably just goes through all the tweens and updates them based on how much time has elapsed. Remove from, add, create, update, yeah, update. So they go through all of their tweens and they update all of the tweens. And if the tween is done, then they splice it out. Okay. So then what does the actual tween do? Oh, it takes in a property and then they set that property on something. Well, what we could do if we wanted is we could make a tween just for the camera. We could have like a target zoom value and then an actual zoom value. Tiburon, oh wait, what's this? Tiburman says, if mesh idea works, all the code you wrote for zooming, panning, etc. may be thrown out. Yeah, and that's what I ran into with Phaser when I was testing this stuff out. I ran into an issue where I finally switched to, oh man, I missed a bunch of items actually. I had switched to their tile map and then it did break my zooming and panning. In fact, I don't know. Yeah, I'll just write that down as a thing to look into. It may break zooming and panning. Yeah, which would be unfortunate. Stellar says that may, oh, I see. I missed your joke. Tiburon says, I have an idea. You should create a little mini game for Twitch. Give us a chance to hack your light server to take over the lights. Wait, what would be the game there? Are you saying just share my IP address and wait until you guys can hack it? Because I'm not going to do that. And then Tiburon says, when you use the touch control, it's probably still using the center based on location you're touching, so zooming out is wonky. Yeah, I'll need to look at that. And did they use mesh? I think they do for their tile map. Well, actually, they call directly into render, so they do something a little bit different. I'm not totally sure which render they use, though. Okay. So tween the zooming. The question is, do we do this in a generic way so that we can use a tween manager for a whole bunch of different systems? Or do we just do it for the camera? Well, where else do we think we might want something like this? There might be other UI values where we want this, but if we do everything through React, we'll use a separate tween manager for that. Let's just make one for the camera for right now, which means that the camera would need an update function. Okay. Yeah, okay, let's do that. So right now there's a zoom value that we're using everywhere, and that is correct. But then when we render, we'll use our functional zoom value. So let's see where we make use of this. Get view rect. Oh, but that'll change too, won't it? In fact, everything will change based on this. I think I'm going to save this for later. Fix zooming out. It doesn't feel the best. And it's obvious that it's obvious on the iPad. Alright. Yeah, I'll do that later, I think. So speed up giveaways toward the end. Let's see. So here's the problem with giveaways. And to show you guys, I can actually run a giveaway. No, let's try to fix it first, and then you guys won't see the problem because I'll have fixed it. So one way we could do this is just by increasing the sensor range, which is in the code execution system, there is a get, where did I write this? I thought there was a get sensor range function. Oh, it's in the arena. Shared arena get sensor range. Yeah, this. So, what if we did this? CMS Visser. What if we open up client main and in the giveaway function, we set all of the bots. Let's try this. This dot simulation server dot arena dot get sensor range equals function return 100. Oh, let's not make it 100. Let's just make it like 10. Okay, and let's try running a giveaway with this. So we need to get the list of names of the people in chat right now. Here they are. Then we need to refresh this page. And now we run our giveaway function. Let's delete this. We should actually probably cut that out until we need it. So let's do debug main.giveaway. Alright, so now everything has a sensor range of 10. So we shouldn't, how big is the arena? 15, I think? So we basically shouldn't run into a problem where bots can't sense other bots. Is that working? Yeah, I think that's working, because all the bots are moving closer to one another. Yep, it is. Okay, cool. So yeah, that's pretty much all we had to do. Destodon wins. Giveaway Destodon. Oops, not giveaway, token. Oh man. How many times can I screw up before finally typing it correctly? Alright, so that's pretty much all we had to do. We just increased the sensor range. What we could do is we could increase it after a certain amount of time has passed. Like, yeah, we could do that. Actually, let's do that. Set timeout. Alright, let's look at the set timeout function. It should just be called a single time. So function and then milliseconds. So set timeout, we'll take the function, will be this function, and we need to capture, let that equal this, that, and then we call this after, let's say, that number of ticks times, so most bots are going to kill each other in 1, 2, 3 ticks, I think, because that's how many lasers it would take, right? 400 times 3 is 1200, bots have 1000 life, so 3 ticks, then let's say 3 or 4 more ticks of movement or killing another bot, and then 3 extra ticks. So after, let's say 8 ticks, we'll increase the sensor range. So if I were to run that exact same thing, where is this? Yeah, here. So if I were to run exactly the same thing that I just ran, and we can delete this again. So I'm not even gonna take the names of the people in chat. I'm just gonna run what I ran. Now a certain number of ticks is going to run. And then they all gain supervision. Except for not supervision as the English word, but supervision, the cool ability. Yeah, so this is working. Alright, that makes things more interesting. I like that. So now these two shouldn't just flounder around trying to find each other. They know where they are. Yeah, looks good. Alright, Squid Ink wins. Token Squid Ink. Spearman feels the urge to fix that code. Yeah, so tween the zooming, I should probably make a tween manager for this. Just not sure how I want to do this exactly, since it may break user input while zooming. Okay. And then something else I'm going to write here for just some other time. And then, you know what, we're going to take some other small items off this list. We'll just keep working on stuff, because I want to make a little bit more progress than I have been making. So there you go, you guys should have control over my lights now. What was it? What was it just talking about? Darn it. No, I'm usually good at switching contacts. I forgot what I was going to type. Well, what was I just typing? Let's Control Z and find out. It may break user input while zooming. And then I had, oh yeah, right. Allow for token to be typed in the same place where atom can be typed, light control, so that I never have to deal with my command line token granting system again. Okay, good. Okay, let's check in. We just made a very simple change, and it was there. So let's comment it. After about 8 ticks have passed, and keep in mind that this does not account for the 5-second long tick at the beginning. After 8 ticks have passed, increase all bots' vision range to 10, so that duels aren't like stalemates. Alright, good. Let's check that in. Also, why did I call it giveaway function? I should just call it giveaway. Okay, in the giveaway function, all bots have their sensor range increased to 10 after a certain amount of time. And at that point, I should really print something out here. Console.log set all bots vision range to 10. And the reason why I'm going to print something out there is because, oh wait, do we have logger here? Yeah. I'm going to print this out because if I don't and I later test, then and I see like, wait, why can bots sense each other from so far away? At least there will be something in the log saying that. Tiburon says, you notice they seem to shoot diagonally sometimes. Must think a bot has moved to a square it's not graphically moved to and shoots where it thinks it still is. So the diagonal movement is actually a product of the server not keeping track of lasers. The way that Botland works is this. Let's say there's a bot over here too, and let's say that they're enemies. So when you shoot, no wait, here's how I should have done this. Okay, well, blame that on MS Paint. Okay, let's try this again. He's not on a valid tile. Finally, we got this. So yeah, here's how I actually wanted to animate this. When I put this guy over here, so he's about to move down. The server considers this bot to be already on the tile, the light blue tile down here, as soon as it's moved even a single pixel. And so when this bot shoots here, it's because it sees that there's a bot on that tile. However, the client doesn't see the bot on that tile yet, so it shoots where that bot is, which is up. So that's why it appears as though it's shooting diagonal. A lot of this depends on the speed at which things are animating. For example, if I slowed the tick times down, I think it would be less obvious that it's happening, but there could also be some other little like client-side tricks I can do to make it more obvious. I don't think it'll be too jarring, but then again, people have been asking about it, so maybe I should consider how to get this. So enough people have asked about why lasers appear to shoot diagonally that I should probably do a better job of explaining it graphically. Yeah, is it a bug or not? I don't know. I think if it's confusing people, I have to consider it to be a bug. I wonder how I would fix that. What I could do is wait a little bit before starting to animate the laser. But I can't wait too long or else the shooting bot could have moved. Yeah, I'll need to devote some more thought to this. And the giveaway function, all bots have their sensor ranges increased. Yeah. To do fix the lasers. Okay, so that's done. Speed up the giveaway. Put buttons on the screen for opening the code editors. This was something that I wanted to kind of do. So here's how this is going to work. When you swipe up, it's going to open Blockly. In order for us to do that, we need to be able to dispatch an event in the store. Now, how do we do that? I believe Redux has 3 events: subscribe, get state, and dispatch. And if it has dispatch, then we're pretty much set. So let's see, do we have dispatch here? Or no, it's React Redux? Redux.js? This one, right here. Okay, so let's see. The gist. Dispatch, yeah, here we go. Okay, so we can just dispatch something here. So we need to hook up whether Blockly or the code execution is showing, JavaScript code, we need to hook that up to Redux. Or just fire in a tile instead of the bot sprite. You mean fire to where the bot's going to be? That's interesting. Spurman, is that what you were saying? I wonder. Yeah, there's something else I just thought of. It's a certain thing in Botland I haven't revealed to you guys yet. That's why I was just kind of thinking about it in my head instead of telling you guys about it. There's something that's going to exist that might eventually make whatever decision I make now obsolete. But I'll need to think about it. Okay, let's at least write that down. Perhaps I make the laser chase where it thinks the bot will be. Implementing it shouldn't be so bad. In fact, implementing it should be pretty easy. I can already think of all the different places I need to change, and it's not too bad. But will it look better? That's a question that I don't know the answer to. Okay, so put buttons on the screen to do this. So here's what we need to do. We need to open up temp action, actions temp. So here's what we'll do. We'll say set Blockly is showing. How do these K's get here? Well, weird. Well, let's do that, I suppose. So Blockly is showing, and then we'll make an actual action for that. Set Blockly is showing. And we do that, and then we have is showing. And we make that a Boolean. Alright. So that's just how lasers work, by the way. Lasers will always hit. That's the point of lasers. There will be projectiles you can have in this game that won't always hit, but I haven't coded any of those yet. Well, I've only coded lasers, so yeah, 100% of the lasers that exist, projectiles that exist, will hit. And it could be that in the future, your target bot might have a chance to evade any projectile, so then your lasers might not hit in that way. Alright, so we have set Blockly is showing. Now here's what we need. We need a reducer that actually handles this. So we go into our reducers, which I gotta rename these files from temp at some point. There is the Blockly reducer. So we're also going to put in Blockly initial state. Let's also put is showing. And we'll set its initial is showing to false. Good. Next, we're going to make this handle the set Blockly is showing to return this action dot is showing, and this will be is showing. Perfect. Next, we just make use of this in the Blockly component. So here we have Blockly, no, Botland app is what needs this. So we have show Blockly. We now need to connect this to two different sets of state. We need to connect it to the Blockly state and to the chat message state. So in the Blockly state, let's do this. Instead of this, we're going to say this dot props dot Blockly state dot is showing. Good. So then this needs to go here too. So now all the instances of show Blockly need to be changed. So this is not needed. This is going to be to do emit and dispatch an action. This also needs to dispatch an action. To do dispatch an action hiding this component. And that's it. So we just need to handle these to-do items now. So let's start here. We have bound actions. This dot bound actions dot, and hopefully we have access to. Wait a second, something's wrong here. Our reducer. This is what's wrong. This needs to change to this. But in our action, we need set Blockly as showing. So let's do true. No, toggle. Not this dot props dot Blockly state dot is showing. And then we do the same thing over here. Well, we do this. And we set this to false. So if that's all correct, then we should see basically no difference in the application. But now main has the ability to show and hide Blockly. So yeah, Blockly is showing, and let's just make sure that that worked correctly. Yes, good. Now what we can do is client main in swipe down. Maybe laser should be represented as a line immediately since speed of light and all. Now it looks like bullets. Yeah, oh, so that's probably going to be the case. They probably will be changed how they're represented. The issue is I don't have any artwork yet. And we're still in the concepting phase of all of that. So what do you guys think? Swipe down should open and swipe up should close? Or up should open and down should close? I think down should open it. Let's try this out. So store.dispatch. We need an action here. Oh, we have actions here. So we can get the set Blockly is showing action. Store.dispatch. Set Blockly is showing. And then how does that work? It's a function. So we just call it with true, I suppose. And false here. Let's try that out. So if this works, then we'll actually be able to use Blockly on iPad, and we'll be able to deploy a bot there too. So let's try it. Swipe down, swipe up. Nice. All right, let's try it on an iPad. This time I'll make sure to type the password in very slowly. All right, so let's refresh. I will restart the game server too. That way, where is it here? Okay, so let's connect over here. All right, we're connected. We're gonna connect over here too. And here we're going to set lasers and then deploy a couple bots. And here we're going to go through the process of, hang on, let me show my camera in slightly bigger. Where's my mouse? There we go. Let's do that. All right. So swipe down. Blockly is now showing. Now let's drag the fire lasers script here. Oops, I screwed that up, didn't I? What's going on? Oh no. Hang on a second. I clearly can't do this. It's just deleting it. Okay, let me try to figure this out. Okay, I can drag pursue enemy bot on there, but then fire lasers? Oh, now I can. Oh, that was really weird. Okay, I'm gonna write a function over here. There, because that's the amount of dexterity that I have. Undo, no. So then I'll drag lasers over here, and then I'll deploy some of these bots, and now watch my computer screen. Am I even pressing deploy? No, I'm not. Is this working? Deploy, deploy, deploy. Cool. So yeah, now we have, I just made a bot on the iPad, and then I deployed. Nice. Yep. Can you attach a debugger to iOS Chrome? You can from a Mac, but I don't have a Mac. So we just made the first iPad bots. So this is only for the sake of working on iPad. We actually don't want it where you're trying to like pan around the arena and you end up opening Blockly and closing it, because that'd be really confusing. Well, this isn't going to be the way we're going to do things eventually anyway, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Okay. For now, this is just a debug way of accessing Blockly. And this is an event. And we're going to put that same comment there. Okay. Whoa. Someone's getting pulled over. Oh no, that's an ambulance? Different kind of siren. Alright, so we have that action. Good, good, good. So I like the concepts of Redux and React. I think this makes the code a little bit more elegant because now the views are just views. And I'm glad I spent some time learning it. I don't even think I need to comment any of this stuff. Alright, so when you swipe down on the screen, you will open Blockly. Swiping up will close it. In order to accommodate this functionality, I had to add a Redux action that will show/hide Blockly. Okay, cool. So we got that. And I'm not going to make JavaScript work on the iPad right now. And by that I mean there's no way to open that editor. So that's fine. This stuff we'll just kind of save for later. So as far as I'm concerned, we pretty much got the bulk of our roadmap done for this week, and we're like a day ahead of time. So I think what would be the most interesting is coding new pieces of hardware. So yeah, next roadmaps for game modes. There's actually something else I just thought of yesterday. Something I wanted to do, thought would be necessary to do sooner rather than later. I don't actually know. Okay, let's just start taking more things off the to-do list for right now. And then I think on Friday, I'll write this down. So Friday will probably be more hardware. Missiles, maybe we'll do landmines. We could maybe send the arena state to players better. I don't know, let's just focus on those maybe. Quality of life improvements, take a look at this link. Yeah, so ignore that for now. Light control, is this already a feature I coded and I just don't remember it? Because that's entirely possible. Token, command not recognized. Shielding will exist, yeah. I don't know which ones exactly I'm going to code yet. I'm gonna just leave it as more hardware for right now and try to code the ones that I think are gonna be the easiest. What else could I do? Pick some sort, well, so here, the tough ones these are a couple of tough ones. Cloaking and reflect. Cloaking is especially tough because it screws up like all of the APIs in the game. So maybe we should do that first, actually. Yeah, maybe we'll do cloaking first on Friday. So we'll have cloaking and lasers. And then missiles. We'll do one of these two first. I don't know. Maybe we'll do a straw poll. Maybe a straw poll. Where people can choose multiple options. But for now, since we have about an hour left, let's do a couple of these other things I wanted to do. So first, let's go into the token thing and search for Atom. There was info, Atom, and giveaway. I think what we're also going to do is let's add token, and this takes in a person. Print token to command line. So send token to person. And we're going to copy this function for that. Whoops. Function send token to person. And this needs to take in the full text, I guess. No, this won't even work. It needs to parse this as a command. So we need to do something like split equals command dot split on space. And we can still do trim in 2 lowercase, that's all fine. So let's do this actually. Text.trim.2 lowercase dot split. Then we'll say command equals split 0. And we'll say here just split, so args. Their username equals arg0, so no, args1. So we get the username, and then we want to just send them a token. Which actually I already have that written out, don't I? Create socket, that's what does this. It's a stupidly named function, but it should work. Send token to person. Yeah, okay. Let's say console.log generating a token for username. Look for username. Okay. Alright, let's try that out. I mean, it was pretty easy to do that. So we'll close this down and then we'll reopen it. This was the bot that's running on my own machine. Alright, so now let's do giveaway 2. And let's run a giveaway. Alright. Where is this? Delete that. Debug main.giveaway. There we go. And then we'll try giving out a token this new way. So let's see. Got a bunch of people here. Oh, I could just use the mouse now. Nice! Oh, is that working? Yeah, I'm not totally happy with how zooming in is working either, actually. Now that I think about it. Well, let's see who wins this. Okay, Sweet Jenny. What is Sweet Jenny's, the rest of Sweet Jenny's name? Wait a second, is Sweet Jenny even in the chat? Yeah. Okay, let's try this now. Token. Oops, that's the wrong. Oh, okay, cool. It's still saying thanks for following every time I send someone a token, so I gotta kind of fix that, but whatever. Okay, great. And I'm gonna write here, fix zooming out. So zooming in doesn't really work the best either, even on a computer. Okay, so the light control thing is good. Now what I should do is I should open up token and say colorize you should switch to using the token bot. Is that what it's even called? What is it called? Yeah, token bot. For this. Token username. And then we'll say go to EOF. So now when I try running token, hello, you should switch to using token bot for this, token username. We can say percent in there too. Now let's just keep it as that. Alright. Hey, Ron. Okay, so that's done. What else can we do that we can kind of just take things off of this list? Set input name max length to max length. How do we do that? HTML input max length. Oh, there's a max length attribute. Oh, isn't that great? So in connect to server, let's just try setting it here since this one's very obvious. We have an input here. If we say max length equals 4 and then try running this. Oh no, that has to be in curly braces. And then we try running this. Where is our client? There we go. Don't mind me saying hey every time I take a break. So are those white bullet points notes, or do they have a purpose in the code? These are just notes. So if you ever see a file that's all like gray and white, which this one is, so that means it's just plain text. If you see any sort of color in here, that means it's some kind of code. I used to have, I lost this. Back when I worked at Microsoft, I made a custom like note-taking syntax highlighter where I could change the color of my notes, but I don't have that any longer. Okay, so let's see, did that work? Maybe I just didn't refresh the page. No, I don't think that worked. Maybe it needs to be max length. I know React tries changing a lot of these on me so that they're capitalized. Yeah, that worked. Okay, so we just need to set this to max length. So let's go into, what is it that does this? It is bot config, and there should be a name input somewhere. No, it's not there. Where is this? Oh, botline app? Name input? Yeah, this. So we need to set max length equal, and we need to get the constants here. We have it. So we just say constants dot, and it's max name length, or name max length, max bot name length. There. So now you can't type in a name that's too long. What did I do at Microsoft? I was an SDET, so I was a software development engineer in testing, and I worked on Windows 8. Okay, so now let's load this up. And now if we try naming our bot, 0, 1, 0, 5, 7, 8, 9, so we should only be able to type 2 more characters, and now we can't type anything else. Looks good. So then the only thing we want to do here is make it so that this input reflects the amount of characters you can add into it. So let's do this. We'll say font size is 2em. So all right, and then we say that the width is what, 500 pixels? No, we want to shrink that down. Let's do that. That should be good. 282 pixels. All right, let's use that. So width 282 pixels. Font size, which I think has to be like this now, 2em. Let's try that out. How much chat say? Do you know classified stuff? Did you have to sign an NDA? I don't think I had to sign an NDA, but I also don't really feel like I know classified stuff. This was a couple of years ago. Okay, so now I have this name your bot down here. Whoops, that's what I wanted to do. And if we try and make it the max length, yeah, that's it. So we can't go beyond that. We can't go, yep, that's it. Next. No, let's just leave it at that. Yeah, they did lay off a lot of people. When they acquired Nokia, or Nokia's hardware division, or whatever it is that they acquired, they laid off a lot. Unfortunately, I quit right before that. Otherwise, maybe I would have gotten a severance package if I had gotten laid off. Did the team get cut? I don't think so. The layoffs that happened, I think, were just because of Nokia. Okay. So this is good. That's all I wanted to do, actually. I just wanted to set a max length for this. Let's close these things and commit. So Botland app, we changed some of that. Actually, that's all we did. So the user-defined bot names are now capped at 12 characters in the UI as well as in code. And let me just verify one part of that. If we go into serve arena and then create bot, yeah, create bot, there is a name here. Is this name capped at anything? Yes. Okay. Okay. I will be right back. I need to use the bathroom. Yeah, alright, be right back. Oh, my mic was off. See you, Hayanar. Okay. What else can we do? So let's close some of these many different tabs we have open. Good. Yeah, and then the rest of these tabs we have are all necessary. Yep. Okay, good. Let's take a look at more stuff we can do. So that's done. Stop clearing the name input every time we close the window. Okay. So for us to do that, we need to set the name in Redux. So let's modify this. We'll say set bot config name. Is there anything else we need to do here? I think we might need to do this too. When we close this, what happens? No, what? How does that get saved? Do I save that somewhere? Bot config workspace. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. So we have that. So we want to put this up here actually. Bot config workspace. We want to put this here. Set bot config name. And we'll say name. And we need an action here. So set bot config workspace name. We put that there. We don't accidentally tab to a new tab. And then we set the name. Next, in our reducer, we put in set block bot config workspace name, except for we do it by just typing in set bot config. Oops, that was not necessary also. Alright, so we don't care about that necessarily. Where is the bot config workspace? Here. So let's set the default name to nothing. Perfect. Then in here, we do set name. You just change name. Excellent. Next up, in bot config, we should already have this state. Good. So not only do we get the XML text here, but we set the name equal to whatever the name was. So, oh, this is not actually even done here. This is done in Botland app. Down here, we also have, oh darn it, we're gonna need the bot config state. It's not a good idea to keep doing what I'm doing here by putting all of the different states into one of these components. It means that this shouldn't be managing it. Well, let's take it for now. So we put in the bot config state, and then our name input has placeholder, but it also has a value of this.props.botconfigstate.name. Next, when you set the name, so on change, well, we can do it on key down. Let's do that. We do this dot bound actions dot, where is it? Set bot config name. And we set it to, oh, where do we get our name from? This. Name input dom.value.trim. And we should really make a get name function. But this should be okay for now. Yes, okay, good. Next, name is going to be this.props.botconfigstate.name. Wait, let's try that out. So we open up the bot config, we name the bot. Oh, that broke. Let's see where that broke. Name input dom. Oh, we didn't ever get name input dom. Oop. Let's take that in here. Alright, we wait for blue green to show up. There it is, blue green. Let's try that again. So let's name our bot Adam. Nope, we can't even type in here. Yeah, and that makes sense that we can't type in there. How do we do this? Well, we did something like this in the code input. We said value equals this props whatever, and then we have an onChange function, and onChange will set code input. Oh, so we need to do this. But we need an onChange, not an onKeyDown. Excuse me. Monadic Pine says, is the component that owns all the state the parent of the components that need the state? Yes, it is. Well, let me see. So Botland app is the parent of Blockly and botconfig and code input and the name input. Some of these things need to be exported into different classes, but since this isn't the final UI, I haven't done that yet. Spurman, do you feel as though I'm making hacks to this? I think the only thing that isn't good about this particular file is that these UIs aren't split out yet, but that's because they're going to change. So we want an onChange function for this. So let's do this. OnChange equals this dot name input onChange handler. Let's look there. Okay. And then in here we do this. This takes in an event, and we just do this, right? I think we should be able to do that, assuming an input even has an onChange event. which if it doesn't, React could have added one, but I imagine it does. So we type a name, then we close this, then we reopen it, and there's the name. Now when we deploy a bot, it should get the name A. Oh, cool. Okay, so I think that works. So Adam is cool. Oh no, space doesn't work. Why would space not work? I think we're... Wait, yeah, what? Of all the things to not work, space doesn't. Is it because it's getting caught in the key down handler and then we're stopping propagation? Let's take a look. Key down handler. Let's put a breakpoint there. So yeah, this gets stopped, but typing A also gets stopped. What? Botland app doesn't explicitly care about the key presses that the name field cares about. As long as you're encapsulating the action. Oh wait, whoa. Okay, I missed more messages than I thought. As long as you're encapsulating the actions for each component, i.e. Botland app doesn't care about the key presses that the name field cares about. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm doing that yet. I mean, it felt in your voice a bit like you consider doing something hacky. You not trim it. Oh, yeah, wow. Yeah, you're right. Spreadman, oh man, that would have taken me forever had you not say that. I'm giving you points for that. Except for I forgot the command to give you points. I think we're at that part of the day. Points give, I think it's that. Yeah. Nice catch. In fact, actually, I think we're gonna give you one more. Alright, so if it ends in a space, so we don't actually even trim it here. We just do dot value. Alright, so a get name function is not actually necessary. So now let's try this again. That's a good thing I tried typing Adam is cool here. Alright, there we go. Now our bots are correctly named. Whoosh. Okay, looks good. Check in. So in this, we now have set bot config name. Good. Wait, did we name that correctly? No, we didn't. Actions tab. This is a string. Oops. Okay. That's correct. But now there are two spaces. Okay, we fixed that. Next up, Botland app. Now the name is part of the reducer, which means it's in Redux, which is exactly what we want. So good. The name that you can assign to a bot is now stored in Redux. So when you close the UI, you won't lose the name that you typed. Looks good. Alright, stop creating the name. Add tests for harvesting. Sounds good to me. Let's think of what the tests are. Harvesting tests. So, attempt to harvest when there is nothing beneath you. How do we verify that, like, what do we even verify in a test like that? Well, okay, there's also attempt to harvest when there is something beneath you. So this is the harvest API, and those are really the only two test cases I can think of here. How about this? When there is a resource next to you, verify that you didn't harvest and that the resource next to you is still there. For any of this to work, okay, let's just start with that. We also need tests for will harvest, and there was something else, right? Oh yeah, find closest resource, and then pursue resource. So there were those things. Do harvest change anything in a bot itself? No, it doesn't. It used to. In the prototype it used to. When you harvested in the prototype, it put the resources into your machine. And then you had to do a second action to make use of the resources. But now, you harvest and your machine just ignores them completely and your account gets some money. And by account I mean like in that specific game. So, we need a way to create resources in the arena. The only way to do that right now is to kill a bot. I wonder if we could just manually kill a bot. Alright, let's try this out. Yeah, let's just take one of these tests. Let's get rid of all of the other tests. So those. And yeah, let's test harvest. Should harvest a resource underneath your bot? Okay, so code here is going to be just harvest. And this is going to be harvester bot, and it has the code. Good. But we don't actually want to create it until we've killed off a bot. So let's create bot, like dead bot. So we'll create a dead bot at 10:0. Now to do, kill a bot so that a resource gets created. Then we place a harvester bot down. Then we force update the harvester bot. And then validate that there are no resources left in the arena. Do add suicide function damaging bots around? Or not, does it need it for in the game? No, we might have something like that. I just don't want to add anything now. Like, in my mind, test code should not modify the dev code as much as possible. So if I can find some way to kill bots, and I can. If I can find some way to kill bots without changing the dev code, the production code that actually exists, then I'd be happiest that way. So if we look at serve arena, we actually have a way to mark entity dead. Yeah, here. However, we need to wait for an update to be called, and we don't ever update. So we need to like mark it as dead, and then this gets called. Oh, wait a second. We can mark it as dead immediately. So it'll be dead, and then for all intents and purposes, it just won't exist anymore. But that's not nearly as good as just creating a resource in the arena directly. I think we should refactor this code a little bit. Like, we get a tile. Yeah, so here's what we do. Create resource at tile. Do we even use entity after getting its coordinates? No, we don't. So yeah, what we can do is we can put all of this code into a different function. This dot create resource at tile. Cool. All right, so now all of this this does the actual resource creation. This is a simple wrapper around create resource at tile. It just takes the coordinates from the entity. And really I don't need these intermediate values. I can just do this. Yeah. And even this isn't really so much, but whatever. Let's keep it as is. So now we have create resource at tile. And we actually pass in a tile object. So let's comment this now. This is a tile. The tile where you want to create a resource. And then creates a resource on a given tile and doesn't return anything. So now we can call this function directly. We don't need a bot to die. We can just do this. Arena dot create resource at tile, and then arena dot fine. Let's do one other thing maybe. No, let's not do that. Let's just do it the way we had it. No, I changed my mind. We're gonna take in tile X and tile Y here. And then here we're gonna do a cause tile because this dot get tile X, tile Y. So then this gets to go here. And this goes away. And now we can re-comment this function. so this turns into number. Okay, good. Now we can do this. So let's do create at 10, 0. So we don't need to do that. Next, we harvest the resource. So now the resource should be gone. So now how do we validate that there is no resource there? Well, what happens when you harvest? Code execution system. We call harvest. This calls attempt harvest. This marks the resource as dead. So we could get all of the entities in the arena and check to see. Okay, let's write down our options. Problem: need to verify that the resource was harvested. So option 1, go through all entities, find resource entities, make sure it has is dead. Option 2, update the arena, then validate that there are, well, which will remove dead entities, then validate that there are no resource entities. What is option 3? Do we have an option 3? Go through all entities, find resource entities. The other thing is we could just do get entities on the particular tile and make sure none are resources. I like this one. This one's pretty good. Make create resource, return a resource it created. Yeah, actually that could work too. Good suggestion. Yeah, then I can change that exact entity. Yeah. So let's do return null. And then here we'll do this dot, no, not return resource entity. And then here we'll do return all of that. So now this is at return entity, the resource created. I actually don't put that there. Where is create resource? Oh, here we go. Okay. That's actually question mark entity, I just realized. It's the same thing here, it's a question mark, because it could be null. Okay, so we say let resource entity equal that, and then we just make sure that it's dead. So assert this dot has component names dot is dead. Yep. Okay, let's run the test. And test run. And that'll take a while, so I just want to make sure I did this correctly. We made a resource right underneath the bot, then we tried harvesting it. We update the bot. We gave it code that says harvest. And then we make sure that the resource is dead. Sounds reasonable to me. In fact, one of the other things we could have done is, okay, hang on. One other little thing we can do if we want to, which is make sure that the position of this thing, physics component dot tile x, assert entity coordinates. Here's what we could do. We could say this: assert entity coordinates resource entity 10, 0. That way it'll be made at the correct tile. So good, that test did pass. Next, should not harvest a resource that is not underneath your bot. So we create one at 11, 0, and then we create your bot at 10, 0, and try to harvest and make sure that it does not have the is dead component. Yeah, that's it. All right, cool. So those are the two tests there. We'll run them all together so we can run them at the end. Will harvest. So let's see. Returns true when you're above a resource, returns false when you're not. And it doesn't even take in any arguments, so let's do that. Should return true from will harvest when on top of a resource. So we don't need code for this. We can pass in no op code. And then we want to create a resource. We don't need to validate its coordinates anymore since two other tests do that too. So we want to create the resource underneath us. And then instead of force update bot, we want to call an API. So we're going to say fire lasers because I think that's how we call this. Or no, will fire lasers. How did we test? Oh, will lasers hit. That's what it's called. Okay. So instead of force update, we assert that will harvest returns true. And that, yeah, that's it. Okay. Should return false when not on top of a resource. So we create this at 11 and we return false. And then after harvesting a resource, but before the resource is actually removed, we need to make sure that it returns false. That's actually an important test. Okay, so it should return false from will harvest when attempting to harvest a dead resource. So here's what we do. And this is where the test server actually works out pretty nicely. So we do this. Should harvest a resource under your bot. We take that code. So we have code harvest. We create the entity. We get our harvester bot and we update it. Then we try calling will harvest. Oh, I never did set active bot. Oops, that won't work. Will lasers hit? Yeah, I need to set an active bot here. All these will harvest tests are gonna fail. Also, I said will harvest. Set active bot, harvester bot. And then we put that here and here. Alright, let's try that. Oh, B. Schiller said plus R. I didn't see that until just now. But thank you. Although I wouldn't have known what you had meant unless I looked through my code again. I would have thought it was like some IRC command. Oh, man. Alright, let's look at the test. So, how long are the tests taking in order to build? 13 seconds. Nice, all the tests passed now. So that's good. Okay, so we've tested will harvest. Let's look through the code just to see, did we test everything that could possibly go wrong? So, attempt harvest just sees if there's a resource there. So yeah, there's not too much to do. Will harvest also just sees if there's a resource there. So great. Then find closest resource and pursue. Do we test any pursue functions? We do. Oh no, this isn't the right file, but I'm pretty sure we still do. Yeah, pursue bot. Okay, so find closest resource should return the closest resource from find closest resource. So we don't need code for this. We get the resource entity, let's say is 5 away, and harvester bot has no op code, and then we say set active bot, find closest resource, and assert that that is the resource entity. Okay, and then should not return the closest resource when it cannot be sensed. So when we put the closest resource at 40, now it should return, well, null, I guess. But since we don't actually know for sure, let's just say not equal. Let's try running that. Aren't there coverage reporting tools? Yeah, there are, and I looked into those a while ago. I think that the ones that I found, at least, they look like they were paid tools, and then I stopped looking into them. I think one of the ways, yeah, actually coverage tools would help out a lot. Okay, so find closest resource seems to be good. Next, we just have pursue, which we don't really need to test with a resource because it's the same API with a bot, but let's just do that. Should pursue the closest resource when it can be detected. So let's make a resource at 5, the harvester bot at 10, and then its code will say, let's actually, yeah, let's give it real code, and the code we're going to give it is going to be a decent script, I think. So we'll say this. Closest resource equals find closest resource. No, let's not even say, let's just say pursue it. Then we run the code here. So we take this, we run the code, and then we assert that we have moved to 9,0. So assert entity coordinates harvester bot is 9,0. Let's try running those. And if this works, I think we'll have tested all of the things I care to test with harvesting. It's good to have these tests, especially because eventually they're going to get a lot harder. There are going to be a lot more variations. They're probably going to be like hundreds of arena tests. In fact, if we only have lasers and harvesting working and we're already at this many, oh, and I guess movement too. There's a lot of movement stuff. Yeah, okay, cool. We added the test. Let's check that in. Oh, actually, we can't test it in, check it in until we get rid of that and then run all of the tests. So let's refresh this. Simulation server doesn't need to be checked in. This is now, okay, so refactored how resources are created a little bit so that it's more test friendly, and then added tests around harvesting APIs. Added arena tests around the APIs, I should say. Yeah, cool. All the tests passed. How many do we have? 166. It's pretty good. Okay, push the code. Also, I think I've gotten a decent number of followers today. What did I start at today? Let's see. I wrote this down somewhere. Here it is. I started at 636. Oh, okay, I've got 19. It seemed like more. For a while, on average, it was like 25. Okay, so give players a money variable and modify that when they harvest resources. How do I feel about this? They are going to need it eventually. Should I tell you how much money everybody else has? So yeah, here's the problem. Need to serialize players in such a way that only owners get the money. Oh, get the money parameter. Do I want to do this now? Because this doesn't even show up anywhere. I don't think I want to do this for a long time, actually. Okay, let's just get this out of my to-do list and we'll just code that really fast. So let's open up downloads Phantom Bot. Oh man, I don't know why that happens sometimes. Downloads Phantom Bot, scripts, commands, and then there was a help command, I think. Is that where I'm putting this stuff? Why Bing? So languages. We'll just put this here, and we'll take this, add in those languages like C, C++, blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool. Now let's try that out. Enough people asked where someone suggested that I put that in. So there it is. Okay. Test slot validation at some point. Oh yes, this is I think important. However, I'd rather fix this bug and then we'll write a test for this. So then write a test, because I think I can get this done in 20 minutes. So to show you guys what's happening, we'll do this. We'll connect with two different clients. So let's connect once here and once here. And here we're going to create, how will we do this? Okay, I have an idea. We'll make bots that don't move, but they just fire lasers. So we'll deploy a few of those. And there we go. Okay. Oh, they don't have lasers on them. That's why they're not shooting. Okay, deploy. There we go. Okay, so then they kill the bots that you see there. Next, we'll make a bot over here that all it does is pursues the closest bot. Find closest enemy bot and then pursue them. So then we deploy a bunch of these. Now, the problem that I ran into before, okay, so we should see it over here with the Mark 13. Oh no, this bot never fires. Okay, wait, no, maybe we won't see this thing. What was the bug? It was when you were diagonal to an enemy and you could move. I think it was just make the pursue function better. Not enough Lisps and Haskells in that list. I did learn Scheme. Alright, here's what we'll do. Code execution system, we have the pursue entity function here, which calls pursue internal. We can make this a little bit smarter. And actually, should we just make pathfinding? We should at some point. This pursue bot really should just use the pathfinding function. Yeah, so we really shouldn't write this yet. We should write the pathfind function. Then the question is, does pathfind ignore tiles with landmines? Where's Fortran and Cobalt? Alright, so we need to fix this by writing a pathfind function. Pursue bot needs to use a pathfinding function under the hood. Then write a test, also time how long it takes in the average case to pathfind to 3 different tiles, let's say. Can we... Yeah. Alright, we're not going to do that for right now though. So what about these? The slot validation. How would we do this? So we have just plain old objects here. They take in a hardware slot. The hardware slots look like an ID and a number. So we actually could write tests just for this. So let's look at the software validator test, because this is the most similar one where we just create a whole bunch of stuff. So we're going to write something like slot test, hardware slot test.js. Yeah, let's do that. So we want the logger, we want it to be null, we don't need a software validator, we don't need the test code function, and we don't need any of these tests. No items, box only, final destination. So these are the hardware slot configuration unit tests. So should not allow a configuration with greater than max slots. And in order to do this, we need to import a whole lot of stuff. So import hardware slot configuration from hardware slot configuration, and then the same thing is hardware slot. So let's just make a very basic let hardware slot configuration equals new, and then we do this in our arena test somewhere. We have a hardware slot configuration, and we make it here. So let's do the same sort of thing. We need hardware constant as well. Let's get those, and we need regular constants. Yep. So let's import those things too, and then we can just add these things, I think. Okay. So we want to use more than the maximum number of slots. And actually we should test it with exactly one more. So 332. And by the way, this is something that this is something that's coded already, so it should just never change. Like, I don't think there'll ever be a problem in the future. But you never know that, that's why you write tests. Anyone else play else.break? I have never heard of that. Alright, what next? Next we actually validate it, and I believe there's a validate function on here. Yes, there is, and this returns boolean. So assert dot equal hardware slot configuration dot validate, and this is false. Okay, then let's go into test main and comment out these, and put hardware slot test here. Test. And then when we try running the test, this might be much faster now. It should be. It shouldn't take 14 seconds to build since it doesn't use any extra classes. Yeah, it took 3.67 seconds. Not bad. It's Else Heartbreak. A game about friendship, love, and technology in a place where bits have replaced atoms. Wait, what? Oh, it was part of a... Wow. You know what game I liked a while ago? The Lost Mind of Dr. Brain. I thought this was such a cool game. One of the things that they had in here was, what was it called? Motor skills? Or, what was it called? Well, they had a sort of programming game. Yeah, here it was. Motor programming. Motor programming. Yeah, and the way that this game worked, I think I've shown this on stream before actually. Did that not go? Okay, there we go. Yeah, so the way that this worked was you had to create a couple of different functions basically, and then it would run those functions, and the goal was to pick up all the brains there. And so they gave you sort of a starting point. Sub 1 can call sub 2. Sub 2 can actually have some routines in here if you want. It's pretty neat. If there was ever a puzzle mode in Botland, I could do something like this. I think a puzzle mode, I don't know. I don't have anything against puzzle games, I just don't know about making Botland into a puzzle game. But having it as a mode could be fine. Okay. What other things do we need to test here? We need to test, so try having no slots, try having duplicated slots. Yeah, let's test all those. Okay, so it should allow empty configs. Done. That's true. Good. It should disallow duplicated slots. So we take this in here and we say lasers and lasers, but we'll say lasers 2. That should still be invalid. In Tiburon, the thing I suggested, Lost Mind of Dr. Brain, it's such an old game that I don't know how much it would appeal to, well, I think from what you said in chat, you might have 2 kids. I don't know if it would appeal to an 18-year-old. When was it made? Lost Mind of Dr. Brain. 1994. Yeah. Oh, 9-year-old, okay. But you said teenager also. Okay, so it shouldn't allow duplicated slots. What else do we want? Going beyond the maximum. So these 3 things we have tested. Bad values in the slot, e.g. a tier for the string number, or a whatever I meant to say. The wrong types of things. And in that, the only way to know is if we tried serializing and deserializing it, which we should also be testing. So test incorrect values, test correct values, test serializing and deserializing. So here are the other tests I think we need to do. So let's make a bad slot, and then let's serialize it and then try deserializing it. And we should make sure that it turns null. So constructor, yeah, let's do this. So should serialize and deserialize a slot correctly. We're going to pass in a proper slot. So let valid slot equal lasers 1, and then what we'll do is we will serialize it. Let's deserialize slot equals valid hardware slot dot deserialize valid slot dot serialize. And then we confirm two things about this. That the deserialized slot has a hardware ID and equal to constants.ids.lasers and a tier number equal to 1. Cool. So should return null for null when trying to serialize, trying to deserialize an invalid slot. Okay, so first we'll try an invalid ID. We'll just pass in something called invalid ID, and we'll put some tildes around it because we'll never end up making something like that. Good. So then when we deserialize it, we assert that it equals null. Good. Rather, we should just assert that it doesn't exist. Let's take in util. So assert not util.exist deserialize slot. Good. Next, we do the same thing. Invalid slot, I'll just write variation here. So now the ID is going to be valid, but we're going to pick a tier number that is definitely not valid. So 1E9. And now that also shouldn't work. And then we'll try both are invalid, I suppose. We'll say variation 2. Both params are invalid. Just tier number is invalid. And just hardware ID is invalid. Who would code after work? Ha ha ha. You'd have to be crazy. No, I understand that mentality that some people have. Because if you see coding as just work, of course you're not going to want to code after work. When I worked at a grocery store, I didn't want to go work at a grocery store again after work. But I don't think people are typically passionate about working at a grocery store. You'd be passionate about coding. Okay. So it should return null when trying to deserialize a slot. Good, and that's really all that this has to offer for us. The other things we have are if you're passing in improper parameter types. Let's try that, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so return null when trying to deserialize an invalid slot. Let's say param types. What is this? Yeah, so instead of passing in a string, well, yeah, let's pass in a number. And then let's pass in a valid thing here. That should not work. Same thing here. Let's try passing in a string, 1, param types, variation. Okay, let's try passing in null. Let's try, what else can we do here? Oh, a float. Yeah, let's try that. I think that's the last thing I want to try. So we'll pass in lasers, and then we'll pass in 1.2 here, or 1.4. This actually might return something valid. In fact, I think it does. So I think that test will fail, because I do math.floor on it. So it'll just return tier 1. And in fact, that's fine. That's still an okay test. We'll just make it pass. Just reading chat for a second there. Okay, can't read practically all of this stuff. Get tier information of undefined. That's a problem. This shouldn't produce errors like that. Cannot read get tier information of undefined, and this is coming from But we don't know where it's coming from because it's coming from bundle.js. So it's somewhere in here. But we should have hit any of these numbers of returns. Fine, let's go into the bundle file. So if we go into test dist bundle, whoops, there's no bun file. Test dist bundle. This is coming from 13.926, which is here. We're attempting to make a new hardware slot. Oh. We can't even construct the hardware slot to begin with. Oh. So we wouldn't be able to serialize it. So we would need to test just deserializing it. Oh, that's a slightly different test. Okay. Let's try that then. Let's just make our objects of this type. Okay, so all of these ones that we're going to fail, we need to do a little bit differently. We need to say, wait, these shouldn't be called valid slot anymore. Invalid serialized slot. And we're just going to set it to something like this. And that means, oops, wait. We gotta do it this way. So then we set this here, and we set this here. And that means we're going to need to test for when these are valid. So let's do a quick valid one. Should return a valid, should deserialize a valid serialized slot. For us to know, okay, yeah, here's what we can do. We can do it this way. So we can call this valid serialized slot. You know what? We can just always call it serialized slot. That way we're not making any silly assumptions about variable names. Serialized slot. The test can enforce that for us. So here we go. Now we don't need to do serialize on any of these because they're already serialized. And now we should have this working. So now we could assert these things about this. Good, perfect. Okay, now that fails, good. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're going to put all of these new hardware slots, and we're gonna see if we can use some sublime magic here. Actually, no, we're not gonna do too much. We're gonna do it this way. There, and then just put these here. And then we'll manually copy paste them. Yeah, because I don't want to mess this up too much. Alright, so here's what we do. We take this here, and then this here. Good, and we just keep doing that for where we see this stuff. So that's already correct. We test this too. That's good. That's good. And that. This is the test case that I said will probably succeed actually. So let's try it out. We should have this here. So should round floats down should round floating point tier numbers down. Did I say round down? It doesn't really matter if it rounds down or not. It just matters that it's not a floating point at the end. Okay. Alright, then we insert this. Alright, let's test that out. And we can get rid of this now too. Nice, all our tests pass. Cool. So try providing bad values in the slot. We've done that. So that's all fine. The only things we need to do are test the hardware slot configurations themselves. So let's take, how are we going to do this? When we deserialize a slot config, we check to make sure that it's an array. So let's try not passing in an array. So should not allow deserializing a bad hardware slot configuration. Okay, let's try this. Serialized config is going to be null. And when we try deserializing it, is hardware slot configuration dot deserialize serialize config. That should be null. So assert not util.exists deserialize config. Good. All right, so that's one way that we can test this. Now, once it's an array, how can we screw this up if there is no hardware slot in it? So let's try that out too. So there's an array, but it's, let's say, just the number 5. So same thing. We'll say there's variation here. We just need some way to identify these. And then what's the other way we can do this? Is if it doesn't validate. So we serialize everything correctly. So let's say we did this. And we said hardware ID is, this. And tier number is 1. So this should allow deserializing a good hardware. Do I have good and bad as opposites? I actually don't. Interesting. Well, let's change that as per my typical, my modus operandi. Good and bad. Cool, so now I can swap these whenever I want. So a good one, we should allow it to deserialize. And for this, let's do this. Good. All right, and so we likewise should not allow, so should disallow deserializing a bad hardware configuration variation 2. Let's pass in tier number 1E9, for example, and then we make sure that it doesn't exist at the end. And let's try running those tests. Tiburon, that's really cool. Tiburon said, fun thing, the last couple of years with Unity getting so popular, I end up having kids stay after school to get programming help in Unity. So I have an informal programming club that started up. That's nice. So should allow deserializing a good hardware configuration. And it says deserialized slot is not defined. So it's, where is it? This is failing. Why is this failing? So we take a serialized config, which has hardware ID and tier number, and I spelled those correctly and everything. And I passed in the, what? Deserialized config, we serialize. Yeah, weird. Why does this fail? It says deserialized slot is not defined. So that must mean it's, where is that coming from? Deserialized slot. I think this is coming from here. Yes, it is. Okay, deserialized config. Oh, we need to, how do we validate this? We just need to make sure that it exists, that's all. Because if it exists, then it should, no, here's what we'll do. We'll assert dot equal that it validates. That way we're extra explicit about what we're testing. Done. Okay, let's test this out. All our tests should be passing. Good, awesome. Nice. All right, that's all the tests I wanted to write for this. So we can check this in. We just need to go into test main, comment these things back in, and then rerun all our tests. And then one last thing we can do is lint our code. So test pursue when you're already on top of an entity. Let's add that one in really fast too, actually. Or whoops, arena test. Pursue when you're on top of a resource. Should not move you. Should not move when pursuing a resource that you are on top of. Alright, so we pursue the closest resource, we create a resource at your tile, we do update, yep, we just do all this stuff basically. But yes, all our tests are passing. Tiburon said, I'm finishing up a teaching app now. If I ever stop watching Adam, Next project is going to be a game. That's my goal, Tiburon. I was placed here by your worst enemies, just to lower your productivity. Alright, so all the tests pass and in less than a second. It's pretty good, because eventually we're probably going to have tests that take a while. But for now, at least we don't. And we've tested all the stuff that we wanted to test. So let's make sure that this passes, and then we will lint. And we actually coded that too. So let's do this. That doesn't get checked in. That's fine, and that's fine. Nice. Added a test for pursue when you're already on top of your target, and added a set of hardware slot configuration unit tests. Okay. Alright, what do we have left to do? I mean, it's already past time, so I should just stop. Rename find closest to get closest. Make the random button on the lights page individually set colors. I don't think we need to do that anymore. Make a Bang graphics command that explains artwork and timeline. I wonder if I should just do some of my like post-stream tasks now. So someone suggested that I talk about the light architecture that I'm using. I will probably, yeah, let's just make that diagram now, and then I'll sign off, I think. Bang. Should I make this something like that? How do lights work? Lights. Yeah, let's make something like that. And then we'll also just lint the code. So client, and let's do pre-commit. And let's close out of the server, I think. We don't really need that anymore. Where is the server? Here is one, and here is the watch for it. So good. That should clear up some of the CPU usage on my machine. Just ridiculous. Name input DOM is defined but never used in Botland app. Name input DOM. Huh. I do define it but never use it. Okay, let's rerun that. Then I'll make that diagram, and then like I said, I think I'll log off. Or maybe I'll switch to Hearthstone, I don't know. I should really stand up at some point. In fact, let's stand up now. Let me mute my mic for a sec while I raise my desk. Alright, there we go. So simulation server, and then this fixed linting issue. Alright, good. So that diagram, I wonder if it's worth, let me kind of write out what I would want to draw. So the light bulbs are Philips Hue bulbs. So here's what happens. When you follow me, so events are like, you follow me. A bot that I have running on my computer checks for new followers every 45 seconds. If it detects one, it sends a link to that person, a personalized link to them, to the new follower, that gives them 45 seconds worth of light control, of control over my lights. Let's see. So yeah, you follow me, a bot that I have running on my computer, a chat bot that I'm running checks for new followers every 45 seconds. If it detects one, it sends a personalized link to the new follower that gives me 45 seconds worth of control over my lights. that link is hosted on a web server that I pay for. The front end communicates to a PHP server, to a PHP script, so that you don't have my public IP address. The PHP server opens a socket to my computer to send any commands to a node server that I have running. Then the node server communicates via, well, just my local area network, via my LAN to the Philips Hue bridge. The Philips Hue bridge talks, communicates via Zigbee. Is that how you stylize it? Zigbee. Yeah, via Zigbee to the light bulbs themselves. The light bulbs are Philips Hue bulbs. Okay, so extra details. The system took about 5 days to code. I should say all in all, the system took about 5 days to code. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of PHP there either, but this was not like a VPS, so I had to use something that could actually open a socket. So all in all, the system took about 5 days to code. Yes, you can refresh the page or change the time, but you're only cheating the client. The server won't give you access. All right. So let's do this, and I want to put this just online somewhere. Do I want to put a diagram or something up? Maybe I'll just put this on Pastebin. I'll just put it on Pastebin. Also, let's do this. Let's revert this file. Wait for it to finish building, and then we'll restart this. We should have the game running. Cool, we do. Okay. So then over here, I'll put this on Pastebin. Let's make a new paste. It's just plain text, doesn't expire, and it's unlisted. How Adam's light system works. Okay, cool. Yeah, and so now when you type Adam's light, we'll put that there, Adam's lights. When you type that, it'll link to that Pastebin. Let's say, to find out how Adam's lights work, check this out. Well, read this. Okay, let's try that. Adam's lights. Alright, cool. Oh, you had to type bang, why bang? Tyron came up with that text. So the rewards program is actually really cool. I've been getting, so yeah, I'm almost at another $5 worth of Amazon credits. So yeah, just by searching, you get points. And again, this has to be available in your country. Okay, so we coded that too. Or well, we didn't code anything really. Kinda did. I'm not gonna draw out the architecture. Make a graphics command that explains the artwork and timeline and how the graphics are placeholders for now. Okay, yeah, let's do that too, I guess. Let's say graphics. Gotta tighten up the graphics on level 3. Graphics. all art and UI that you see are placeholders. What else do I want to say here? The timeline. The artist was only just contracted as of October 2015. Was only contracted starting in October 2015. Alright, let's try that out. Graphics. All art and UI that you see are placeholders. The artist was only contracted starting in 2015. That you see in Botland are placeholders. Okay, just some administrative tasks we got done. Yeah. I think that's fine. Alright. I would normally run a giveaway or something at this point, but I won't be really online for too much longer. And the giveaway, you need me to be online for it to do anything. Man. What did I do on Monday? I completely forgot, and I don't like having forgotten that. So let's see, Monday was the 12th. So, desaturated the bot image, J is now the shortcut. Oh, added in the bot config, bot config, bot config, bot config, bot config. So it looks like I did a bunch of bot config stuff. You need lasers, game server now requires that you pass in hardware, and attempt to call user-defined functions. Yeah. So yeah, it looks like all I got done on Monday was the bot config thing. Then I ran into a bug. When am I going to implement the virtual reality feature? Never. And what happens if you have more viewers than bot spots? So if that happens, then it just prints an error saying that there aren't enough spaces. Although what I should do is just put all the spaces I have worth of bots in the arena, and the unlucky ones are just unlucky. They were going to die anyway, right? See you, B. Schiller. So now the question is, do I switch to my wonky Hearthstone decks and play that? Or do I just sign off and then play with no one watching me? What do you guys want? Do you want to watch Hearthstone or no? Because I'm done with the coding for today. It's been, what, 8.5 hours? My out time. Yeah, 8.5 hours. Okay, no one wants anything. No, I'll probably just sign off. Because I don't think people wander in to watch Hearthstone. So yeah, take care everyone. I will be back on Friday. Remember, there is no stream tomorrow. But on Friday I'll be back at 9 a.m. PDT. And we will probably add in a bunch of new hardware. So this stuff that you see at the top here, cloaking, missiles, landmines, reflect, we'll get to, I don't know, maybe I'll just try doing as many as I possibly can, as well as I can. But adding in tests and everything means that I'll probably only get done with about 3. So I'll have you guys take a vote. But yeah, take care everyone. See you on Friday.